Hello and welcome. It's World Building Wednesday. Hello, everybody. Hello, Lore, Gardner, Soup, Legion, Skullthrone. Hello, Dice God, Brett GB. Hello, Mudkip. Hello, Varus and your threat. Hello, Nick, Utopia. Hello, Zebus. Hello, Wolf Archer. Hello, SFS. Welcome, gamers. Varus is supposed to be sleeping. I thought your work schedule got all moved around, Varus. I didn't think you were working or needing to sleep. I thought you got like a new job and stuff. It's only 5. What do you mean you're going to bed? But hello. Welcome. We're continuing our work. 1 a.m. to noon PST. Oh my goodness. It's midnight in the only correct time zone. Ah. Across the pond, are we? We are continuing our work from yesterday. We are still making maps in Incarnate for the upcoming Pathfinder 2nd Edition game that I will be running. We are doing a small rehaul or color change or palette swap for a town we previously made by the name of Summerhall. So we're going to be needing to come up with new names for it while I finish up its various pieces of architecture here. And going from there. I think we're going to keep the motif generally the same. So this is still going to be a touristy town. Lots of wayfarers, lots of free company guilds, a lot of emphasis put on like their cider, their apiaries, all that other stuff. I'll probably have to change around some of the NPCs, which will be another thing that we'll be doing. Because Tace, the wizard Tace, or Hush, was meant to be in Summerhall, but I wanted to introduce him in Shadows of Thorlin. As such, he has been moved over to the county of Rosewood instead of the county of Sunfall. So we'll be needing to make a new wizard NPC who is here in town, doing town wizardry things. Lore patch notes, that's right. NPC was put into new area, blah, 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 blah. Also patched, Panache, and patched, Combat Surge, patched, Ready in Action, patched, Frank the Wizard? No. We go for fantastical names here. He'll probably have a similar name to Tace, which means he'll have a draconic origin named, because he, like Tace, will want to hide his true name because names are power for certain wizards. So he's going to want to refrain from you knowing his true name. Hey, do you mind if I run something by you real quick? Sure, what you got? Also working on your desk table now? I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, what's your question? No true name is a spell, by the way. Well, would you look at that? It all works out, baby. All right. So as you can see, we're still working on Summerhall. I'll have to look at that a little bit more in depth because I think no true name sounds cool as fuck. I think I'm going to make a long building here and then some other buildings here. So the reactive image. Okay. What about my cute bear self? Does it allow for GIFs? To my knowledge, I don't really have a way to test that with like an active GIF or anything like that. But I think if my closed state and my open mouth state are both GIFs, they'll like if my guy was like doodling as like the idle GIF, and then I talked and I was doing something else, those could both be GIFs, to my knowledge. I see I have a raccoon waiting for me. How about the other peeps? That I don't know. I'm using a completely separate program from the reactive images. So, Can you use GIFs in reactive images? GIFs are not allowed in reactive images. So, I'm using VadoTube or VidoTube or whatever it is. GIFs are good here, but if I want my friends to be able to do stuff, it doesn't seem to work for what I'm using for them. Yeah, so I can have GIFs on my side, but I don't know. It doesn't look like reactive images allows for GIFs. Gamers.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
What up?
What up?
Not much. I felt like I just saw you, dude.
That's weird. I don't remember seeing you anywhere. Following me?
That's fucked. Hey, man. No, that's really cool. I'm so sorry that the games I create aren't memorable enough for you to even remember they happened.
Bro, I felt like a god. What are you talking about?
20 minutes ago. Yeah, you were insane right now. Like, Jesus Christ. I gotta kill Dell.
Bro, I realized as a life cleric,
Dell.
I was doing my job poorly, and I was starting to read my spells, and I went, oh, wait, that's not a concentration? That's a concentration, but that isn't? Huh.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hey, good.
I wanted to make sure because you had every time I do something, a new 15 rules lawyers post pop up. So I'm like double checking my spells and shit now to make sure. Like, can I do this? Okay, I can do this. I just have to unequip my shield. Awesome. Very pog.
It's cool, man. I think everyone understands and just wants to help. All right, what did I do? Crown has said multiple times. Oh, this was a couple of days ago that Dell dropped. Oh yeah, this is the light.
Oh yeah, me use
fuck up that you did. Yeah,
my homebrew rule that I keep forgetting is not actually real.
I don't know, man. I kind of like the idea of like having to maintain concentration on light and hardcore. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, it made it so that way like my players need to be more mindful with light because they were just casting light on everything, and I was like, that kind of defeats the purpose of like torches and stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you definitely want to do like a little bit more like mundane light sources and stuff like that, I mean, that totally makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just I'm big on like if I make items for the groups and stuff like that, I'd like them to use the items. So when they were just like light, I'm like, please, I handcrafted these items. I beg you, please use them. And they're like, That has since changed, though. That has since changed. They are now willing to use the magic items and stuff that I've made for them. So I have no complaints.
Which is weird now. Now your name and your view count and the title is now on top of the stream.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's weird.
Well,
on the top of the stream. Huh?
Yeah, why'd they do that?
Yeah, Twitch changed that.
Twitch is making some fun changes that'll be more
that sounds weird.
It is a little weird.
It's a bit jarring.
I don't see that on my end yet. That must be maybe it needs to update for me. That's strange.
Refresh. God, I'm so fucking tired. I wanted to get some more work done today.
So fucking eepy. I mean, you did just get done running a game, and for the people who are out there who are like, Dungeon Mastering is so easy. It's exhausting, bruh. Your brain is in overdrive.
Yeah, well, I was already EP before the stream, which I don't know why, but yeah, it is. It's the same thing when people are like, why aren't you running this game? I'm like, I can't run more than 2 games anymore. I just can't, and soon I can't run more than 1 game. My brain is just getting a little slower with my age, unfortunately. I wish that wasn't the case, but it is what it is. It's
all right, brother.
Yeah,
Apologize,
well,
man.
it's I feel like I'm letting the community down. Oh,
I don't think that's the case, because if you're running like 2 games, but both of those games are quality, nobody's gonna complain. See,
yeah,
what people's problem is people
Yeah.
want specific games.
Yeah, I'm always disappointing someone.
People who come back and they're like, what happened to X, Y, and Z? And it's like, hey man, there's like 19 posts, 14 announcements, and a video explaining why that isn't going to happen anymore. And people go,
I've stopped answering. Yeah,
exactly. Because at that point you're just like, hey man, there's a video up there already. You can go peep that.
I will rip the hair out of my fucking head if I have to answer one more pipe dreamers question. Like, it's not coming back. I wish it would, but it can't. I'm sorry. Although people are missing the games, and that's absolutely fair.
I mean, that's understandable. They're like, I want to watch those games. But just wait, guys. We're fucking cooking.
Oh, that's tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow's to show a little bit of what we're cooking.
Oh yeah.
The only thing that will make us sad is you burn yourself. Oh yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid. So we're well on it. But thank you for your concern. I appreciate it.
Got a point. What color do you want your desk? Black and gold if you can swing it. Or like a black marble or something like that. That'd be pretty hot.
Getting all the sexy graphics.
Need a couple more buildings. Need to manually make a building.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I have to. Someone made a comment and like, oh, Brett just takes all this time checking the stuff. He should be using XYZ, and it's just like, it doesn't matter what I use. My brain is slow nowadays. So
I'm tired.
Yeah, it might take a little bit. I do apologize for that. Also, the reason why we're moving to pre-recorded is because I can cut out all those pauses if we're like, hold on, let me look at this. Hold on, let me check this. I mean, man, yeah, it's when you're in your 20s, it's easy to like recall all like rule sets and information and all that stuff. And like, I get it. I used to be able to do the same thing, but nowadays, forget about it.
The issue is that you're coming from a game that you've homebrewed so much.
Yeah.
And then you're going back to like very strict, stringent rules.
Yeah.
And being like, what's my homebrew rule again?
Yeah, and even then I'm starting to like loose it up a little bit. Like, for example, like assassination kind of sucks with 2024.
Assassin will always be garbage. I do not know why people are so like, Assassin's the best subclass ever.
And I feel bad.
You get one move, baby.
I feel bad every time I have to tell Whoops, like, yeah, you can't assassinate. I'm sorry. And it's just like, what a waste of fucking time, like.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like shit because I'm like, yeah, that thing you want to do, can't do it. Just not able to do it. Not at all,
So everybody who's like, yeah, the only good that Assassin is for is literally to multi-class into as a ranger. And that's it. That is literally it.
Once you get to, oh Jesus Christ!
Once you get past level 3, Assassin is dog shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I might homebrew something because I see what Whoops is trying to do, and I like it, and I want to reward him with that.
I saw it. I saw him being like, if I sleuth my way up to this guy, I'm going to be able to explode his brains.
And I'm like, I really would like you to do that. Yeah, but that's not how it works, unfortunately. Yeah.
I feel that exact moment. Thankfully, Momo's gotten much better with running a rogue.
Oh, yeah?
But there were a lot of moments early on, both for cheats and as her character, where she would ask me something. I'm like, you can't do that.
Yeah. And I feel bad because you don't want to
that's your whole bit. That's your whole gambit right there. And I'm telling you no.
Yeah, you feel you feel a little bad. Yeah, I'm trying to get back to the old assassin, and I seem to be. Oh, no, I gotta go down to 2014.
How powerful is the wizard? Well, Haste is like level 5, level 6. He could cast like Identify. That was his big thing. He's meant to be like you either can pay. Actually, no, this one wouldn't be. This guy'd be a blaster. He's meant to do like, he's meant to give you lore stuff. The town magic vendor is going to be the one that you go to identify your magic items and stuff. Although I don't know really how that works all too well in second edition. I don't know if you guys do identifying and stuff.
What if I made Assassinate in 2014 not not the whole like you have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that hasn't taken a turn in combat yet, and instead make it like a stealth thing?
That'd be pretty cool. I mean, that'd give him more of a reason to use his cunning action to hide.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Because if he has more of a reason to use cunning action to hide, that actually makes him play more tactical.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, rogue just becomes, oh, I didn't get surprise round. Okay, I just run into the fray then. Like, there's no reason to be like to hide.
Yeah.
Because once Gremel's in melee, I automatically have my source for sneak attack. But if I have a reason to be like, I sleuth around in the background, and now I'm picking off bad guys while the rest of my homies are doing stuff, that keeps me from joining the fray, at least like out in the open. But I'm still supporting my team.
I think critical will definitely kind of like get out of control a little bit, but I do like the idea of like a separate pool of assassination dice that you can use when you're stealthed.
Oh, that'd be
essentially sick. It literally is when you get the drop on the enemy. So if you are stealthed and you approach while they're in the middle of combat, and you manage to actually sneak up around and do it, assuming, we have to do a couple of assumptions, right? It has to be a place where you can actually hide, right? It has to
100%.
It can't be like an open hallway when you stealth. Like, you can't do that, you know? Like, it has to be like out in nature or forest and stuff, or, they've they're a little distracted by things, or just little shit like that, or it has to be things that you can like actually hide behind.
I agree.
And then I would just rework it so that it'd be like 2D, it'd start with like honestly, I'd probably make it so that a number of assassination dice equal to your proficiency bonus, so additional d6s. So if you get the jump on someone, you get advantage on the attack, which means you get sneak attack, and you get bonus damage from assassinate.
That sounds sexy.
Is the idea behind that? Because critical hit can be a little. That could be a little much, because now you're looking at like, if you got 3d6, now it's 66, and your dice,
once we get to like 7th level, and he's still a rogue, he's basically gonna be soloing monsters, because he's doing like 4d6 sneak attack, which is insane. It's just rogues past like level 5 are scary as hell, and they start running encounters by themselves.
Yeah.
I felt that with my game. We got to level 8, the last campaign I ran, and the rogue would just body something in one hit. I was like, oh, oh, good heavens.
Ooh. I'm getting my dice game ready. By dice game, I mean selling dice.
Very good.
I just got
dice.
I just got a quote for dude. We get man
$900.
Dude, how would you like? I mean, we'll talk if you ever want to do it. But like, if you ever open a storefront, I can definitely help you set up some like Crown DM dice. Could you imagine like beautiful black or like onyx dice with gold letterings? Like,
that has been something that has been asked of me many times is Crown DM merch, and I'm like, I don't know. That sounds scary, man. I don't know what you want from me.
It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. It's a scary time. But I can help you set that up. If you, the thing is, here's the only problem though, is you have to have a certain number of orders.
Yeah, you need to. You basically need to like
while.
show them like, hey, I have this many people that are going to buy it.
Yeah.
That way they go, okay, we'll do it.
No. It's not about that. It's give me the money, and we make it. And this is not like a makeshift deal or anything like that.
Oh.
But you have to know that you're gonna get like X amount of customers. That's where it kind of gets a little trickier. And like even I'm kind of like struggling trying to get those numbers. Like I could probably get around 300 orders. I'd like to try and get it to 500 or even 1,000 orders, where I feel like super confident in doing that. But that requires a little bit more of an audience build.
Partnered with IO Publishing. I mean, technically, yeah.
yeah. That's exactly it.
I think you'll see that tomorrow.
Yeah. See a little, just a
little sneak peek. Actually, I have no idea what the hell you're showing off. So
just a little drop. Well, we're gonna show the opening animation. We're gonna show a little bit of the map, just a little bit, like a map, like just to get the style. We'll do like a little screen cap or something. We're gonna show a couple of art assets. And then we're going to show some features of the module itself that I'm particularly proud of, that I think will be really good for like GMs alike, like how we want to like make the adventure module so that it's pretty straightforward. I showed you some of that where it was like we have encounter blocks, so it's not it actually tells you like this is the encounter challenge rating. So, you'll want to calculate that the way that you want, but there's actual numbers to it. And the encounter blocks will actually tell you, like, here's some strategy that they'll do. Like, this is how I would run the encounter, right? But also kind of give you, like, little GM tips. Like, one of the things we'll show off is, like, we're like, oh, yeah, make the creature unsettling. Give them an unnatural walk and a gurgling just little ways to like how to run the encounter, but also how to present the encounter. And we just kind of want to try and like I want the adventure module to function well so that it's easy to run, so that people can run it. And also you're getting like the direct, like, this is how I'm gonna run it, like this is how it's being done. So if you want to run this same adventure, I think people will appeal.
Here's how you do it.
Yeah, I think people will appeal to that, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. And like I said, everything's kind of doing its thing. So yeah, the thing is, right, like if you really want to get into the dice game, I mean, there are options. There definitely are options to do. Like we can, I mean, shit, man. Yeah, it doesn't break down very well. So, like, you'd have to be comfortable making 1,000 sets is the way it works. So, like, when we get into dice, we'll like actually making our own dice and not partnered with someone or purchasing wholesale. We'll probably have a lot of surplus, but it's again, we're really hoping. I really want to try and get the audience built so that we have a lot of customers so that we can do this.
Makes sense.
So. And
that sounds like a very reasonable thing to do.
Well, because it's like I would love to just do like 300. Like that'd be great if I could just make like 300 sets. But what ends up happening is the cost of manufacturing a small number like that would cost the same as if you were manufacturing a big number. What I mean is, I'm just throwing out some numbers. If it costs $10,000 to make 300 dice sets. It would also cost like $10,000 to make 1,000 dice sets. So you might as well just make the 1,000. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm talking about. That's where the numbers become a little bit of an issue, you know. Like for example, if I were to when I print 1,000 books, I get offered one price. If I were to print 1,100 or 1,200 books, it's pretty much about the same as if I were to manufacture 2,500 books. And that's what ended up happening with Wise Slate Dragons BB. Yeah, so there's a lot of shit, you know, that you have to keep track in there. And I know fortunately people have been very supportive, you know. I have gotten I think like one or two people who are like, you know, hey, you're going too hard in on the manufacturing or commercial side of doing this. And it's like you kind of have to in the beginning, unfortunately. Like
it sounds like it.
Yeah, this isn't like I'm working with a company that's just doing all this for me, and now I can just focus on it. Like I have to do all of it. You know, I have to work with the lawyers. I have to work with the manufacturer. I have to work with fulfillment. I have to learn all that stuff. It's just there's a lot that goes into it, so that you know I could make a living, and that's just a key thing to keep in mind, you know. So I'm like, there's gonna be some missteps as there are, and just to be patient and know that we're gonna get through it. We'll figure out ways around it. So, but that's been the trickier part, especially considering the fact, and I've been saying this for a while, like Twitch as a monetization platform is kind of dying right now. Like, you know, I know I've said this before. I'm pretty sure I've said this to you, Crown, where like
we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. I'm pretty sure this was yesterday that we talked about this, where I see numbers. That's all. And I don't mean that in like a cold area. It's just, but I see patterns. I see numbers. I see, and then I congregate all of those numbers together, and then I go, okay, where are we at? Right? Like where are we at? What are we doing? And with Twitch, especially with Twitch, at least of all the streamers that I watch, right? It's definitely scope-wise, we're starting to get to, sadly, what gets to every big like gathering like this, where the only people that are going to continue to profit or continue to grow their profits are going to be the top streamers. And that's pretty much it. Like, if you're talking about like subscriptions and stuff like that, it's the top streamers that are going to be getting, like, you have to be top now to grow your channel, like revenue wise through subscriptions alone, essentially. Anyone else, and I'm talking about, you know, people who have thousands of concurrent viewers, everyone's dipping. But the only ones that I'm seeing profiting right now are the ones that can bring in the massive sized audiences. I'm talking about your Kais, your Iron Mouse, your Pirate, what's his name? I totally forgot his name. I'm so sorry.
Pirate Software.
Yeah, Pirate Software. The names of Twitch, the ones that Twitch is doing everything they can to push forward. Even the Asmongold's, you know, like, they're the only ones that are going to be able to continue to grow and continue to profit. You look at people like Ninja, for example, who used to be the big name on Twitch. I mean, Ninja's just kind of, you know, Ninja's not big enough anymore for growth, for profit growth. It's, and that's just the nature of the biz right now. So, which is why, you know, I've kind of abandoned trying to, like, we'll still try to get subscribers, but like, it's not part of the plan anymore. There's just, it's kind of a dead end right now, you know? Like get the subs you need so that you can get the better cut, and then like after that point, it's a lot of effort for a little reward, sadly. Which is unfortunate because I think streaming is awesome and really cool. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I'm curious what 2025 is gonna bring.
Damn.
How much are ads helping these days? Well, viewership is also down for everybody, so not much. It's not much. There actually was a big debate last month that we were going through an adpocalypse, but apparently what was happening was if you were talking about looks around politics, you saw a significant ad dip, essentially. So yeah, you don't bring the P word up anymore. You know, just don't do it. Especially if you have tags that have like that. If you have like that as a tag, your ad rates are gonna fucking plummet. 2025 is gonna bring peace and prosperity to the tabletop streaming community. I hope so. I really do. You know, but I mean, like again, tabletop especially has been seeing a pretty, which I know no one likes to hear, but yeah, tabletop's seen a decline as well, a pretty big decline. I mean, tabletop has just been continuously declining since 2020, and that's because, you know, what happened in 2020? That everyone was in their homes, couldn't go anywhere, locked up. That was the Twitch golden age, was 2020. There was severe growth, and unfortunately, as companies do, they expect to continue that growth for the next 5 years, and sadly have recognized that that is not happening. So yeah. There was a huge bubble when it became popular, then dipped. A little of that, I would say, is probably playing with that. I would say that. But I do think there is less of a interest watching it anymore, and that again, you just have to look at Critical Role. They're just not doing it anymore. I mean, they're still doing great. You know, they're doing really well, but they are also seeing a significant dip. But keep in mind, another change that happened this year is you can now multi-stream, so you can stream on YouTube and Twitch. So personally, you know, I've been enjoying that world immensely, but that also means we're now seeing Twitch viewership and operating costs sort of dropping because not many people are streaming exclusively on Twitch anymore. So yeah, guys, it's time. Let's switch to Pathfinder. Pathfinder 2E is going through the same shit. It's all tabletop content. It's all tabletop content. Although switching to a new system, if you were known for another system, especially nowadays with D&D not really getting the love it used to, you could probably see a nice benefit there. You definitely see less competition. So that is, I'm curious to see how this is going to go for Crown. Crown's going to be my little my guinea pig right now. Let's see what we're going to see. We're going to see what this does. There definitely is going to be an interest. I know that. I know there's going to be a gain because it's something different and it is away from D&D. So you're going to be tapping into, of course, the Pathfinder audience, which will be, I think, especially supporting because they need more content creation. You're going to tap into a disenfranchised D&D audience, which is continuously growing. And yeah, so we'll see what we'll see what that ends up meaning for you and how that ends up coming up, you know. We shall see.
I appreciate your support, brother.
Oh yeah, you'll do great. Well, it's good. It's different. Different's good. You don't see different in D&D nowadays. You know, it's D&D is safe. That's it. Yeah, narrative declaration. Yep. That is absolutely correct. Of all the Pathfinder shit, I think narrative declaration is the one and only, that I know of
Is that the one
personally in
with
the Pathfinder
Zoran?
world. That's with Zoran. Yeah,
I was watching
The
a
other
little bit of that.
the other bear.
Zoran the bear.
Oh, I'm gonna go with the other bear.
The quintessential bear.
Not slamming Zoran. Zoran's a good lad. He's always been kind to me. So, but yeah. Something about bears playing Pathfinder. It's interesting. It just really attracts it.
Can't help ourselves.
Just, oh my God, there's a pot of Pathfinder honey right there. So that's it. But yeah, I think like if I was more interested, not saying I'm not interested, but I've done the 3rd edition world, and I know Pathfinder 2E is not that, but it definitely has that level of complexity which adds to customization. And I think it's neat. I think it's a neat idea and concept. But I don't think I have the strength to learn a new system.
You say that. I don't think it's that you lack the strength. I think it's that you lack the time.
That too. It would be. So yeah. Oh, they did a Patreon exclusive game. I didn't know that. I know they have a pretty popular Patreon, which is really great in the Pathfinder world. I would like to avoid having a. I mean, if it ever came down to if it did ever come down to I'm looking around and I'm kind of in trouble financially, maybe that would be something I'd have to consider. Like having a Patreon exclusive game or something like that. Ideally, I would not like to do that. I would like to keep the content free. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. But the goal is not to do that. And I really hope I can keep that goal. But if it does get to a point where it's but we'll see. We'll see. Right now we're gonna spice up our Patreon a bit. We're gonna add more items to the $10 tier, adding more items to the $20 tier. We're gonna rename all the tiers. We're gonna give it a facelift as we always do. Maybe add more Foundry module support.
I'm about to say you better use that motherfucker.
yeah, absolutely. But that's something we'll look into next year. We appreciate the support, but yeah, 2024 was not. It was. I mean, it's fine. Obviously, we still have a roof over our head, and no, not really struggling. But 2024 definitely wasn't financially wasn't a good year for us compared to 2023. But we also had some heavy hitters in 2023 that we just did not have in 2024. And that's okay. We're figuring it out. I mean, what they do is they release the VODs on YouTube for free later down the line. Oh, okay.
Oh, interesting.
That's good to know, Leo. Yeah, okay. Well, again, not the plan. Definitely not the plan. But you never know what the future brings.
Through that.
I know people really would like IO campaign setting content. So I think that is something we will start working on. Start getting that going. That is my one common asked thing besides a cooking system.
One more time, they're asking for IO what?
IO campaign setting content.
Oh, like making your own book?
Yeah.
Nice. I mean, it makes sense. There's that whole bit where it's very obvious to the people who've been around since the first game or since season 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh my God, it's the thing that he made, the thing that he referenced." And I go, "What?" What that is.
Yeah, but if I were my thing, and maybe there is a little ego to it, is if I were to advertise and release an IO book, I'd want to like knock it out of the fucking park, crowdfunding wise.
Of course. Oh, that too. I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah. I'd want it to like, I'd want it to make some fucking waves. So, but to do that, I need to get the crowdfunding into a state where I feel confident it will make some fucking waves.
Makes sense.
Oh yeah. I figured they were going to be the biggest ones. So there's just not a lot of Pathfinder content creation. So getting in while the getting is good. That's.
I mean, I'm still like a small. Like, I'm not going to be bringing much to Pathfinder. I'm a small dude, so.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there's some really good growth potential. Because no one's really doing it. And if there are, that no one really knows about it. So, yeah. What'd you think of the elite boss being tossed in to Curse of Strahd?
I saw it and I went, this motherfucker just can't help himself.
I can't, man.
Just can't help himself. God damn face combat, it's everywhere. And then I went, oh, but I like face combat, so that's fine.
Well, that's because there really isn't a way to do boss fights at
There
D&D.
isn't. My God, there isn't.
Yeah.
You know what I was like, if I was hoping, because I was like, either this is something that he made, or I hope to God that this is something that he tweaked that wasn't in the original book, because I know if it's a fucking 5th edition boss, it's got 2 legendary actions and 3 legendary resistances, and that's it.
Yeah.
It maybe it has its bite. Its bite is 3d6 instead of 2d6. Like that's basically what I was expecting. And then you went, it has multiple turns, and I went, oh, thank God. Some familiarity.
Honestly, I like that response. That makes me happy. That means we're in the right direction when it comes to making boss fights. You know, actually making boss fights in D&D, because there really is no way to do it. And they've tried with the legendary actions. I don't know what the fuck they're doing in 2024. The 2024 D&D.
So I feel bad, right? Because you have a mechanic called scan.
Yeah.
The issue is that for me to play optimally, I would have to, the only way I can scan is if I'm already on a roll. Like Oscar, for example. The only way Oscar gets to scan is if he's on a roll already. So I've hit the creature and I have Vex on it now, which means I don't need to sacrifice my bonus action to then do a scan, right?
That's okay. That's okay, because it's there if you want it, but you absolutely don't need it.
Thank God. I always felt bad.
No. Don't feel bad. Dude, please do not feel bad. That's just good encounter design, is if we can design something where mechanically you can kind of figure it out as the battle goes on without needing to sacrifice the action economy for, then yes. It's also really good if you would like a sneak peek of like what's coming down the line once the creature gets bloody. And even in Fiendish Forge, scan is an optional mechanic. It's not a mainstay. It's something that I know people enjoy. But also I didn't want phase combat to rely on scanning, which was the one thing that got really complicated. I think the final battle of phase 2 I hated, because I was like, this is too much. There's just too much going on here to keep track of. There's just way too much. So I like where phase combat is now, where it feels fresh. The fight feels threatening. It just kind of keeps, it kind of like evolves throughout time, so you're not just doing the same thing over and over and over. So that's why I like this system of phase combat. But scan's there if you want to do that shit. It's just sort of a way to, it's like a way to like peek into the strategy guide, you know, and be like, I want to know more shit. And you're like, okay, here it is. You know, it's a way to say you're spending the time to study the creature's tactics. and you're learning about its fighting style because of it. But you also don't have to really do that.
That was for poor Naomi. I was a little thankful that they kept missing because they would then use their action to scan.
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh, thank you. I don't have to do that.
Yeah,
I
and
can
that's what it
spend
is.
my action being the god rogue.
Yeah, it's just giving you more choices. That's all it is. It's just going, I want to learn about some shit. But if you're paying attention, again, you don't really need to you don't need to rely on that. And that is good.
Agreed.
So we'll see. And like I said, people have the play tests have been positive so far. I need to make another playtest packet. I sadly this week is just super busy, so I haven't been able to make any more playtest packets. I've just been working on stat blocks and layouts and stuff. But I mean, we're on like 10 or 11 playtest 10 or 11, so it should be good.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, just kind of seeing where we're at and what people are doing, and hopefully I can get back to it. This, like I said, this week has just been I got a lot.
Exhausting.
Well, I mean, tomorrow's Deadbeats, the Deadbeats preview. Friday, I have my grandmother's funeral I have to go to.
Oh my god.
And I think something's happened. Something happening Saturday? I think I might actually have off Saturday, which means I will just be a goddamn slug. Yeah, just kind of like melt in the couch. And then Sunday, I have a family dinner that we're doing just for the because the funeral and reception and all that is just gonna have everyone, you know. So, but the family dinner will actually just be the close immediate family that we can actually just have a nice time proper, essentially celebrating the life of my grandmother. And then next week will be a little. Oh no, Saturday I've got a session 0 with or a sort of not a recap, but a check-in with the Deadbeats crew. So never mind. I've got shit going on Saturday too. That's what it was. That's exactly what it was. Yeah, this week I'm packed.
Oh
I'm
my
busy.
god.
Yeah. It's yeah. I got this week's a busy one.
Jesus, brother. I hope you
Hey.
take a moment, you and Mazay both, and just catch your breath.
Man, we've been trying to catch our breath all year, man, but I appreciate it. Once it's Christmas, maybe we'll catch our breath then. Probably like between Christmas and New Year's, we'll do a little breath catch. Right now, it's for me, it's I want to keep streaming sessions, so I'm not really taking any breaks right now, just so we're continuing to make some proggers.
Makes sense.
Look, I'm trying, man. I'm trying to keep it under control. I'm old. I'm tired.
I'm old.
I'm so tired.
Wait,
Mm-hmm. All right. I get off the computer for the night. I'm gonna get off the computer for an hour early. Wowie.
Ooh.
Then
Go
I'm gonna
rest. Go get your old man nap in. Go get some food.
doing all the above.
Pet
You
the
have
cat. Pet the bird.
yeah. Good luck with your map making.
Thanks, brother.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
I saw a question. I saved it. Let me scroll up and see if I can figure out who asked it. Evil Marksman, are you still here, brother? Also, hello, chatters, gamers. Hello, streamer. I hope Marksman's still here. I wanted to answer his question. I'm drawing the Catboy again, not cursed. Ooh. Ollie will be relieved. Hope I get to join the convo tonight. You guys had a good time yesterday. You can join right now, brother. Mods, of course, have permission to hop on into the call.
Of course.
What's the main tourist attraction here? Their cider. Their cider and their orchards. They are known for the cider that they make. And they are also known, well, they're one of their main exports is the honey that they harvest from their massive bees. They have a huge apiary. And they have like these giga bees. I think I described them as the size of like a little terrier. These are big ass bees. Like you can pet them type deal. Take care, Leo. Hopefully work treats you well, brother. The ads, the cruel ads. I'm sorry, brother. Now I get my money. Sorry.
Money.
I have it set to the lowest, though. It's the lowest amount of ads I can run before Twitch starts saying they're going to run the ads for me. Fucking bastards.
Hey, boss.
What's up, gamer? You okay? You still sound dead.
I got something for you.
Hey, boss. Yeah, you're walking up to me after Batman put the business to you, medium style.
Maybe it could be of help.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Hey, can you please get some rest?
Maybe I'm just putting on a voice, okay?
Oh, okay. It genuinely sounded like you were dying, and I'm like, please don't tell me that the Legion's killing himself right now. Please, I'm begging you.
But to be fair, I have been awake since 12 midnight.
12 midnight? Doing what?
I fell asleep at 9 at night, 9 p.m.
You ruined your sleep schedule.
I woke up at 12 and I was like, oh, I can't fall back asleep. Looks like I'll be awake and just pass out now. Whenever I will.
This looks gorgeous, Legion. Thank you very much. And it fits like a glove. Let me pull myself up a little bit. Yeah.
Ooh.
I need to grab the bee. Do you want to be on the book or stay on my head?
Well,
You want to be on the book, on the desk, or stay on my head?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm gonna keep you on my head then. Legion, higher and higher every day. There we are. I need to grab the rat and move the rat up.
Whoa. Oh.
Us. You talk real quick, Zebus?
Testing.
Oh, perfect. Look at you. You fit right there, little guy.
Hello.
Oh
I'm
my
down here.
God. This looks gorgeous. Jesus.
Zebus looks like he's hiding.
Well, I mean, he is a little Skaven guy, so that makes sense.
So true. So true, man thing.
My God, that looks perfect. Thank you. Speaking of Nos, I'm gonna go get Nos right now.
Oh shit.
Now I wonder. Okay, Mr. Zebus, are you there?
I am.
Do you think there should be like a little pulpit, like a little stand area?
What do you mean?
Like a little so currently I mentioned this to Laura a while ago. It does look like oh
Keep talking.
it does look like a judge and then the jury beside the judge.
Oh, like putting somebody on trial?
Like a little pulpit, you know.
Who are we
Like,
putting on trial?
I don't know. It depends on you. Who do you like? If you want to, if somebody has something to say, you put them on a little stand, and they make their case.
Let me spit real quick. And I go, oh yeah? And I fucking throw them over on the stand. Spit your shit, king.
Oh, that is true. Like if we are doing the rotating cast now, or if we get random artists and put them on stand.
Oh, that'd be great, actually. When the artists join, I just throw them over there.
Yeah, the rotating cast of artists. Especially since yes, or better yet, if it's just if you see someone on the lounge, right, you just pull them up. Okay.
You have been summoned in front of this court to explain your reasoning. Why Stinky? Looking forward to Yoshi's trial. Yeah, it's just me pulling up every piece of art Yoshi and Soup have put up. I go, can you explain Exhibit A? And you look and it says Exhibit A, parentheses, 149.
Yes, and then the most damning evidence. Pregnant Oliver, nailed to the cross.
We've got to see a Milksy encounter. Milksy. Oh my god, I just saw a bear. Fuck. Damn it, I have to go back to that page in a moment. It caught my eye immediately.
Neuron activated.
Boing. Is it in the Monster Core? It is, I'm not seeing it. Bestiary 3. All right, stand by. Actually, let me make sure that I can even open this first and that it's not going to dock somebody. Any names, any emails? Oh, we're Gucci.
Oh, also, boss man.
What's up, handsome?
Could you all is how many layers, how many like overlays can you do?
You can have a lot of layers.
Okay. Do you want a seat?
A seat?
Yeah, like a little. What? Like a little,
I don't think that's
chair?
necessary because you wouldn't be able to really see it all too much without it interfering with the rest of the overlay.
what if it's a high rise? Right? Goes over your head.
Rise chair. I think you might. I think you still might be cutting off more of that back overlay that you had. Oh,
Mm.
feathered bear. Look at this guy. He's a spirit. He's a chonker with 160 hit points. What a lad. All right. I'm looking for a Malexi. Malixies are hyperactive insect sprites with legendary sweet tooths, capable of drinking down honey, nectar, sugar, and other sweets in alarming quantities. Malixies take the insectile wings common among winged fae and up the ante with additional insect features, typically shared with bees, but sometimes with butterflies, moths, ladybugs, or the beetles. Malixies live in a pattern of rapid consumption of sweets, incredible productivity into tasks of all sorts, and then a crash of sleep in and off and start again. Malixies in their productive state even engage happily in large-scale repetitive tasks that most sprites find dreadfully dull. In their spare time, Malixies love to dance, and some of them learn a dance-like sign language called Millisylvan, allowing them to communicate a full range of information through movement. Oh, you know what? You know what these guys could be? I could see these guys helping, like being basically paid in honey to help the people in charge. And then somebody tries to skimp them on some honey, and they revolt. Yeah, the honey rebellion.
They're part of a union.
So here's the thing. I need to know though. When these guys die, what happens to them as Fae? Do they go back to Yggdrasil? Like, or would they go back to their Feywild? Sorry, I just immediately put my own lore on top of it. Would they go back to Galarian's like Feywilds or?
I figured the best way to answer this would be to jump on.
Hello, handsome.
Hello.
Give me a second. Let me
Hello.
make sure that you're visible. I now must
Let me-
move you. I got it so big.
So chonk. Hey, sheepish. Oh, no, I'm small.
I grab Z-Boss. Z-Boss right there.
Oh,
All right, gentlemen.
ground.
Put him on the book.
Put him in the book. I am the book.
There you go.
So, let's talk about Fae. In raw Galarian lore, the Fae come from a place called the First World. That's our Feywild.
Hmm.
It's the first draft of creation where the gods experimented with life to figure out exactly how they wanted their creations to be. When they finished the prototypes and they realized what they wanted, when they went to go and make the universe, they cut off the First World from the cycle of quintessence, effectively making it its own bubble. So the idea is when a creature dies in the universe, their quintessence goes to the boneyard, into the River of Souls, gets sent into an outer plane, and then when their form in the outer plane is extinguished, they return to the positive energy plane, or what we would call, what do we call it? The Creation's Forge.
Mm.
And then they get recycled into a new soul. That doesn't happen in the First World. They're cut off. So if a Fae dies, their quintessence tries to leave, bounces off the bubble, and goes straight back into their body, and they reform.
Oh,
Every Fae is immortal.
holy shit. Okay.
Yeah. So Malexi's, in theory, would be the same sort of thing. That said, prolonged exposure to the universe as a Fae cuts you off from that bubble and lets your quintessence leave again. So you'll notice gnomes are the best example of this. I know they don't exist, but sorry. I didn't mean it.
Sorry. It's just a just an involuntary reaction anytime I hear the word.
Yeah, you just get like a little queasy inside. But yeah, gnomes, because of their exposure to the universe and because they've been out of the first world for so long, their cycle of quintessence is the same as everybody else's. Same goes for dryads and anybody else who decides to become a permanent resident of the universe.
Interesting.
I figured that would be a lot easier to say out loud rather than over text.
So if they were, let's say the party were tasked with putting down a Elixir rebellion, right? They're causing chaos at the apiary. Do you guys have bees? You guys got bee monsters?
We have giant wasps. I don't know if we have bees.
I can reflavor a giant wasp.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, they've basically riled up the bees and been gorging themselves on honey. The players get tasked with putting them down. But it's like, hey, save the bees if you can. Don't kill the bees. But the sprites beat the shit out of them because they're going to come back during the next solstice.
Yeah, you could do that. Totally.
Okay. All right, okay.
I'm just having a look real quick. So a Malexi is level 0, so they're little baby tings.
Mhm.
If you want a giant wasp is a level 3 monster.
Oh.
So that would be a severe encounter for a level 1 party. And then we also have wasp swarms. And wasp swarms are level 4 creatures.
So I think what I would do is I would take some giant wasps and I would make them weak. So that way they're level 1.
Mm-hmm. Level 2.
Oh, I thought it lowered your level by 2 when you did weak and elite. So
weak is -1, elite is +1.
Oh, interesting. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of their to hit modifier is what I was thinking of.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff goes down by 2.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll do that. I'm running 5 lads. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second.
It just occurred to me that every time you talk, it looks like you're backhanding me on the book. I didn't mean it.
Speak sense now.
Make it make sense to me. But don't explain it, just make it make sense.
I asked the question.
Giant
It's like,
wasp.
he hits Lore like, hey, give me the answer now.
I'm just holding onto my top hat as hard as I can.
All right, so 2 giant wasps, 2 weak giant wasps would be a moderate encounter. And then Elixir. Grab some Elixirs. Okay, so immediately adding 1 Elixir makes it a severe encounter. What if I make him weak? It's still it's a moderate encounter. And if I make it 2, it becomes a severe encounter. So severe is like giga dangerous, right? That's like basically player kill territory.
So the way you got to think about it is it depends on what the monsters are. If you have what's lovingly referred to as a mook squad, so a shit ton of lower level creatures, it's not so bad. It's when you start putting them in a single body that you start to see more dangers. Because that's what we would call a boss, is a higher level creature that's by itself. Or with like 1 or 2 minions.
What if I reduce the wasp so they have 1 wasp? Then... Ooh, okay. Okay, so if I take a weak giant wasp, 1, and I make 4 weak Malixi, that becomes a moderate encounter. Awarded EXP is 112.
So that's just barely below a severe encounter.
Oh, just barely below.
Once it hits 120, it becomes severe. So you're closer to severe than you are to moderate.
I see. So there's, even with them being weak, it still runs the risk of them beating the shit out of the party.
Yeah. Plus, the weak adjustments aren't perfect. They change a lot of the numbers, but they don't change things like built-in DCs on the stat blocks. Some of those will stay the same. For like abilities and things like that. And that might just be because of the automation on Foundry. But yeah, you might run into issues if you just weak everything to get it to fit in. I would say if you put something as weak still consider it a tiny bit stronger than something that is of the same level as the weakened version.
Okay. Speaking of Foundry, let me pull up Foundry.
Hey, boss.
What's up, Hansel?
Do you happen to have Mr. Boss Raccoon's, reactive image?
Good question. Let me see if I've gotten it from him before. I think the
May
only
I,
thing I've gotten from him has been a Lethal Company little guy that he.
Okay.
I'm
But if you
double-checking
could, may I ask for one?
Yeah, give me a second. I'm sure he'd be over the moon if I said, "Hey, Legion drew you a little blurbo."
Yeah, so we're all on theme,
You will
Exactly.
match.
I'm sorry, it's the OCD. I'm sorry.
um.
Ooh, we do have a giant worker bee and a bee swarm and a giant mining bee.
Oh, okay.
So we do
Mining
also
bee.
have bees.
Excellent.
The highest level bee is level 7, and that's the apothecary
Oh, yeah. Giant worker bee is level 0.
bee. Mm-hmm.
Easy, easy. All right, let's redo this encounter real quick.
It even
Giant
has
worker
smoke
bee.
susceptibility.
Oh, what happens if you smoke it out?
It becomes slowed.
And that's like slowed.
-1 action.
Okay. Is it like slowed 1 or just slow?
A giant bee is slowed 1 for 1 round if it starts its turn in heavy smoke.
Mm-hmm.
So if you keep it in heavy smoke, it will continue to be slowed.
Excellent. I don't see any little blurbos from him, I'm afraid. You'll just have to take a screenshot of his streams where he's his guy.
Can I ask a favor, boss man?
You want me to get you a screenshot of that?
Do you think you could ask Brett?
Oh, to get a little blurbo? Sure, hold on.
Maybe not now, since Brett is resting now. They did mention.
That's fine. I'm just gonna tell him send it to me when you get the chance.
Eventually.
All right.
I appreciate it, boss man.
Of course.
This kindness I shall never forget.
Brother, you're the one giving me the kindness. I
shall pay back this kindness tenfold.
You don't have to do that. You're the one giving me the kindness, brother.
Tenfold, I tell you.
All right. B. Oh no, dang it. About B.
Interesting how there was a beekeeper's smoker in the equipment section there.
Oh yeah. I'll be damned.
We've got it all.
Worker B. Import. E. Oh, I thought that said Cataclysm B, and I went, oh.
It's a cataclysm beetle, yeah. It's a huge creature.
Well, there's 2 of these. There's Strength of Thousands, and then there's
Same thing, different
Oh,
boat.
okay.
Yeah, different sources.
All right. Giant Worker Bee. And a
One of
male.
them was imported. I think that was the difference. So it was showing you your own giant bee, and it was showing you the compendium's giant bee.
It's the pond. That's right. We're waiting for Incarnate to fix its most recent bug, because I've noticed some errors with this map. And apparently, if you're exporting in 4K, you start getting some errors. So that's why this map looks like this. And that's why I haven't put it up on the Patreon yet. So I haven't put any of the maps up on the Patreon yet, just because I'm waiting for Incarnate to fix the bug before I do. So that way you guys get the highest quality version of the map. All right, Worker Bee is a medium creature. He's a fat boy. Exactly what I wanted. He's got agile on his biter. Means he's got a -1 or a +1 to his map. What does finesse do again? You can use your dexterity modifier instead of your strength modifier in attack rolls. You can still use your strength modifier when calculating damage. That's neat. And it doesn't look like... Oh, it does do that. Interesting. Are you forced to do that? You still use your strength. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because you don't get dex to damage in Pathfinder.
Understood. Okay. There's a 1D. It doesn't look like he has any other weird. Oh, he does have smoke susceptibility, but no other weird bonuses or effects. No like poison or nothing like that. So, homeboy straight up bites.
Every monster has poison.
Listen, I just gotta assume. All right, I just gotta assume. Worker bees, exclusively female, exist to feed and defend a hive. They have no qualms about sacrificing their lives when confronting intruders in their territory. Worker bees can fight singly? In small groups or in swarms of dozens. Giant worker bees inject a venom with their stinger, but their venom is rarely dangerous except to those people sensitive to it. Other worker bees have no stinger and only bite their enemies. Like their smaller counterparts, giant bees are highly territorial. Many types of giant bees construct their hives in caves of abandoned buildings and are quick to attack creatures that they deem a threat to the single fertile queen, who almost never leaves the hive. Although most common in warm biomes with lots of vegetation, some giant bees live in arid or cold environments and are solitary rather than hive-dwelling.
Frost bees.
I'm seeing this already in my mind. The party rolls up. There's a problem at the apiary. They've been tasked to go help the person in charge, the beekeeper. They roll up. Their first encounter is some bees. The bees have gone crazy. They're all quirked out of their mind. They find afterwards that the bees have been riled up because the Malixi that have been there have put something on them. They then go confront the Malixi who are there, and they also have some other bees with them. So the final encounter would be maybe. Hold on. Wait. What if I...
Should be noted that the bee swarm does have a poison.
Hmm.
Because there's just so many just poking you.
Alright, what if I made him... I took some...
Are the giant bees part of a hive, or are these like solitary bees?
They'd be a part of a hive.
Yeah. I mean, they can work alone, but they are part of the hive.
Okay, so then the final encounter would be an elite Elixir, the one who's been helping, who's in charge, who basically riled up the bees. So it'd be an elite Malixi and 3 giant worker bees would be the last part of the encounter. And that is a moderate encounter.
Reaches for the GM screen.
Should there
Double-checks
be
the math.
should there be a means to not kill the bees? Like a means
So-
to dispatch the bees?
Technically speaking, for a level 1 party, 3 level 0 creatures would be 90 XP, and a level 2 creature would be 60, so that's 150 XP. It's 10 XP off of the highest difficulty they can fight.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is this
Kill your party if you send that out.
Oh, damn. Okay, so this website I'm using is not actually accurate.
Are you using that thingy that...
Yeah, the
What's this one
Mimic
suggested?
Fight Club.
Dude, I never use that website. I do all the math myself. Because it's barely any math, so I might as well do it, right? And then I'm in control. All you need is a tiny little table and the numbers on the sheets. So let's say you wanted 3 giant worker bees. Level 0 versus level 1, that's -1 level, 30 XP each.
Hey, boss.
90 XP.
Hold on. He's explaining.
And then
Oh,
level
sorry.
plus 1 equals 60 XP, so 90, 60, 150. There you go, I did it quicker than you could type it. So it's not that hard. And that's what I mean by you can make a random encounter like in a minute. So if you wanted to balance it, what you could do is do 1 Malexi and 1 weak bee swarm. A weak bee swarm being a level 0 creature is worth 30 XP, and an elite Malexi would be worth 60. So together they're 90. It's just above a moderate encounter.
When I hit elite on here, it gives it level 2.
I think that's because it's a level 0 creature. I think.
It gives it like 10 more hit points. It gives it 2 more AC.
Yeah, I think that's because it's a level 0 creature. If you did it on a level 1 creature like the bee swarm, I bet it would also make it level 2.
Oh yeah, it only goes up by 1 at that point.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, so
so.
the
because
giant
it's level
mining
0.
bee. Okay.
The things that separate level 1s from level 0s is that even a level 1 party won't struggle against a level 0.
Okay. If they put something on the bees so they could spread to the floor around the areas, it would effective change what they do, like odd pollination, but not with pollen. But what the Malexi wants to toss about. Oh yeah, I can see them. Yeah, I can see the Malexi getting pissed off and then trying to basically like coat them with some fucked up Yggdrasil powder and wants them to pollinate the flowers.
They spike the honey.
Yeah, they're not very fast. They're are these small guys? Oh, they're tiny. That's why. Oh, they have a flyer 40.
Small.
Never mind. They're giga
They also
fast.
quicken themselves with sugar rush, so you gotta watch out for that.
Melixi consumes a large quantity of sugar, honey, and nectar. For the next 1d4 plus 1 rounds, the Melixi is quickened. You're able to act more quickly. You gain 1 additional action at the start of your turn each round. Oh my god.
So get 4 actions in the level 0.
Holy shit.
However, every sugar rush has an end, and when it ends, they become fatigued, so the fight's effectively over once they end their sugar rush.
-1 status penalty to AC and saving throws. You can't use exploration activities. You recover from fatigue after a fold. Oh yeah, so they become easier to crit. They become easier to knock over.
Yeah, and you can imagine like how that lends itself to roleplay. Like the Malexi eats a shit ton of honey, starts vibrating, flies at a million miles an hour, and then the second the 4 rounds are over, they're just like catching their breath and they're wasted. Yeah,
I'm done. You win.
I give up. Yeah.
Why are you guys so strong?
What a frag.
All right, sorry.
Hello, am I back? Hello.
Hello, handsome. What's up?
Right, bees.
Bees.
Is there a mean to pacify the bees so you don't have to kill them?
I think I would flavor it. I think I would be okay if the players were like, DM, I non-lethal the bee.
Okay, fair enough. I was just concerned. You're introducing giant fluffy bees and then immediately having them be killed in front of our very eyes.
Yeah, I would have it. I know it's probably not in the rules, but for this encounter, I'd be okay with being like, hey, the beekeeper asked you explicitly to spare the bees. When you guys are attacking the bees, so long as you tell me, you'll be putting the bees down non-lethally. Just for this encounter.
Do not kill the livestock.
We do have a rule for that.
Oh.
If you want to make a non-lethal attack without the non-lethal trait on your weapon, you may do so with a -2 circumstance penalty.
Oh, excellent.
Oh.
To the attack.
Wait, attack or attack the damage
attack,
roll?
Not to the damage.
Oh.
The damage is the same. And to answer Legion's
Okay.
question, the beekeeper's smoker is an equipment item. It's
I was
uncommon,
about
but
to ask.
you'd use it for this. And that triggers the smoke susceptibility that the giant bee has.
Yeah, I was about to
Beekeeper,
ask.
Smoker. It is uncommon. 2 actions to manipulate, or to activate. It's a manipulate action. This device resembles a teapot with a trigger. When filled with cloth fuel worth 1 silver piece or 1 copper piece and lit, it smolders and gradually fills with smoke for 10 minutes, during which time you can squeeze the trigger and spray smoke. So you need 2 actions to activate, and then you can afterwards use an action to manipulate it again to do spray smoke. You can do it once per minute. You expel smoke into an adjacent 5-foot square. All creatures in that area are concealed, and all creatures are concealed to them. The smoke lasts for 1d4 rounds or until dispersed by a strong wind. So the way I see this working is if you were to come across a beekeeper in combat for some reason, like he's being attacked by goblins, he doesn't know it. His action would have been, you would see him basically puffing like one of those cages, like one of the hive boxes. Like that's what he's doing, because I imagine that takes up a 5-foot square. So you'd be able to do this on like
move.
1 bee.
Effectively, yeah. I mean, bees are... If you have like a swarm, which is technically a large creature, depending on the swarm, a bee swarm is large. As long as you just do this on one of the squares, I believe that makes it concealed.
It does. It gives it the concealed tag.
Yeah, I think so. I wasn't sure if you had to get like all 4 in it, but I'm pretty sure you just need to get a corner of it. But more importantly, against a giant bee, that would trigger the slowed effect on it. For 1d4 rounds. So you could, if you wanted to have like an NPC that just runs around for like a couple of actions every few turns, just starts making these big clouds, you could.
That'd be interesting. Have a little guy come in and help.
It's like a secondary objective. His whole job is just that. And obviously the bees are friendly to him, so he never get attacked. But he just runs around with this smoker and just leaves these clouds of smoke.
Yeah, that could
Like
be
a
the
minigame.
beekeeper.
It's always good to have side objectives in your combats.
Yeah,
So
maybe
it could be
instead of
a
like
kiting thing.
yeah, instead of like the beekeeper asking just the party to resolve this issue, it's like, hey, can you help me? I'll go and pacify the bees. Can you take care of the Milixi that's agitating them?
Ooh, that's not bad. Now they could just fly out the smoke. That is one thing that they could do. But you could obviously, as the GM, just wave that. You could have them chilling in the smoke.
Yeah, I can
It's
see him
completely up to you.
like basically like because they're big enough to pet. I can see him almost treating it like a horse. Like you roll up and you gently pat the side of a horse and stuff like that. Speak softly to it.
Yeah.
I can see that. I could see inflating the combat just a little bit, like adding some like other bees, not with the intent of like joining the fray, but to sort of show that off. Make it a little bit more cinematic.
Now,
Or you could have
question
it start with the beekeeper spraying smoke, but then he gets attacked by the Milixi, drops the smoker, and runs inside. Then it's like the smoker's on the ground for someone to pick up.
Mhm.
Nice. And that'd be an action for them to pick up, right?
An interact action, yeah.
Excellent. And it's already active, so they don't need to spend their 2 actions.
First one's free. There you go.
Nice. Yeah, I might do that. What's up?
Are the bees rideable?
Not for the party, no.
No, if they're like, say, a Minier. If it's a Minier, can they ride the bee?
Well, I don't think so. I think the Minier are medium.
I thought the Minier are small. They only have like 25 feet, if I
Sure, they're
recall.
Are there riding rules? Are there mounts?
There are. You have to be a smaller size. So the Milexi could ride a giant worker bee, for example. But the way that it works is you have to make a check every time you want to command the animal as an action. And if you succeed the check, then they do what you want, essentially. Unless you're like familiar with the animal, like if it's your steed or animal companion, then you just spend an action. So if the Milexi, if you wanted to like hand wave the rolls because you don't want to do it, or if you want to, if you want to hand wave the rolls for simplicity, you could just have the Milexi spend an action to give them 2 actions like a minion. Or you could do it where the Milexi has to make the roll, but then you've got the opportunity where if the Milexi fucks the roll, you've got a funny roleplay situation where the Milexi gets kicked off the giant worker bee.
How big are the giant worker bees? What's their size category?
Medium.
They're medium.
Medium. Oh,
The size
yeah.
of a human.
yeah, a little Minier can ride a bee.
I don't think we're gonna have any Minier in the party, dog.
Nah, see, this is where I come in, boss man. All right, think about it. The beekeeper is a Minier.
Oh,
And they ride a bee
For what purpose?
to help pacify the other enraged bees.
I see.
I
friendly
figured it out.
reminder as well, because it doesn't come up all the time, because swarms are not rare, but you don't see the swarms as often as you see like single enemies. Swarms are weak specifically to splash and area damage, and this is every swarm is weak to these. So if you do like a cone or an AoE, or if you throw a bomb, they take bonus damage.
Interesting.
So it might be a shout for you to like donate a couple of bombs to the players before they find them, something like that, or have like a quest reward for the previous quest, or something they found on the previous quest be like some alchemical fire. Admittedly, you can't really non-lethal with a Molotov cocktail, but the thought's there.
It could be these particular bees are too far gone type deal.
Yeah. Like, we need to get rid of these bees in order to get to the ones that we actually want to save, the valuable ones.
What? What did I say?
Animal cruelty. Peter.
You're
Yeah,
killing all the
sometimes
bees.
there are like, like how sometimes an animal has rabies. Doesn't matter
Yeah.
if you love them or not. You have to put them down for the safety of the others.
In the case of
You're
bees, they only live for a couple of months, right? Whereas the queens live for a couple of years. So if you
You're
can get
making
rid
me
of
rabies?
the... Yeah. You're like, just, they're going to be dead in a week anyway. You might as well just sort them out.
What?
As long as the queen's okay, that's what matters.
I guess that is a question as well to add. Are these functioning like regular bees, or are they like, since they're bigger, do they live longer? Or are they just like, oh, these bees only last for like a month or two?
I don't know.
Oh, that's fair. But also, so, if these are big bees and there is an apiary, right? Like apiary area. Oh, did they breed are these bees born into the apiary, or are they just like bees that they captured?
So the beginners, like the progenitor bees, were ones that they captured from the local forest. What has come after, what's been propagated by the beekeeper, has been like all grown here. So they've lived in this apiary.
Okay. How about bee on bee combat?
I don't think brother. This isn't like 5th edition. I don't know. I'm not that advanced in it yet where I can do some shit like that, where I can run combat for NPCs and for the players and for the monsters yet.
Okay, fair enough.
I believe in you. You can do it.
Well, I appreciate that, but I would like to get at least a little combat under my belt. But you know what? This isn't going to be the first quest anyway. This is going to be once they come back after the first quest. So I'm going to make little quests in town and stuff. So
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't use this for a tutorial. It's pretty good as like a tutorial plus, because obviously you're not going to see swarms in a tutorial. But this could be a very good way to introduce the swarm mechanic, for sure.
yeah, introduce swarm, introduce like more advanced like combat stuff, like show like the Malixi, flying, show the Malixi readying in action.
Do you know how readying works in 2E?
Yes, you spend 2 actions, and then you set a trigger. And once that trigger happens, you spend your reaction to do it. But it can only be a single action ability.
Yeah. 2 actions for 1 action as a reaction. Well remembered.
I found a guy last night who's like, how to play this in 7 minutes. I forget his name. It's like King Toon or something.
I was watching him the other day as well.
He's so good.
I was like, is this going to be any good for the people? He is great.
Oh my God. I was learning everything. I was like, oh, so that's how
He's
cover
quick
works.
with it too.
Oh my God. Greater concealment. Oh, concealment. Oh, cover, greater natural cover. Oh my God. I'm learning.
Yes.
Yeah, his pace is fantastic as well, and he's very clear about everything he says. He does get a little bit into the weeds when he's talking about like modifiers in math.
Yes. That's where my eyes started to glaze over a little bit.
Over. Yeah, you can glaze over for those bits.
Another question.
What's up, Hanson?
So these bees, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are they just for agriculture, or do people also keep them as pets? Are there like
Just for
bees around town?
No, these would just be for agriculture.
No bee pets around town?
The beekeeper is the one who gets to enjoy having them as pets. They're his children,
Why not?
basically.
That is fair.
I wouldn't be
Can the
surprised if
beekeeper-
maybe like a tavern had it as a mascot or something.
Mm.
Maybe
Well,
they have like a bee on the sign.
the tavern is the tavern is called the Bear's Pub. It's meant to be a play on the bees and the honey and everything.
Yeah, they make the honey, the bear consumes the honey.
Correct.
I like it.
Oh my god. Amazing.
I forget, is it mead? That's honey?
Mead, and then I think cider also can use honey.
Ooh.
I think it depends on your fermentation and how you make it. So like fermenting honey is how you get mead, but I think you can mix honey into certain drinks to make cider.
I see. And are these orchards? Are these fruit-bearing trees?
Yes.
Or... Okay. So cider is a thing.
Correct. They got lots and lots of like this is their main cash crop is the apples
I
and
see,
everything
yeah.
that they grow.
And honey.
But yeah, the honey is admittedly a secondary, like a relatively recent addition to the town.
Oh yeah,
Have they discovered honeyed apples yet?
aren't the bees important for
For the
For the
orchards too?
pollinating as
Yes.
well? Yeah. Oh, that's perfect.
That's what I'm saying for
That's,
agriculture.
Yeah, it's like yes, the bees are on loan so that they can like pollinate the
On
trees.
loan.
Well, yeah,
They work
obviously.
the people in charge of the distillery and everything like that have are partnered with the people who make who run the orchards and who run the apiary. Like this is all one big sort of I guess like partnership.
Monopoly.
Not a monopoly, but it'd be a partnership because it was the orchards that were founded first, the distilleries that were made second, and then the apiaries that joined. So to sort of keep each other all afloat, they all work together.
Oh shit! Wait, I just realized something. It just clicked. It just finally clicked in my head. This is Summerhall, right?
This was Summerhall.
Elena was here, right?
Elena is here, yes. Elena Harkonnen. And
that
Silverin
mean
will also be here.
Oh my god!
This is this building here is a sort of like warehouse-esque building. You can find multiple shops within this sort of God, what the fuck is that called? Strip mall. This is what this would be.
Oh,
So the general store, which is what Elena runs, is also here with the bakery along with the another store that I had written here.
oh my god! It's all coming together.
This is the Bears Pub. This is where you would get your drinks and everything. And if you want to rent a room, this back building is where you would sort of walk out into the courtyard and then go across to your room. You're going to meet a lot of iconic NPCs. They're not going to mean anything to you guys, but the NPCs for Summerhall that I'll be using are from my third ever game that I ran, which is where the first game I ever ran for Sizzle. So for Sizzle, it's going to be a lot of NPCs that he knows already above table. So he's going to meet Barrett Ward, who is the constable here in town, who's a little wary of wayfarers. He's going to meet Veery, who works with her father at the Bears Pub. He's going to meet Truth, who is a tiefling who is the first character I ever had that uses sign language. She's a mute.
There's a feat for that.
I saw. I saw you guys also have your own sign language, so that was pretty sick.
Pathfinders have their own sign language as well.
The only thing I need to change now is the wizard. The wizard was meant to be Tace. He was sort of here visiting friends, so I'm going to make a brand new NPC. I'll probably end up using an NPC from CTF. What's up?
I have a suggestion for the name.
Oh, for the name?
You'll love it. Yeah, you'll love it, I swear.
Name for what?
The name of the wizard.
Okay, I already got one, but go on.
I swear.
I'm listening.
So it was Taste before, right?
Uh-huh.
Why don't we just continue the trend of the name, right? So Tasty, right? So yeah.
Uh-oh.
What, his name is Taste Tea? That's his name?
I thought
Yes.
you were going to go the smell route.
I fucking throw you into the river. How about that, huh?
I have a suggestion as well.
Hmm.
Wizards typically have either familiars or homunculi. There is a scented candle homunculus
Oh,
stat block. It makes sense with the wax production. Might be an idea.
that'd be cute.
They have a perfume aura that smells like lavender.
Oh wow.
I'll dig through some of my NPCs. I was originally gonna make it Arcanus Brightmore, who CTF met and freed from Haynes Keep. He's a foreigner. He's technically a Caressian human. But I could see him enjoying his time because he would know all the people from this place. So he's here. He'd be hanging out with Truth. He'd be hanging out around town and stuff. So I think I'll do what I initially did the first time is I'll introduce Carter. Oh, sorry, Raynor. I changed his name. Arcanist Raynor Brightmore.
Raynor
Correct.
from StarCraft. Whoa,
From StarCraft. What?
you don't know Raynor?
I've never
Raynor's
played
Raynor?
StarCraft.
Dang. Okay, gotcha.
He's a dude in power armor.
Ah. Space Marine.
Yeah, he was supposed to be a space marine.
Okay, I'll show you guys a picture of Brightmore because I know it's been a while. Actually, I can show off a bunch of the NPCs. This is Chief Barrett Ward. He is the constable here.
Ooh. He looks no nonsense.
He's very hesitant about wayfarers because wayfarers like to instigate problems.
Trouble follows them.
Correct. Whenever they sort of show up, problems tend to follow. We find Preston. Mind you, this is all old art. I'll probably have to find new art, question mark? Or I'll have to go back and double check and make sure that some of this art is still usable in case an artist has maybe changed their mind. Oh, here we go. Here is Preston. Preston is the one in charge of the Bear's Pub. Spoiler alert. He was a werebear.
Mm.
Does Preston know Glensworn?
No, because they'd be on completely separate sides of the world. Like he's in Katarina, Glensworn's in
Yeah, you can
Myanmar.
have a pen pal.
No, not all bears know each other.
No, I mean they could just be friends, pen pals.
Hello.
This
Hello, Mr.
is
Sizzle.
Arcanist Raynor Brightmore.
Oh my.
That motherfucker.
He is part of two factions. He's a part of the Order of the Eye, and he is a part of the Cinder Spears. He is a mage hunter.
I'm gonna clip that dastard.
What did he do?
It's what he was gonna do.
You don't know that.
You told me.
You don't know that, though.
I do know that.
You don't know that.
I do.
Dummy.
I'm medicating.
You're metagaming? How about I fucking kill you? How about that?
Hey, how about you align me correctly to your silly little podium?
No, you're gonna stay down there until I figure this out.
Figure what out?
Days. This is Truth. He's the one who runs the magic shop in this town.
Yeah, that's dope. That looks like a Harrow card.
Correct. I initially was going for a tarot card look, but then all the art like every time I'd find a new piece for like matched a relative design style, it'd be like, oh, I don't like people using my art. And I went, understood. And then this is Preston and Truth's daughter. This is Viri.
Classic. Asmodean tiefling style.
We've been looking for her for 3 years.
Aw.
Oh my
And
god.
this guy might show
What
up.
happened to her hands?
This guy might show up. I don't know yet.
Who?
This guy might show up.
That guy might show up.
This guy
That
might
little
show up.
shithead. The fucking wizard number 64.
Yeah, he might show up.
That guy fucking
Bob
stupid.
Wizard.
Why would you bring generic human man back?
That's a great question. Maybe because I like generic human man who has an insane kill count.
He does have an insane kill count.
You don't know it. This little unassuming face right here. This is a killer. This guy's a killer right here. This is Sebastian Zyrie.
I can neither confirm nor deny the accusations laid against me in this court.
This is Uria's brother. This is who Sizzle first played, who started the Zyrie family.
Yeah.
Then the lore expanded, and they're half siblings, I should say. Was it half siblings, or did they just took very different spectrums from their parents?
Originally, they were full siblings, and they just very different spectrum.
Ain't nearly as hot though.
He kind of took after his dad. Yuria took after her mom. However, their personalities kind of swapped.
Mm-hmm. How about Seiya the Wizard? For sight? I might not be half bad.
ya.
Oh, see ya. Oh, how about I bounce her? I'm gonna fucking. I'm taking a piss. And when I come back, I'm gonna put Sizzle up on the jury stand or the jury box.
Please give me my booster seat.
Mr. Sizzle,
Yes.
would you like to have a jar?
What?
Huh?
You know,
I'm
a
sorry.
jar of bacon grease.
Ew. Why would I want that?
You're bacon. What?
Why are you asking me this?
I'm still thinking of what else I can
It's
put
very
on the...
dangerous to accept jars from strangers in this day and age.
You never know what could be in it.
That's why
You
I
can't just say
specified
jar on the internet and not like expect
Okay.
things. Okay?
I did specify.
Yeah, that somehow you made it worse.
You're bacon grease. We've established it before.
Yeah, so you just want... That's like asking me if I want a jar of skin, okay? And then that's kind of fucked up.
You don't want a jar of skin?
I don't.
Oh,
Sibius slowly puts the jar back around his back.
Oh.
Do you want a jar
So
of
much
skin?
for Christmas.
What? No, of
Do
course
you
not.
want a jar of rat tail, Zebus? Because that's what you're asking me.
What? No.
Zebus,
Does
do you
that
want a
fit?
jar of little guys? Because that's what you're asking me.
No.
What?
no,
Like
no,
little
I-
guy parts.
No, I just need to refigure my Christmas list this year. Christmas gifts.
Alright, you fucking weirdo, Skaven freak. That's a bad example.
but in any case, do you have any idea for what kind of seat you'd like? Do you want a special little seat?
Oh, the seat!
Yeah,
Why
like
didn't you just say that instead of asking me if I wanted the jar?
I don't know.
Wouldn't I
seating,
be
yeah.
in the jar, which is infinitely worse?
No, you'll be popping out of the jar.
Again, worse.
Okay.
Give me a throne that kind of looks like Game of throne, but instead of swords, it's like cast iron pots and pans.
Okay, that's a bit too much. Maybe on your, when you stream again.
All right, give me a chair that's in the shape that has that's like cast iron, and then like at the top, there's like a little handle.
That could work. I'll see what I
All right.
I stepped away and all I heard was, Sizzle, do you want to put in a jar?
That's exactly what I was asked. So, yeah, that's Legion for you.
Do not jar the man.
I'm here asking
Please!
what I can draw it there, and I'm being besmirched. My honor tarnished.
Okay, but you literally asked me that. Like, what do you mean?
Your implications, they hurt.
What were your implications?
I was asking if you want to be on a jar, like the honey jar before, where the boss man, you were literally in the honey jar before. Do you not remember?
That's
Do you
different.
remember?
How is the honey jar any different from a jar of,
It's a
bacon
jar of
chips?
honey.
We're still talking about jars of skin.
Yeah.
Ugh. What the fuck? Fun fact: in Pathfinder, there is an undead that is specifically just skin.
Uh-huh.
But we also have.
I thought you were
something
about
called-
to say that there's an undead in a jar.
There is an undead in a jar.
There it is. This is my
I forget the name
demi-lich
of that
jar.
one, though. No, it's this little woman in a pool of blood inside a
Oh,
little grass
her.
jar.
Yeah.
Yeah, they come
She
from
calls me
actual
Stud Buffer.
mythology.
All right,
We
all
also
right, all right.
have living nerves, if you like that. So pure nerves, just walking around undead.
I was gonna ask something silly, but I forgot what it was.
Boss man, could you DM me your cane again? I
What?
didn't include it here because I forgot where the copy I
Okay.
had went. Thank you. Can you send it to the Over Legion account? That'd be appreciated.
The birthday one?
Yeah, the one I sent the thing on.
Birthday. Oh my god, it's Leech's birthday. Wow, happy birthday.
What is it?
Happy
I don't know.
Happy birthday.
Stop.
Guys, everyone wish
Wow.
Leech a happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Wait, no, that's
No.
copyright.
That's mean.
I guess this is as close as I'm gonna get it, unfortunately.
Already been turned into soup today, and this guy wants to put me in a jar. This day sucks.
Okay. Get to
Why are
nothing.
artists weird?
Turns you into liquid.
Why are you guys weird?
It's part of the charm. Because you're too much of a straight man.
What?
What? I'm the straight
Isn't that-
man?
Isn't that like, yeah, the straight man?
No, I'm the clown. I put on a silly hat and then I say silly things and people laugh at me. That's my bit. Get it
Get it
straight.
right.
That's not the straight man. The straight man's the guy who goes, "I can't believe you said that," and then looks at the camera and then there's like a laugh track.
Oh.
Get a load of this guy. That's my meta, Legion. That's my shtick.
Oh.
I'm the guy with the target on his back. I say, I sure hope no one shoots me in this target that I put on my back. That would be
Yeah.
terribly not funny.
I see.
I sure hope no one puts pie in my face. I'd get so mad and react so hard if someone did that.
Slash me throws pie in your face.
Oh my god, how could this happen? Now I'm really loud and angry about it. Everyone, Omega
Okay,
only chat now.
Laugh.
A neon screen lights up saying laugh.
Yep.
Applause now.
Yes. Look at them dance.
Omega lol. No. Lightning crack.
The World of A's was filmed in front of a live studio audience.
Donovan or Laura, but it's Seinfeld.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's what I should do.
That's what you should do.
Oh, that would really fuck with them.
Oh, it'd be awful.
I'll come to your actual simulation, and it's
Oh.
they
that's
hear a
way worse
laugh
than
track
death.
every time they say something.
Are those assholes even old enough to know Seinfeld?
Yeah, I think the only real young person is Rousey. I think everybody else is my age.
Mm.
And Tristan's older than me by like 10 years. So.
That's true. Tristan would definitely know. What did Sirik understand the joke?
I mean, he's cultured enough in like media as a whole, so he probably knows what Seinfeld
I don't
is.
know. That guy seems to miss like the strangest things. Like he'll know the most obscure like culture references on one hand, and then we'll be like, "Guys, what is fantasy football?"
I mean, but fantasy
what is
football kind of fucking sucks. So
Bro,
What is fantasy football, though?
oh my god, look at this idiot! Get a load of this
I
guy.
fucking point over my shoulder. Get a fucking load of this guy.
I'm not American. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Can you believe
Exactly.
Okay.
Oh my god.
it? Jeez.
Zebus.
Okay.
I pull Zebus aside. Hey, Zebus, man, chill.
And in that moment, we realized that Zebus was a nationalist under the hood.
It's
I
just
can
make believe
tell when I'm not
football.
wanted.
It's just another form of gambling.
Make believe football.
Yeah, it's make believe football. It's like
American
took-
football, that is.
yeah, I don't know what the fuck you'd call it. Not soccer, parentheses. They basically take people from other teams and they go, this is my all-star team. This is I take the person from the Steelers and I take the person from the Cardinals and I take a person from the Dolphins and I go, this is my team now. And then you basically get like points or some shit if they do good in a game, and then that counts towards your total points.
And then you bet on it, and then you lose a lot of money. And then that's how
Let's
the
go
sports industry
gambling.
continues to live. Yeah.
Wait,
it's
wait,
pretty
wait, how-
fucked up.
How do they win then?
You don't. I mean, you technically don't win, but like if the person on your team did good in the game that they were in,
Yeah.
you get points.
You're basically trying to sort of like draft like the best team ever based on like people's current records. So like people like basically compare their like footballers' personal performance and basically like and people basically take bets on like who would be what combination of players would be like the perfect team this year.
So it's all speculative.
Yes.
100%.
Well,
There's no gambling.
It's all fantasy, one might say.
Oh, okay.
Dun, dun,
Understood.
dun, dun.
That doesn't sound as fun anymore.
It's never
Nah.
fun. It was never fun to
It was
begin
never
with.
correct.
Oh, okay.
It's actually a problem now because a lot of people with gambling addictions do turn to fantasy football because it's legal. And then you bet a lot of money on it on these sketchy apps, and then you lose all your money. Thumbs up.
Gambling is
Sizzle
bad,
got-
kids.
Don't gamble. Stars at Vegas. Don't gamble.
You guys got gambling rules in Pathfinder? Like card game rules and
yeah.
stuff?
Yeah, we've even
Guys.
got card games.
Whatever you do, don't gamble. I say as I play this game made entirely based off RNG and what the little plastic
Rolling
dice says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My game of arbitrary chance.
Yep. For the drama, he says as he rolls to decide who dies.
This
But
one you
gambling
gain a
bad.
+2 circumstance bonus as I roll.
What does that mean?
I think the name of the card game is Golem.
This
Ooh.
guy's literally entire bit is
Yeah,
gambling.
see if I
Like,
can
I could
find
be
it.
like, DM, can I do a thing? He's like, are you feeling lucky, punk?
That is
High or
fair.
low?
My fucking that is my bit is to go high or low, and then you shit your pants momentarily as you consider your odds of a 50-50.
So apparently, I've been turned to soup, asked to be put in a jar, and then pied.
Dude,
And so, it's a rough
Yeah,
day.
man. You're welcome.
It's rough out here, dog.
Well, to be fair, you started a war with Soup, and they're an artist, so
Started a war.
you always lose.
What do you mean? I always lose?
I mean, you start fight with artists, and then you expect to
Oh.
win somehow.
I'm not fighting an artist. I'm standing up for myself. It's different. Okay.
There's a difference between standing up for yourself and instigating, and you instigate when you
I
stand
did not
up for
instigate.
yourself. You do. You call them you call them names and shit.
I did not
That's
call them names.
instigating.
I only called them names after they started calling me names. Anyway, and that's how history is written.
Sorry, brother.
By the one who says it the loudest.
Correct. You see, I can talk, so therefore my truth wins, and I'm going to put it in the history books, and the historians will take that as fact.
Time to bring Soup back onto the stands to defend himself.
Unless, of course, I'm wildly unpopular, in which case people will write over my opinions based on their own bias, and then historians will find their second account and assume I was just a complete dick.
Oh my god, this guy was a shithead.
Yeah.
We made a holiday out for this guy?
Soup's like
He did what?
Soup's
Actually-
chomping at the bit to get at Sizzle now.
I'll put me in VC. We'll talk. Oh my god.
Oh,
Hey,
Bring me in,
hey.
Chief.
Be mindful
Yeah,
of
what?
TOS.
Oh god.
Ooh. Sorry, if the streamer's got to tell you that, you've already lost.
action is coming.
Yeah, Zibus hovering over the
Shines
buzz.
spotlight on Soup.
They're muted right now.
Hold on, shit. Spit your. Actually, hold on.
Comical microphone ear piercing noise. Taps microphone.
Soup. I just as an above board question for myself, if you're okay with answering it. What are your pronouns?
I don't know.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh,
What
love
do-
that.
what
out of here.
I am.
understood.
Whichever you, I never said my pronouns ever. People just call me whatever they think I am.
Soup.
I go take them.
Yeah. But
Safe
honestly,
and
I do not care. It's kind of fun when people guess.
Oh,
That's fucked up.
okay.
That's
Russian
psychotic.
That is
Yeah.
that is not how the world works.
That is psycho.
In real
I
life,
behavior.
get roasted
What
alive if I do that wrong. So
That's how you make people nervous
Yeah.
around you. I just want you to know
I
that.
will tell you, I am cis. So
Understood.
I think that's the right word.
one more time.
I am cis.
Cis.
C-I-S.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the
Oh.
word. But in real life, when people meet me, they can never tell. Like, they have to do a double take, and I'm just laughing because I never correct them.
Oh, you're a menace.
Psycho.
Understood.
Psycho.
food.
Fucking psycho. Who put this guy
For
here?
you, DNC Monarch.
So yeah,
Just
what's
sticking
up?
with that.
I kind of forgot why I'm here.
You literally rang the bell, got into the ring, and went, "Why am I here again?"
Are we fighting?
Huh?
Just
Apologies.
accidentally stepped in.
You literally, all capped, put me in VC and we'll talk.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Derogatory.
Yeah,
So what were you gonna say?
No.
I forgot, but I think I just wanted to fight or
Oh,
something.
Nice
Nice.
violence.
Rolls
God,
in,
injured
fists
spirit.
up.
But
Put him up, pussy.
since this isn't about coffee, we don't have anything to fight about.
Oh, well, I'm
Seeing
sure we
red.
can find something. I don't like soup.
Uh,
I feel like that's a lie.
Oh,
I feel like you're
there
just
you go.
putting words up now just to
I
fight
am.
instigate.
I love
I
soup.
mean, that's just
Made that
something else on the long list of things I don't like about
Long
you.
list? Well, then what the fuck's the list?
Well, you're mostly
Sounds like you have-
Greece.
Oh my god.
That's kind of a soup.
You can't.
Mr. Hale.
You know, a lot of soup is mostly just grease. The
That
good
is
ones.
true. Also.
What kind of soup have you been eating? I've just ate soup this
Oh.
today,
French onion.
right now. It's mostly water.
What kind of shitty soup do you eat?
What?
What kind of shitty soup you eat that's mostly just water? That's kind of
Soup
sad,
water.
honestly.
I'm pretty sure it was dumpling. Soup.
Who cares? What's next on the list?
Okay.
Yes.
I don't like red. But you're no. I don't. I like red. What?
Huh?
You don't like the color red? Is that what you're saying?
No, I like the color red.
I heard I don't like bread.
Oh, bread.
No, I love bread. That doesn't
Oh, I
have
was
gonna
anything to
say.
do with sizzle.
Ah,
I love bread as
I
well.
was very confused. What does red have to do with me anyway?
Bread is great.
I'm not
It's better
red.
than bacon.
A cheeky bacon bap. Yeah.
I already feel like this isn't personal. This is just your like racism against
Yeah.
bacon-based individuals.
Violence,
Maybe,
violence, violence.
Maybe you're not supposed to agree to that.
I don't know. I think yesterday I was just pissed off about the coffee thing. And now I'm like, oh yeah, I can do it again, but I can't.
Okay.
I got no fight in me, chief.
You know what? Honestly, that's fair. When you look at a subject and you go,
I
was
think
dumb.
you're actually a pretty cool dude.
"Oh, thanks. I think you are
Yeah,
very good, even if you're French."
Well, I'm not from France.
Well, wait.
I'm French Canadian.
Oh, I thought you
Oh.
were like from France.
No.
Same.
From
When I say I'm French, I just mean I know French. It's my first
Ah.
language.
Oh.
I'm from Quebec,
Oh,
but I can speak with a French accent. It's very funny.
Quebec, huh?
hmm.
Yes.
You know, a
from
lot of
Quebec.
Canadians got opinions about the Quebec.
Quebec.
My mom actually invited a friend who's also Canadian, and they had opinions about Quebec.
Oh yeah, a lot of people do.
Yeah. It's okay, brother. I'm ignorant.
What's Quebec?
The French part of Canada.
The Frenchiest part of Canada.
Yeah.
That be like a state for you guys, or like a province, or what did that?
What the
What did that?
It is a province.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Me trying to wrap my head around any country that doesn't have states in them.
What-
Well, we
What's that
only
like?
have-
What you got over there? How
We
big is
have
it?
like 10 provinces and 3 territories.
Oh,
Yeah.
what are your guys' territories?
Let me check my map. Because I don't know them by heart. It's mostly
Honestly,
plains. Like the top part where it's mostly just
Oh.
islands. There's not a lot of people that live there. So, territories.
People who don't live on the North Pole. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's pretty fun.
So when are we bringing Yoshi in here?
Yoshi shows up. It wants to be on
Yoshi.
stream.
Yoshi, are you on stream right now? Are you watching stream?
oh,
Please make your presence known.
this is slowly just
Oh.
being the DM's hall is slowly just being swarmed by artists.
I
I'm
don't think
sorry.
I've seen Yoshi today.
We're gonna have to start calling this a convention.
Well, we did with legs, Legion.
What?
We did talk about it once, like, oh, we should have like an event with artists, but not in stream, like in community lounge. That would be fun to make
I got a hard time.
with all the artists.
Everyone streams all the art they're drawing.
I mean, you've definitely been instigating that, Soup. That's probably the most artists I've seen in the chat at once, like just popping off
Yep.
in the community lounge.
Oh yeah, it's my goal in life to just encourage more people to do art and just have fun with it.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Ain't that right,
Yeah.
boss man?
Nice.
Aren't you taking a part right now?
I beg your pardon?
Uh-oh.
Didn't you, got that, Photoshop?
I don't have Photoshop. Not expensive Photoshop. Photoshop's like $900.
Oh no, it's not Photoshop, it's CSP.
Oh, Clip
Clip
Studio.
Studio Paint.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah.
What about it?
You're drawing, right? On your off time?
Drawing? No.
Yeah.
You want
Oh,
This is
oh.
my drawing. Here, I'll show you a drawing real quick.
Oh yeah, baby,
This is
let's
a
go.
drawing.
Hell, I knew it. I knew the moment I saw the first fucking line. I was like, I knew it.
Boom. There's my drawing.
Perfect.
This is my
It's
little
beautiful.
guy. This is the full extent of what
Hey,
I can do.
Laura,
yes.
is there an Among Us in
It's very
Pathfinder?
nice. It's
Beautiful.
fantastic crowd.
Bidding
If you
starts
want
at
to it, then
$50.
it's very well done.
Who wants that on their Patreon?
And he has a little crown. Oh my god.
Yeah, what do we get in the stat block?
The Amoga stat
also-
block.
Yeah.
Crowned, just
What's
so
that?
you know, when you make maps, I count that as art.
Yeah, 100%.
Everyone
I've,
does except him.
No.
Don't undersell yourself.
I have since rectified that because I felt really scummy after a long battle with that, where I said I'm not an artist, and then I watched a video of shitty people at tables who go, "Oh, I'm just not good," and they're baiting for compliments, and I realized, in a way, that's what it could be perceived as. And I went, "Oh no, no, I am an artist. I am an artist now. Thank you.
Yeah.
I am an artist."
Hell yeah, you're a great
Very good.
artist.
Very good.
You're a
You're true,
fantastic
Kayla.
artist.
All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
A map artist and a
You're brilliant.
Tough
So
friend.
writer. You make
Oh.
stories. Yeah.
Thank you. I do consider myself to be a somewhat decent
You know,
author.
I'm somewhat of an author myself.
Yes, you are.
Enter
Sizzle.
Osborne. Huh?
Oh.
I was making an Osborne meme. I wasn't saying about me.
Yeah,
Fizzle
Mudkip's
is a
got the
good
right idea. You're a cartographer.
Cartographer. I like that.
The deuce.
Yeah, storytelling is an art form, though, for sure. But it's a shared art form.
Correct. Story is D&D's all well and good, but you really need your players. No matter what any egotistical DM will tell you, you 100,000% need players. Otherwise, just go write a fucking book.
Oh, I'm gonna use Chat GPT as a player.
Dude, I tried to use GPT for like a one shot once, and it did not go well. I was like, I wonder what this would look like, because and it wasn't great. No, don't do that.
Yeah,
I
I used,
literally used it for every prompt, and it was not good.
I used it when it was first coming out. I tried it out. It's good for getting ideas. You should not be using it to write anything for you.
I literally did it as like an experiment, and it was trash. But yeah, I do agree. You can use it for like getting through roadblocks and things like that.
Like I used it to. I was like, give me like a monster idea, and it first off, it spits out the same words. It uses the same words every single time. It's all like, what's that called? Purple prose, where it just fills your word full of thesaurus vomit.
Yeah, it does that. It loves doing that.
So like I had to go in every single time and be like, make this shorter, make it make it easier to understand. You're putting too much gibberish in this.
It's like a kid trying to hit a word count.
1,000%, yes.
Hit him with the very, very, very.
Everything is like an ephemeral, ethereal, glistening in memoriam type shit.
Ooh, glistening. I love that word.
Calm down, son. It's just a word.
I love it when words glisten.
Oh god.
So DM.
What's up, Ansem?
I kind of walked in the middle as one does. Why are we bringing up Sebastian and Truth and Veery and Preston?
Oh, because those are the NPCs of Summerhall, which will be the NPCs in this game.
You're gonna take my precious boy Sebastian. You're gonna turn him into an NPC in Tyros.
Why wouldn't I?
The hell's he doing?
He's adventuring.
Or are you just out there?
Hey, he's just out there. Why do you sound surprised?
I think back to the last session, and the last thing I would think you'd be doing is hanging out, just adventuring. But hey, I mean, maybe some things happened in between.
You know what? You're in Suna now. You've robbed yourself a bit of a.
Frick.
Guess what? Guess who's pulling the city now?
Ah, dang, nabbit.
Get out there, wizard. Start pulling.
Dang it. Back in jail.
I have discovered the Gamba.
Excellent.
We have 3 games, not including the sports, quote unquote. We have a dice game called Bounder, which is played with 3 6-sided dice and 2 20-sided dice. We have a game called Towers, which is played using a Harrow deck. And we have a game called Golem, which is a conventional 52-card deck game. Of which that specific game, Golem, has rules in this book I'm reading. It's a 2-page spread. We also have an equivalent of what you would call soccer or football or, that sort of contact ball sport called Basilisk, which is fun.
Oh.
And there's multiple pages about Basilisk.
If you want to feel like an artist, go to the Incarnate sub and look at some of the maps. Either it's crazy good or not. Oh, there are definitely a lot more people posting on the Incarnate sub who are new. Like, nobody's like a Maddie. Like, Maddie is one of the iconic OG Incarnate artists. Do you make maps for every town or just the big important cities? This is a town, brother. Here, I'll show off some more of my my towns. I'll probably end up repurposing another one I made. So, like, I make hex maps, for example. This is going to be the hex map of the game we're going to be playing in. This is the county of Calador. Our town is this one right here. Let's go to here's another town. This is Elion's Tier. Very rural, not nearly as expansive as the Summerhall map is. Summerhall is like a tourist place. It's like basically this close to becoming recognized to become a city. So having its own Dracus. This is an
Like
older
Rosewood?
map of Rosewood. Huh?
Summerall, it's almost like Rosewood.
Yeah.
Oh.
Once you get big enough and start generating enough money like that and start having enough people, you can petition your High Lord to become a Dracus. Here's a watchtower town that we made. I'll probably end up repurposing this one for the game, the Pathfinder game.
Ooh.
Herm. Where are some other ones? This is the one of the seats of the county. This is Sunfall. So this is like a giga city. You can zoom in and see the various buildings and stuff like that. Here's the OG hex map for the Fanghold of the Ettenmoor. You can zoom in, get into the hexes. So like dark green are forests, light green are grass, regular green are plains, blue is coastal, gray is mountain, white is cold or arctic, brown is swamps, brown is, or lighter brown or tan is hills. What else I got? Now we're getting to like old maps that are ugly and definitely show their age. I don't think I have any other ones. Oh yeah, I had to go show up my Aram's Ferry. Can't believe I missed those. Oh, okay, here we go. Here's the Aram's Ferry. Here's another town. This is west of Elion's Tier. This is the major ferry town that'll take you across to the other side of the Aram's River. Smaller, but it's split into 2 sides. And then I did a reboot of Durant's Spear. So here's the old fishing hamlet. I did not like it. You can see it's very sparse, very plain. Looks kind of doo-doo. And then you come up here, and then this is the redo. This is Durant's Spear proper. Much more structured, much more organized. You can see like where their shrine is, where their temple is, where their mayor lives. where the izakaya is and all that other stuff. Yeah, I make maps for everything if I can, because I'm a sick fuck who likes my players being able to interact and see stuff. If you are a beginning dungeon master, don't do that. You will die. I didn't learn that lesson when I was a younger dungeon master and burnt myself out a lot. Now I sort of take my time, and I only really make the maps if I feel like it's going to be important. So, like, I want to finish the tavern map I was starting for this place because I think tavern maps are good for engaging your players with roleplay. So this is the Bears Pub that I'll probably end up finishing because I think it has a lot of potential for like story stuff. So we'll probably add this to the list of maps to finish and complete.
This looks like part of a map from Vermintide.
Looks like what?
This looks like a layout in Vermintide.
Yeah, it kind of does.
The layout in Vermintide.
Yeah, there's like, I think it's in the first level where you run through a pub, and it looks very akin to this, actually.
Huh.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it's just like a deja vu, like, wait a minute, I've killed rats in here.
It's all good, brother. I'm going to put like another building over here, basically. This is where the rooms are going to be. The players will be able to retreat to their rooms and stuff like that. They're going to get a key. So yeah, that's this building right here. Okay.
I got a question, boss man.
What's up, handsome?
So, since you're using old PCs as NPCs, have you decided who the road warden for this county is going to be?
You're asking me if it's going to be Sillaril?
Yes.
It would not be Sillaril because Sillaril is a princess. She would be in Katarina proper. Now, saying that, if Sillaril were to be visiting with a retinue of knights, maybe.
I think I know who could be the road warden.
I'm listening.
Well, you remember how ROTS started.
Oh. That'd be super interesting. That'd be
bringing back
super
the old
interesting.
gang. I mean,
My. Imagine that. Imagine, my God, he's got a little retinue that follows him that keeps the 16-pounder ready.
Yeah. Straight from Carousel. This beaut.
Never seen a cannon before. Morlings don't dare fuck with this place.
You know, it's funny, ever since we got the pounder, things have been really quiet.
So my Return of the Storm game was my first ever attempt at a Darkest Dungeon game in earnest. I can show off some of the old maps. These are ancient, by the way. The party started captured by bandits. Here's their prison start. They were captured by the Greencloaks. They were captured by Wolf's bandits, or the brigands from Darkest Dungeon. They were going to be basically ransomed back, but the party did like a speedrun breakout. Started fighting the bandits and eventually agitated the mushroom creatures from the Weald. And eventually they and the bandits teamed up to fight the mushrooms. They met Wolf, and Wolf let them leave. And because they helped out, they saved one of his guys. And there was like a little moment there. And then, admittedly, it was me. The party didn't trust the NPC that was trying to give them quests. I didn't make him trustworthy enough, which in turn meant the party was sort of spinning their wheels. And I got a little frustrated that they had basically spent like 3 sessions shopping instead of doing literally anything else. So I had
That's not true. They also gambled. Don't
True.
forget the
They
gamble.
gambled. I had Wolves at the Door happen, which is an event in Darkest Dungeon 1 where Wolf and his brigands show up. And it's combat. And they raised Summerhall to the ground. Yeah, it was real bad. It killed like 2 PCs.
Never got to see giblets after that.
I never got to see Giblets. Poor guy, the king of the Fae.
Okay. I cry
We
every
lost the
time.
main character that day.
It really did. He got exploded by a cannon. It was really sad.
Yeah. So did Sebastian, but it was mostly giblets that we cared about.
Sebastian,
I'll
who?
never forget a fucking skull toss.
Ah. Yeah.
Whereupon giblets proved to be a mightier warrior.
No, Crown, why are we bringing Sebastian? Let's bring in Giblets instead.
Fucking better. Swear
Well,
to God.
if Sebastian's going to be there, Giblets has to be there.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I need to replace just a few more buildings. And then we're Gucci.
Nice.
I double checked. We do have cannons.
Nice.
Now, DM, will this Summer Hall have a silversmith? Very important
Let me check my notes.
for some reason.
We have a Yelderman who is Lord Edwin Aldai. We have a Road Warden who is Dame Arianwin. We have I forgot I already wrote a. Oh, she's a Minotaur. That's right. We had a dope ass Minotaur Road Warden. We have the inn, the Bear's Pub, which is ran by Preston. We have the stables, which is ran by Oliver Lightdew. We have the blacksmith, which is Rensela Ruby Keep. We have the tanner, which is Thymar. We have the butcher, who is Gabriel Holm. We have the baker, who is we have the baker, who is Robert Aldorn. We have the brewer, who is Bishop Morrison. You have the stonemason, who is Damthos Alcar. We have the weaver, who is Erimar Rothamir. We have the leather worker, who is Six Fair Tales. We have the bower, who is Bruno Ward. We have the carpenter, who is Noldira Lelithar. We have the wheelwright, who is Rorik Lelithar. We have the library, or the Yawning Nook, which is ran by Hammond Brandylock. We have the fishery, which is ran by Kethend. We have the general store, which is ran by Elena the Valiant Harkonnen. We have the magic shop, which is ran by Truth. We have the wizard's tower, which I will need to put a new wizard in there, which will probably be Arcanist. We have the graveyard, or the Church of St. Merwin, which is ran by Emmanuel Brightheart. We have the wisdom, which is Cassandra Aldorn. We have the constable, who is Chief Barrett Ward. We have the local magister, who is Magister Owen Cadell. We have the wandering bard, who is Carter Fairdragon. And we have the Red Ridge Ranch, which is ran by Roland Redridge.
Indeed. Very good. I didn't hear silversmith, though, so I'm mad.
Yep, no silversmith.
Very good. Is this place called Summer Hall?
No, we're gonna change the name.
Okay. Also, for your own safety, if you do bring Sebastian as an NPC, I don't actually mind if you do. But
I know Nasir needs to be there. Yeah.
Sirik will chase you with hammers if you don't put Nasir in there.
I am aware.
Okay. Which is crazy, because I don't remember them being, like, super buddy. Like, they were friendly with each other. But I don't remember them being as super buddy-buddy as much as Nasir was buddies with the Genasi.
With Bird's character.
Indeed. But hey, memory's a fickle thing, I suppose.
Okay. We'll keep the ranch the same. I like the ranch. Excellent. Okay. Is that a free app you have? What are you talking about? You talking about the thing I'm currently using? Incarnate does have a free version. It is rather limited, but I still think that you can make some pretty decent maps with it. However, for a year-long sub, I do not know what the monthly rate goes for, but the yearly sub is $25. And $25 gives you access to all of their map styles, all of their their download sizes and everything like that. So this is a free version. You can use the free version. Or rather, this is what I'm using right now is probably not part of the free version. What would the free version give you? I think it would give you fantasy battle maps. I think it would give you some of these. So this is all that you get with the subscription. You get like the sci-fi battle maps, the watercolor battle maps, the parchment world, fantasy regional, watercolor cities, the newer version of the fantasy world, and then the battle maps. And then you can see the style of maps that you can make and stuff like that. Okay. Double checking. I like these buildings being as they are. Complaint there. Distillery. Massive pumpkins. Apiary, orchards, buildings, windmills. Okay. This is done.
It's finished.
I finished all the recolors and everything, so yeah.
Nice.
Very good.
Yeah, we are speeding through this prep.
Oh.
He's a god. That's right. We'll be ready by this Sunday. Smile.
Well, no, I still need to make the dungeon. If I want to be able to run you guys through my version of the beginner box, I need to remake the beginner box dungeon.
Fine. I guess.
But I do have the other maps that I will be using, like the warehouse map, the infected warehouse. So we'll be using this at some point.
Anyway, into the facility.
Along with the cellar. What else did I prep for Summer Hall? I think I also prepped a hero dungeon or a hero's tomb that's hidden in one of the ruins. So we'll probably end up using that as well. Then, yeah, I'll need to make some other maps.
Neat.
Like, I also want to finish up the Bears Pub, for example.
Mm.
Okay. Save that, and then you pull up my foundry on the side and start grabbing the dungeon here. How big is this across? 180 across. Okay. Map is about 200 by 115. First room teaches you combat. Second room teaches you the skill checks. Third room teaches you some conditions. How to deal with more skill check stuff, or fortitude save stuff. Diplomacy. Nice. Okay. Okay. Let's see. What did I use for my sellers? I like to keep that somewhat consistent. Oh, okay. Oh, I had a pretty sick design then. Nice. Okay. It looks like that's the graveyard wall? Question mark. What level are rats?
Pretended.
CR 30.
We're looking at rats now.
Yes.
Giant rats are level -1. Let's see. Are there any stronger rats? Explosive rats are level 0. Feral hermit rats are level 0. Rat swarm is level 1. Cinder rats are level 3. Wiggles eyebrows. And an enormous rat is level 3.
Oh.
Enormous rats are large, so think like in Dark Souls 1 in the sewers.
My brain immediately went, oh, RuneScape.
Oh. And pretty much all rats, I think, have a disease called filth fever. I'll double check though. Oh no, the smaller ones have putrid plague.
Oh, this doesn't snap to grid. You're kidding. I thought this snapped to grid. Fuck my life.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, this one does. Excellent. Okay. I was really scared there for. Oh, hell yeah. All right. I don't want you not have like a cap at the end. I don't want you to have like. Perfect. Oh, is it 2 a.m. for you?
No.
20.
Everybody knows that capybaras are nocturnal.
Oh, sure. It's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40.
What are we making now?
I'm making the beginner room where you first fight the rats.
Ooh. Ooh, are you sticking with the same rats?
I think I might change up what the creature is. I haven't decided yet.
We're going to make the space first and figure out what we're filling it with after.
Indeed.
Very nice.
Looks so much larger than my side. Why does it look so much larger? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Mine's actually bigger, huh? That happened. Why they make it look so big? Put a party member in there. Figured they. How the fuck did they do that? My god, it looks perfect. What's up?
I sent you Luna's new thing.
One more time, sorry.
Oh, I sent you Luna's new yapper.
Oh, Luna's new yapper?
Yes, sir.
Understood.
For future.
Which one am I using? Because you gave me 3.
So there's only one talking. The idol, I'm not sure which one you'd like. So your call. Well, I guess Luna's call when they hop on.
Oh, are they not in the call right now?
No. I just
Okay.
said for future.
Damn, they did a great job with the scaling. That's insane. How'd they make it look like that? We're not working on the NPCs just yet. I want to at least get. At least I want to start on this dungeon.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the free version for Incarnate. Uh, does it is it operable on iPads?
I have no idea. I think it's based on your browser, so it depends on
Oh,
what
I guess
browser you're using on
Safari?
your iPad.
Does it work on Safari?
Give me a second, and I'll let you know.
Thank you, much appreciated.
It can be used on an iPad. However, it's recommended that you don't.
Oh, beans. All right. Oh well. Thank you.
Yeah, it's saying it's they're saying it's not stable.
Oh god. Okay. Understood.
Hmm. Damn, they did such a good job.
It's beautiful.
Wait, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at, they use Dungeon Draft to make the beginner box. They make the first room look very nice. Like the first like cellar room that you wander into looks very nice. And I'm sort of like,
goodness.
damn.
So high quality.
Well, Dungeon Draft has like a very it has a very like well shaded and very defined, like it's not even Dungeon Draft, sorry. It's Forgotten Adventurer assets is what it is.
Ah.
I think I'm gonna do something like this cellar. I'll just spare myself the time. So we'll just copy this layout. We'll just make it snap to grid. Oh, nice. Dwarf warrior, 135. Or stonecutter. Doulahan, looking sick. Dwarf warrior, level 1. Dwarf stonecaster. Only 2 dwarves, huh?
So you can actually go into the bestiary browser on Foundry and type in dwarf in the traits, and it'll show you all the dwarves.
Dwarf. I was looking for like monster dwarves.
Wow. Monster
Oh no,
dwarves.
what do you guys call them? Your Duergar.
Hungar.
Ungar.
Hryngar.
Oh, sick. Oh my god, you guys got a billion of them.
Yeah, and they've all got this cool ability called, apart from the really, really weak ones, Iron Mind, so they can ignore illusions.
Oh, sick. Herngar Sharpshooter is level 0. +2 status to all saves versus magic. Nice.
Mhm.
Okay.
They ain't about their life.
Exposed to bright light, the monster is blinded. Bola Bolt. Sick. All right, cool. We got some low-level Herngar that we're going to use somewhere.
Huh?
Dude, I made some custom high-level Herngar back in the day. Some boss fights. I made some twin Herngar brothers. It was sick.
Oh my god. I bet they combo each other, don't they? Like crazy.
They were separate encounters. One was protecting the sort of like converted tavern that they were operating out of, and the other went out to go meet the party, and they were both boss fights.
Ooh.
One of them used sort of pack tactics where he used oppression and tyrannical tactics to basically force other Herngar to do his bidding.
Nice.
And then the other guy was just a unit with a Dawnburger, so a giant iron cube on the end of a chain that he would throw across the room at you and then drag it back towards him.
Oh, hell yeah.
They were both impressive, but that one was special because he was in a pitch black room, and if you tried to light anything, he wasn't having any of it.
That's badass.
That was a good one. Yeah. And obviously when he died, they got the Dawnburger, and it was like,
Yes.
it was like the first +1 striking weapon that they had seen, or +2 striking weapon, something like that.
Oh, dude, watching the king guy talk about magic items, I was super worried. Sizzle. I was super worried about magic items in Pathfinder. Dude, the rune system that they have for weapons.
Oh, yeah?
Cool as fuck.
Ooh, they got him. You got him, boys. He's been real.
Yeah,
You
we
got
got
him
him.
convinced on the items. It's Joker.
There's like rune stones that hold runes. And
Yeah,
let's say
pretty gold.
you're a fucking marshal and you have a long sword, and you're like, this is my family sword, like Uria.
Yeah.
Yuria gets a reward that's a rune stone, and she inscribes the rune from the rune stone onto her weapon. And now her family heirloom blade has flaming on it.
Oh.
And then you get a striking rune later on that gives you that +1 bonus to attacks.
My goodness.
So I think it's like, if I'm understanding you right, like the quality of the blade, or like there's a certain property that gives you more rune slots to fill out your weapon with.
Can't believe I made Yuria 3 years too soon.
Yeah, just think you could have done it in Pathfinder.
That's
So the way it works is you've got property runes, which is your +1, +2, +3. You've got striking runes, which are how many dice you roll when you attack and hit. And then you've got fundamental runes of those two, and then you've got property runes, which are like flaming, returning. There's a bunch of them. There's one
So runes are just like basically things you inscribe on your blade that give you a weapon property. It sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, think of it like Diablo or any of those kinds of games. You could have some ridiculous. I mean, I said it when I was talking about the glaive that Shaylin has. It was like a +4 greater striking, keen something. The names get a little crazy. You can always rename the weapons.
Are there runes or equivalents for enemies?
I mean, enemies can use runes.
Well, I mean, like, okay, so specifically, during CTF, Crown had the idea of making elite encounters, elite variants of enemies, for instance, based off of sort of, again, Diablo, since you brought it up, where you'd have like a chilled enemy that's like a yellow creature. They basically have a selection of tags. Are there Does Pathfinder provide modifiers to enemies, or do the enemies sort of come prepackaged?
So you've got the prepackaged builds. We have the elite and weak adjustments if you want to adjust the difficulty. The only modifiers that we have that you can like drag onto something are like undead versions of things. We haven't really gone too much farther than that, but you know, that means that there's design specs for homebrew.
Nice.
And construct as well. Construct have this thing called construct hardness that you can drag onto other people's sheets. And that effectively gives them the same ability that golems have, where they have like a hardness value until they get crit or until they get to half health, and that decreases their AC when it breaks.
Okay.
But yeah,
I don't think they
the only
did
adjustments
necessarily.
we have are for undead.
Understood.
You could just totally throw runes on stuff, but
Yeah.
you're then playing with the math, and you got to be careful with that.
Yeah, you're playing with the players' lives.
Yeah.
There
A
is
little
something
bit.
to be said when he was talking about it, of like being careful with runes, at least for like giving them out, totally cool. But like being mindful when giving them to enemies.
Yeah, very true. Because runes are also worth a lot of money. So it's
sure.
treasure at the end of the day.
Yeah. I also saw the thing you sent me about the psychic. Very interesting.
Was that something I sent you?
No, Crown sent me like a 7-minute video on like the psychic class. I don't know what book it came from. It sounded like it wasn't a base thing; it was a modular.
Ooh, where did the psychic come from? Oh, the psychic was Dark Archives, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, they came out with a thaumaturge.
Indeed. Yeah, it was interesting with the whole like conscious and subconscious mind.
Yeah, they got 2 subclasses.
Indeed. I'm a little bummed, though not particularly surprised, although it's mostly just from playing MCDMs that they don't have their own unique abilities. So it's still magic, but the whole like unleashing your psyche was kind of crazy, where you basically go nuts. You go, this is my dark side, and then you fucking obliterate somebody's face, and then you're like, all right, guys, I'm stupefied now. I'm going to take a nap.
Yeah,
So that was pretty cool.
Psychics are fun in that way. I think the important thing with psychics is when you amp their cantrips. So the way
They were
psychics
mentioning it mentioned amped. It didn't really get into the details. It was a 7-minute video. It didn't really get into the details of what amp does or what kind of cantrips to amp.
I think a good example would be the guidance cantrip. So one of the subclasses gives you access to the guidance cantrip. And when a psychic uses so different psychics basically have a very small pool of very special cantrips that everybody else can use. But when they use it, it has an additional effect because of their subclass. I think it's the Infinite Eye or something like that has access to guidance. And instead of it being 30 feet, for them it's 120. So they can guide somebody from across the way. So that's kind of the benefit there. And that's just a passive all the time. And then the next stage on top of that is when they amp it. So this is where
you use your focus point.
Exactly. You contribute a focus point to cast a cantrip, and suddenly it does something else. So in the case of guidance, it becomes a reaction spell after someone makes the roll. So you get the information as to whether or not adding +1 would make it a hit or a crit. And then you can decide, I'm going to spend the focus point. So as a GM, you would have to know that they have that. And then whenever you're one away from a hit or a crit, maybe you as the GM say to them, like, hey, do you want to amp a guidance right now? Because it will make the difference. And in Pathfinder, every +1 matters. So if you've got an ability as a reaction to turn a hit into a crit, that is, ooh, that's juicy. So, and it's great teamwork as well. Yeah, Nerdlord. I like the way Nerdlord's thinking right now. I like the idea that maybe the psychic gets extra stress. That could be kind of fun.
All right.
You know, you unleash your psyche and you gain a stress. That could be kind of cool.
I'm already getting stupefied here. What the fuck?
Hey, listen, I'm not saying they need enough. I'm just saying it would be flavorful.
You little bastards. You just want to see Oliver on the floor, and that's it, ain't it?
Fall over now.
Oh, fuckers. They just like seeing the catboy on the ground. They think it's funny. They think it's a joke.
Yeah. Fall over.
Bastards.
Yeah, I've not had an opportunity to use all the classes yet, but I have read all the classes. I think the one that I know the least about is probably the Magus. And after that...
What the fuck is a Magus?
They're the Spellblade sort of Gish type character.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't think I explained it very well the last time we brought them up, but that's because I just don't really know much about them.
Well, you know, as long as we're talking about classes our characters were, how's the Warlock? What's the Warlock shtick?
We don't got one.
We got witches.
We got witches, not warlocks. Okay.
They are completely different.
I see. So no patron? Or do they have a patron?
Well, they have a patron, but the way they interact with their patrons is fundamentally different.
Understood.
The way I would think about the witch as a class is taking the concept of a familiar and making it your whole identity. So the familiar for a witch is a completely different ball game from everybody else's familiars.
Oh.
Yeah, the patron gives the witch their familiar, and the familiar is what has their spells in it. And then the witch can ask the familiar to show it the spells, and then the familiar gives them access to their magic. It's a conduit for the patron. So your patron has a messenger that they give to you and walks around with you. And unlike other familiars, when your familiar dies, it turns up the next morning. It just respawns.
Classic black cat.
Hey,
motif,
asshole.
I imagine.
You throw me in one more fucking fireball and we're going to have words.
I've had enough of this shit. I've talked to the boss. You no longer have power.
Sounds like you wouldn't want to throw them into the fireball if you could help it, since they are basically your spellbook.
You say that, but unlike other familiars, the witch's familiar is designed to be in the heat of battle, and they actually gain benefits.
All right, get in there, Snickers.
Pretty much. So I played a witch once for a one shot, and my whole ability was that I could cast spells from myself or originating from my familiar. So my familiar could cast my spells for me. So I would just stand at different angles and use my familiar to create difficult terrain with their passive ability, and also fire off lightning bolts. It was great.
I see.
So nobody.
There isn't like a Hexblade witch, I'm assuming.
Not Hexblade Witch. I think if you wanted a Hexblade, that sort of plays into the Gish. You might enjoy the Magus a little bit more in that regard. But we don't have anything. We have casters that have very limited spell slots. The Summoner comes to mind, but the Summoner's whole deal is that Eidolon,
Right.
this large summonable creature that they have.
The Yuna.
Yeah, we don't really have the 5e Warlock per se. I think that's probably a good thing. We might in the future, but
here's another thing to consider, Sizzle. From what I've seen so far, from people who've been coming over from 5th edition to or from 5th edition to Pathfinder, is that they enjoy the classes that you don't correlate to a D&D class. Because if you come in trying to correlate it to be like, oh, is this a warlock? This is a warlock, right? And then you try and play it like that, you're going to hate it.
Okay, well, I'm not necessarily disappointed by that. Honestly, Uria's playstyle didn't really conform with the classic warlock playstyle of Eldritch Blast, Eldritch Blast, Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, we don't really have an Eldritch Blast in Pathfinder.
That's probably a good thing.
Trying to think if we have anything quite like that.
Unfortunately for the Warlock, while the Warlock suffers from having a really cool lore concept, but mechanically, basically all Warlock builds are pretty flat. GBH.
There's like right choices and wrong choices, I find.
Correct.
With the Warlock in 5e.
Very much so.
Do you have propulsive blast?
Do you have
adding your modifier to damage?
Exactly. There isn't really anything you want to do with Warlock outside of Eldritch Blast, especially early level. It's probably the most reliable thing you can do. Even if you're playing hacks, hacks into Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, you're doing it so that your blast do more damage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then when you
ever picks anything but strength, right?
Right.
When they hack somebody.
Correct. And then when you get high enough level, it's like, was it Evard's Black Tentacles into Eldritch Blast?
It always comes back to the blast.
It always comes back to basically you cast something that you're concentrating on and then you blast away.
Yeah, we don't have that.
That's probably better.
I was looking up a couple of weird rules, and I came across this little tidbit. So I believe in 5e, if you lose consciousness, all of your active spells disappear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In 2e, that's not the case. If you go down and you have a spell, it doesn't matter if you're concentrating on it or not. As long as it doesn't have the what am I forgetting? The action that you do on subsequent turns. Why am I forgetting its name? Sustain. As long as you're not sustaining the spell, if it just has a duration, it continues. So your mage armor doesn't fall off. If you have any like continuous AoE damage spells going on, they stick around. If you have bless up, bless continues. So that's a good thing.
It is pretty neat. But yeah, my main question was: is there a warlock theme, like thematically, a similar thing to the warlock? And it sounds like the witch is your patron class, basically.
So when you say thematic, what is it specifically about the warlock that you would be looking for?
The lore.
Is it the lore? Having a relationship with your patron?
Correct.
That's the witch.
Okay.
I mean, let's be honest. I look at Uriah.
Correct.
If ever.
That's correct. Uriah would probably be well more suited towards being called a witch than a warlock.
There was something very strange that I saw online, and I don't know if it's true because I've not looked too deep into it. 2024 D&D, right? if you're a cleric, you don't know who your god is until level 3, and if you're a warlock, you don't know who your patron is until level 3. Is that right?
Oh,
Because
that's
you get
weird.
the subclass at level 3, and that's
I
the patron.
do think they changed everyone to have their subclasses at level 3. Yeah.
Isn't that kind of crazy? Who's giving you the level 1 spell slots?
I don't know what the fuck you do with sorcerers. Like, what?
Yeah, you don't even know what blood you've got.
Wow.
What is this power? Where is it coming from? Hit level 3.
Yeah.
Oh, now I get it.
Yeah, it's one of those things they did purely to like standardize and simplify at the cost of, in my opinion, at the cost of role play and sense.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why they did it, especially with like multi-classing. The way that D&D does multi-classing is very incentivized to go for those classes who get all their shit at low levels, because then you could just take a quote unquote dip. Especially Warlock had that problem, right? But you haven't really got that in Pathfinder, so you don't have to worry too much about that.
Honestly, I never understood why paladins had to wait to level 3 for their oath.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. But that's kind of why I like in Pathfinder everything's at level 1, because you can't multi-class necessarily.
Yeah.
You can do the archetypes, but there's rules for that.
You don't really have subclasses either, right? It's basically you build it. It's build blocks.
Yeah, it's buildable. It's modular. I think in terms of subclasses, we do have subclasses, but they don't do as much as a 5e subclass. Like a 5e subclass tells you exactly what your build is.
Yeah, it's
but ours is a lot more like it just gives you the building blocks and the ideas for what sort of things you could take later. There are feats that are locked behind certain subclasses. Like if you're a bard with a warrior muse, you have access to like 3 or 4 feats during progression that you could pick that benefit you specifically because you're a warrior muse, or have that as a prerequisite. But it's not forced. You don't have to take them, and there's plenty of builds that benefit and don't benefit from that. So they don't force you. You get to make the character exactly how you like in Pathfinder.
Be damned.
Yeah, there's no wrong answers. That's the thing. And even if you, who was it who said before about like in 1E, if you made the wrong choice, it kind of fucks the whole character up.
That was Kieran.
Indeed.
Well, in Pathfinder 2nd edition, because math is tied to level, not your choices, there's not really a way to fuck up your character. And even if you did, they've added the retraining downtime activity. So even if you, like, it's actively encouraged to take, I mean, there's a feat that you can take at level 1 or level 3, if you're not a human, called Canny Acumen, which just raises one of your, saves to expert from trained, or perception from trained to expert. So if you're a caster, typically you have trained instead of expert. If you're a martial, you've usually got expert in perception. The idea is that you're looking at books if you're a caster instead of looking at your surroundings. But with Canny Acumen, you can raise that proficiency up. When you get to higher levels, it's already at that proficiency, so Canny Acumen falls off at higher levels. So the idea is that you would take it at low levels and then use the retrain action once it's no longer needed to swap it out for something more useful later. So there are feats designed to be retrained.
I'm also really big on that whole thing. Like, if you don't want to, like, if you've been playing the class for a while and you're like, I don't really like this anymore, I'm totally down with you, like, just changing your class. I might make it like a story beat, like you needing to do something related to your class or whatever to basically change out of it. But I'm always down with letting people change their stuff. Like, oh, you want to be a bard? Well, all right, story-wise, you were always a bard. Or if you want to be like, this is a recent change, I fell out of faith with my god, what have you, then we can go through the role play of that.
I mean, that's pretty much what the book tells you to do.
Excellent.
If you're retraining, it's just like, it basically says, it's GM fiat. It basically says that you've got to find somebody to train you, or it's got to be circumstantial, or it's got to be from an ability or spell. So it's up to the GM, basically. If you want it to be story driven, you can have it be where, okay, you want to switch from fighter to barbarian. What event is going to cause you to gain rage?
Nice. I like that a lot.
Fun fact, by the way, is a couple of enemies in the game have rage, such as badgers.
That makes sense. The little shitheads.
Yeah, they angry. I don't know if we have any raccoons, though. I'm going to look that up real quick. Do we have Brett in the game?
Thanks for improving a terrible day. Of course, Apocalyptic. I'm sorry that your day was terrible, brother. Hopefully you get to vibe out, watch me remake the starter dungeon from Menace under Otari, beginner box for Pathfinder 2nd Edition, and listen to me ramble. But while Laura's looking up stuff, I got piss.
Yeah, we don't have Acklings. We do have Tanuki, though.
I returned.
Oh. Welcome.
Did you enjoy a good yap session? Nice. Sleep well, Mudkip. I think I saw your message too late. But sleep well. A homie of mine is debating running their first game of PF2E one shot, and I'm debating what to play. I'm torn between a mastermind or a thief rogue. Which one's more complicated for the game master?
More complicated for the game master.
Yeah, don't pick that one. That's what I was going to suggest.
Well, Mastermind Rogue basically means that you get every proficiency in the game. Thief Rogue means that you get to add your dex to damage, which means you can ignore strength in its entirety.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you take the acrobat dedication and go down that tree. You can do jumping with acrobatics instead of athletics. And that's one thing that it takes a little while to get used to, especially coming from 5e, is that in Pathfinder, there's not really, I mean, there can be if you choose for it to be, but in Pathfinder, each skill has balance. So substituting one skill for another typically isn't a thing. So a classic example that you'll see, and I'm sure will come up during play, is Dungeon Master, I would like to jump from this place to this place. Can I use acrobatics? Rules as written, the answer is fuck no. It's athletics. That said, do what you want. It's your game.
Huh. I mean, I run this athletics anyway. So
There you go.
you want to jump? That's you better be strong as fuck.
Mm-hmm. But
Now,
if you want to
catch yourself,
yeah, that's acrobatics.
Yes.
Yeah, we're the same. Yeah, but you can get feats that swap it around. So, for example, like I said with the acrobat, if you take the acrobat dedication, go down that skill tree, you can eventually sub out athletics for acrobatics at higher levels for your jumping ability. That's level 7. But until level 7, you struggle, essentially.
Okay.
There is an assassin archetype, but like if you want to sneak up and stab, yeah, theoretically, not every rogue. There is a rogue, I forget the name of it. I think it's like, I don't know, Mugger or something. Let me have a look.
Oh, like ruffian or whatever it was.
Ruffian rogue, that's the one. They use strength instead of dex, so they almost dump dex in favor of strength. Yeah, ruffian. And I guess to a lesser degree, scoundrel as well. They're all about having charisma. That said, they also have some degree of dexterity in order to capitalize on that. Yeah, ruffian rogue. Ruffian rogue's really fun as well. Because, I mean, if you just want to play like a geezer, right? If you want to play like a dirty
proper geezer.
A proper lad. Like, you turn up in my town, I'm leaning
Go.
up against a nearby wall. Have you paid your tax yet? There's not really a class for that. But the Ruffian Rogue is perfect for that roleplay. If you want to play the guy who's like the enforcer for the Thieves Guild, there's a class for that. There's a subclass for that. And personally, I really just like the idea of just a dirty fighter. And if you want to play as a dirty fighter who does whatever it takes to get it done, that's the Ruffian Rogue. So there's options for that.
Just the moment you said that, my brain immediately went to the Gentleman movie.
There's also this awesome feat. I'm just going to double check it. I believe it's a rogue feat. Yeah, rogue feat. It's called Gang Up. It's one of the best feats in the game.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'll read it verbatim here. It's a rogue feat, level 6, so you can get it pretty early. You and your allies harry an opponent in concert. You can flank an enemy if it's within reach of both you and your ally. You and your ally don't have to be on opposite sides.
Oh, nice.
This benefits your allies as well as you, but only if they're flanking with you, not each other. The other requirement for flanking must still be met.
That's cool.
Requirements. So it basically means that it doesn't matter what side you're on, as long as you're on a side and the rogue is involved in some way. So you can imagine a ruffian rogue, literally with like a party of marshals, who's just like, "Game lads!" And then he gets them on the ground and just they all start kicking the guy.
Oh!
And that's Gang Up. So against gargantuan creatures who like take up a whole space and it's like going to cost you movement to go around them, then in that case, Gang Up's great because you can all just run to one side and start stabbing it. Is there a commoner class in first edition? Kind of. We have an optional rule called level 0 characters. These are classless characters. They are an optional rule and they don't last very long because eventually you do hit level 1 and at that point you pick a class. So there's kind of a commoner quote-unquote class, but it's more like it's the absence of a class.
Classlet.
Yeah. You know,
It's still neat
it's
that
like
there's
a Mega
rules
Man
for
meme. Mega Mind meme, is that the one? Yeah. He's just like classless. No class? Yeah, it's neat there's rules for it. That's a common theme. There's always a rule for it. Even if you wanted to do like research RP, there's research activities that you can do in Pathfinder that give you research points. And then the more points you get towards the goal depends on the level of success you get at the end.
Oh.
We got it all. Chase scenes. There's chase rules.
Oh. Okay, this room's coming together now.
I like how the more you've been building it, the more it's starting to resemble the actual beginner box room. I'm waiting for the tables to come out.
That's right. I was literally just pulling up the little Atari dungeon. I was like, all right, what else is in here? Oh, there's room. There's stuff at the back. Okay. So the only issue is that I cannot replicate the top layer stuff that they do. However, I have been given the knowledge that in the future, I will be able to export top layers of dungeons. So you can get that, like, you can walk underneath this and your character actually goes underneath like the pillar that's there, or like the bar.
Oh, so you don't have to like insert it as a tile.
Well, you're going to be, so in normal play, the way it would work, because we don't have it, is your character goes on top of it.
Yeah.
I'll be able to now export it as a layer so I can actually have a top layer. So you go underneath it.
Good. You can technically do that as is. You just have to essentially, once you've finished, save a clone and then completely whitewash the ground level.
And
then you put it through an editor, get rid of the white. That's how I do it anyway.
You are a smarter man than I.
Yeah.
I see that shit and I go, no, thank you.
It takes ages to do, unfortunately. If you want to be really precise about it, it does take a hot minute. But, for the love of the craft, that's what I do. But I would never do it with like a super complicated map. If it takes me more than 20 minutes, the likelihood of me doing it is not good.
They're not that plain looking. All right. Tables. These tables. Oh, they're more like shelves. Okay.
Bye-bye, Shoop.
Oh, Soup's going to bed?
Goodbye, Super.
Thanks
in the
for
Discord
hanging
VC
out.
tomorrow, probably. I invite anyone who wants to hang out.
Thanks for the art.
Oh, yeah, Soup. Thanks for hanging out.
I might do some doodling. You never know. I'll probably be at work, actually, now I think about it. Damn it. Day jobs. It is what it is.
The 9 to 5.
I hate it. Why did we have an industrial revolution? Why?
Those goddamn bastards. I forgot I can mix up. It's not just purely fantastical. We are going to have some metallurgy, some metal shelves. We're also going to have some turn on lights, some light bulbs in here. There you are.
Did we ever figure out what the law for the road lights were?
Did we figure out the lore for it?
Yeah. Like are they plants?
What I had come up with is that it's one of the easier things for the people of the world to replicate. Like, it's one of the things that, like, they can basically, they have the schematic for, and a person with a high enough genetic memory can make it. So, like, the streetlights are one of the, either a thing that existed before and have just always been there, and they basically uproot it from places and bring it back, or it's one of the schematics that people found and were able to replicate.
Makes sense. Is installation easy?
It's labor intensive. So you basically, like, when new roads and everything are implemented, it's a lot of the guilds getting involved, because you need somebody to, like, break the earth, somebody who, like, knows how to set it up properly, and then, of course, somebody to watch over it to make sure they don't get jumped in the middle of the forest.
So is that like a communal thing where all the guilds get involved, or is there like a lamplighters guild?
There are. I don't think I've written like a Lamplighters Guild, but it is like several guilds get involved together. So like the Stonemasons Guild will roll up. They're already building the road and stuff. And then you'll have like the Forestry Guild that's there, who's basically like cutting back the trees and the shrubbery and stuff like that. But a Lamplighters Guild would be pretty sick.
I like the idea of that turning into a religious cult.
Oh my god.
We keep the lights on.
Very God, what's that game? Frostpunk?
Very Frostpunk. Yeah, now that you mention it, very Frostpunk. We provide you with heat, we provide you with light. All we ask for is a small tithe on a weekly basis.
Oh my god. They'd definitely be a really important guild. They'd probably have representation everywhere, and there'd probably be like a royal artisans like guild person who basically is there to represent their needs.
I can imagine it now, just a robed figure with a guard beside them walking through the streets, going to every house on the street for a single fang each. You get light for the evening. But if you're a penny short, a single claw short, no light.
Ooh. That's spicy.
I don't know, maybe it's my lawful evil brain just triggering there, but whenever there's something
Your DM
nice,
is
I
showing.
always, yeah, whenever there's something nice, I'm like, oh, how can I make this into a plug? It's like you introduce them to a lovely NPC. I'm like, how am I going to kill this one?
You like that guy, huh?
Oh, makes note. New BBEG.
It's crazy.
Will betray party.
Has motives.
Yeah. The second
I
there's a
mean,
whole
to be
woman
fair,
who thinks a hag, she becomes a hag.
To be fair, guilds were pretty famous for their shakedown schemes.
100%. People rely on you. You have power over them. Suddenly, there's money involved. Booyah. You're rife.
It's like corruption. I think in Germany, the Weavers Guild one winner in like the 1200s just refused to make blankets for people.
Oh, Jesus.
That is savage.
All the way.
I think we had some stuff in England too. I'll see if I can find it.
The stream makes me wish my Pathfinder game experiences were pleasant. Like this game seems so good. Oh, damn, brother. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. One of my players came from a bad group, shall we say, a bad GM. It is unfortunately a thing. And, you know, if you're coming from, they're in every tabletop system. Let's not fool ourselves. There are unpleasant GMs who cross lines that shouldn't be crossed. There are players who don't respect tables. Bad eggs in every system, in every game. They're everywhere. All I can say is that I hope you find a good group, and that if you look hard enough, eventually you will find people that mesh well with you. And once you find them, hang on to them, because that's precious.
If you're looking for games and stuff, Apocalyptic, we do have like a searching for game tab in the Discord. So if you want to, you know, put yourself out there, take a little bit of a risk. Be like, hey, I'm looking for a game, and see what happens. You never know.
Yeah, keep looking for groups. If you don't, here's the thing. Once you find players that you like, chances are it's going to be one or two people out of an entire group. Just send them a friend request, and then move on to the next group, and then move on to the next group. And once you have a big enough pool of people that you think are cool together, get them all together, and you're good to go. When I first posted for my 2 mega campaigns that I'm doing, I interviewed 50 players for the groups. And I whittled it down to 4 players in 2 different groups that I thought had similar time zones and similar tastes. And we haven't had a single problem in 2 years of play.
Nice.
That's what I'm saying. I vetted everybody. I wrote down what they liked and disliked, gave them a huge questionnaire, spent time with them. You know, I dedicated multiple days to interviewing these people and getting to know each and every one of them. And let me tell you, I had to whittle them down. There were some that were really easy to just take their little application and throw it in the shredder. There were some people I actively enjoyed ignoring.
Yeah.
You've got to filter through those people. I had some crazy people apply, but you've got to filter through them to get to the people that you actually want in your games. And, you know, I was a little bit ruthless. It helps being lawful evil, but I was a little bit ruthless in those interviews. And at the end of it, you know, I have a server with tons of people in it. And I say tons of people, 9 people in it. And we all thoroughly enjoy each other's games. We GM for each other now. It's a whole community. So if you work hard enough, and if you, especially if you're a GM, if you cater to a certain audience, know who you're catering to and what your style is, interview enough people, as a GM, you'll find your players super quick. And then eventually one of them will want a GM and boom, you've got your group. Just like that. That's my advice anyway.
Very solid. My advice is get behind the GM screen.
Yeah.
Sit at the table. You don't know this yet, but you have a game master already. It's you. If you find you're struggling, you find you're, you know, finding the, because here's the thing. Players in abundance. In abundance. That's even now still a thing. There are way more players than there are game masters. At the end of the day, if you're struggling to find a table or you feel like it's not working out, you have yourself, brother. You can take a seat at the table, get behind the DM screen, start looking at guides and everything like that, and start running your first game.
I mean, he is right. Just to bounce off of that, I mentioned how I did 50 interviews. It was on the Pathfinder RPG Discord that I posted my looking for group ad. It took 3 minutes from me posting it to get those 50 people. I had to close it after 3 minutes. If you're a GM, there are people begging for you to put an ad up. And if you're brand new, they love it because it means that you can all learn together. It can be sometimes daunting for an experienced GM to advertise to new players. But if you're a new GM, that can be almost just as approachable. You know? No matter who you're looking for, they will come. If you build it, they will come.
Correct. Is there anything on the tables in the Otari dungeon? I can't remember.
I think it's bottles of wine. I've literally got it on my screen. I should just look at it. Bottles of wine. There's a sack of flour and a tankard and a chest.
Did we loot any of that? I can't remember. Did we loot that stuff?
Yeah, there was an antidote in the chest.
Ah, nice. Sick. Okay.
Fun fact, by the way, that was me adding an antidote. I was like, that makes sense. There's a spider in the next room. I'm going to put an antidote in there.
I shall do the same.
No, that was me winging it. That was literally like somebody asked if they could loot the room, and I looked on the thing, and it had no loot in there, and I was like, "Why isn't there loot in here? I'm going to put loot in here."
I definitely felt like a Chekhov's antidote in that antidote.
Well, yeah, but at the end of the day, there's a bunch of stuff in that room. Why can't you pick it up? Alcohol has a stat block. If you want alcohol, there's a save, and you can get addicted to drinking. So, you know, if we've got the toys, why not play with them?
I like that.
It'd be weird if you found a crossbow under the table. But
There's some questions to the villagers.
Exactly, but an antidote.
You guys planning something?
Well, yeah, we did go into somebody's like personal cellar, so it wouldn't be too outlandish to be like, oh yeah, they have their own equipment down here.
Yeah, love that, by the way. Adventurers to a T. You go into someone's cellar to do a job, have one encounter, and suddenly you own the cellar. GM, I want to search it for everything it's worth.
Hand it over now.
They all literally 10 feet above you. I want all of it.
Whatever they have, give it.
Do I find the deed?
Please tell me that. Please tell me that I found the deed.
She keeps it down here, doesn't she? It's under the flower, isn't it?
The GM just shaking their head.
Uh-uh.
Menaces.
Adventurers, am I right?
Yeah, so it wasn't that's how a lot of people were in CTF, were just like, adventurers, oh god.
Or
What do you rapscallions want?
I've always liked the.
I'm actually a noble.
Even worse.
The
Yeah.
government.
We do have multiple types of nobles in Pathfinder, I think. You can go
I thought
the
you said you
heraldry
guys
route.
weren't thieves.
You can go the noble is stolen from 5e. You can go the genealogy route, where you have genealogy lore, or you can go the heraldry route, where you have heraldry lore.
You know, I was gonna ask about lore. Like,
Yeah.
how
Ask me anything.
specific? Oh yeah, all right. It gets like really fucking specific. Like I saw like you could have like occultism, right? But then you could have like a pyromancy lore or some shit like that, like a hyper specific lore.
Yeah, lore can be as specific as you want.
Can it be anything or?
Yeah, there's sailing lore. There's lore for each settlement. There's lore for underworld if you want to do like dodgy dealings or no secret like back alleys. There's cooking lore. There's warfare lore is a very popular one. What other ones are there? I mean, every background pretty much has their own lore. So if I just go to the background section real quick, I'll pick out a couple of fun ones. Let's see here. Actually, Path Builder might be better for this. The Path Builder. Let's make a random character. There we go. Backgrounds. So let's take it from the top. Acolyte gives you scribing lore. Animal Whisperer gives you plains lore or swamp lore, depending on the kind of animals that you like. Artisans give you guild lore. Astrologers give you astrology lore. If you want to be a barrister gives you legal lore. I'm barely through the list. Basically, every single one gives you... They're not all unique. Necromancer's Apprentice gives you necromancy lore. Occult Librarian gives you academia lore. High Attender gives you funeral lore.
Interesting.
They're basically just mini skill proficiencies. But the important thing to remember is whenever you roll a lore skill, the DC is -2. Because it's hyper specific.
Oh,
you don't use it as often. So when you do use it, it's easier because that's exactly what you know.
Oh.
It's not like a blanket, you're not just rolling Arcana because you know everything about everything in Arcana. It's like, no, you don't understand. I understand scribing. If I'm reading a spell scroll, I understand. This is what I do.
Stay in your fucking lane.
This is my thing.
Nice.
I know this.
Oh, God, he called it like niche protection.
I beg your pardon?
Like
What?
What?
the king guy. He called like the lore, like he didn't really explain it all too well. But he called the lores like niche protection. So like a character who's like, my whole thing is spell scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
The wizard rolls up and they don't have that particular lore. They have to make like a broader check. But the sorcerer goes, I know spell scrolls. And then they have like spell scroll lore or whatever.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it should be noted as well, if you're going into a campaign that has a lot of undead in it, and you're not particularly smart, but you still want to contribute to recall knowledge checks when you're researching things, so you're not left out of the role play. A really good thing that you can do and a really good practice in Pathfinder Society play, the organized play, where you're just rolling dice constantly with very little role play, is to have lore skills associated with what you're doing. Because if you have just like let's say you're doing like an undead campaign and you don't have religion as one of your skill proficiencies, you could take a background that gives you undead lore, and suddenly you're contributing to the recall knowledge checks, you're contributing to the roleplay. It's really good to do. And just as a side note, if you have, let's say you're a mastermind rogue, at level 1, you have all the skill proficiencies already. If you get skill increases and you get to, have more skills, one thing that you can do, and you can do this as any character, is forego a skill increase and gain a new lore at trained proficiency. And you get to pick exactly what the lore is. So you get to make up your own lore skill, essentially. That's how I got the Road Warden lore, because I just had additional lore as a skill feat, and then as my additional lore skill, I took Road Warden. But that's important because additional lore, along with, specifically it's the additional lore skill feat, whenever you can increase the proficiency of that thing to expert, master, or legendary, it does so automatically. Whereas in your background, you just get trained proficiency. So that's a very, very good skill feat if you want to invest in that. And I see people talking about esoteric lore here, so I'll briefly talk about esoteric lore because it's the Thaumaturge's whole thing is basically that they can recall knowledge using their charisma, using something called esoteric lore. The DCs for all of their recall knowledge checks using esoteric lore are -2. Specifically, it can only be used to learn the weaknesses of monsters. However, there is a level 1 feat that they can take called diverse lore, which lets them learn anything about anything using esoteric lore. The downside being that it increases the DC by 2, effectively making esoteric lore a non-lore skill. Because the -2 to the DC is mitigated by the +2 from doing whatever you want. So it's very, very strong ability, especially because it means that you can dump int as a Thaumaturge and still recall knowledge like crazy. But yeah, it is competing for a lot of other really good level 1 class feat slots. But yeah, that's Thaumaturge.
One of my favorite examples of like hyper niche lore skills from one of my own games is, so for example, blacksmithing, having that skill will give you the ability to roll to learn how like weapons are made, or certain gates or fence railings. You'll be able to identify like what's dwarf make, what's elf make, this, that, and the other thing. But I had a barbarian whose background was a farrier. He specifically worked with horses and horseshoe making. So they were out and they found horseshoe prints, and the barbarian looked at him and went, "Hold up, guys. You see those cross nails? That's Imperial cavalry. We should probably be a little more careful moving up this road."
Everybody looking at the barbarian stupefied. What did you just say?
You know the nails? Barbarian's like, yeah, obviously. I mean, look at it. Look at the cross. It's obviously Imperial.
You guys don't know this?
Guys, come on. Like,
simple nailonomics.
Looks at the inventor. You're trained in crafting. You should know this. Yeah, that's the cool thing about lore skills. You can really get down into the weeds when somebody uses a lore skill. And I actively encourage, like, if somebody has a lore skill, let them roll it as often as possible. If you have a settlement that you're in and somebody has the settlement lore, let them basically roll that for everything. Because that's why you take the lore skill. If you're not in that settlement, you have a empty box on your character sheet. So let them use it as much as possible when it's applicable.
Makes sense.
And you'd be surprised how often it can come up once you figure out what that skill is that you want to use.
Do you run a Pathfinder game?
I've run quite a few, but I used to run 1E.
Yeah, I think you said you preferred 1E, right? Was it you?
Well, my experiences with 2E, the system was still brand new. I only played the tester kit. I haven't actually tried 2E since it officially launched.
Oh, that was like 5 years ago. Was it 5 years ago? 2019? Is that what we said? I can't remember.
2019.
Yeah, 2019, 5 years ago. Or play more Pathfinder. Shoot yourself. Do it. Save yourself. Come into the light.
But like it literally got to the point where if they were hunting somebody, or say they were looking for a specific group of bandits, and the barbarian would basically make a mental note of the horseshoe prints, and when they went into different towns, he'd be like creeping on the horses, checking out the horseshoes and seeing if he could identify them by their horses.
That's dope. That's great
Nice.
roleplay right there.
That's
I
a
love the
scary
idea.
barbarian.
Imagine you're out on the tracks and he's like, obviously on one knee, like checking out the tracks. He's like, Imperial horse, Imperial horse. That's strange. And the party's like, what's wrong? This one was a donkey. Why would they have a donkey?
Everybody looks around, staring at him. What?
Why would an Imperial... I don't understand. And that's the weirdest plot hook you've ever had. Literally using ass as a plot hook. That's what it's all about. It's perfect. And then you got the mystery of where's the donkey? And why is the donkey? Turns out they stole it from a halfling who you find later down the road starving to death because he can't forage for shit.
Oh my god.
And it becomes a plot hook for a whole thing.
Nice.
Yep.
And then you gotta
I
take the
also
halfling
had a
back.
cleric who was a candle maker, and he was able to identify a demonic cult based off of the specific wax that they used in their summoning candles.
My god.
These adventures are psycho.
That's like a Catch Me If You Can moment where he's like identifying the particular types of like ink and shit they're
Motherfucker got
using.
wax in his fingers. He's like, oh yeah, that's Yankee.
Oh yeah.
This is Valium.
Oh yeah. I know what
I
this
had
belongs
some
to.
very unique players.
Holds it up to the light. Yeah.
Motherfucker
I know
tastes
Oh,
this.
this? Oh yeah. That's a diabolic cult. You can tell. There's blood in here.
Do you see the cut on the check? This wasn't ripped off.
Everybody just staring at him, mortified. How do you know that's blood? Oh, it's just a common practice. You wouldn't get it.
Little side note as well. We do have a dedication for an archetype called Pact Binder. So if you want to be somebody who uses contracts, treat yourself. Side note, by the way, I actually was looking in Divine Mysteries, and Abadar and Asmodeus are allies. Leaning into my
Ooh, that
Abadar's
makes
not
sense.
a good guy.
Yeah, that makes sense. They're both like various aspects of law.
And to be fair, it did also say in the book, if you're in a pinch and you can't find a cleric of Abadar to write up a contract, you know who to call. People would actually, like good people, would use clerics of Asmodeus to sign up contracts because they know it will be like there may be like loopholes in fine print, but you know that everything in that contract is going to be lawful as fuck.
What was I thinking? What was it? God damn it, I had something in my head and I can't remember.
Asmodeus contracts, law, loopholes.
A notary. No, I was I was trying to think of what the name was. Yeah, would you treat them as a notary or
Notary being
basically somebody who goes, yeah, this is I was here, I saw this contract being signed, therefore it is legit.
yeah, they put their stamp on it kind of thing. Yeah, you could. I don't see any reason why not. You might even have like a cleric of Abadar and a cleric of Asmodeus turn up to a really important meeting so that they can both double check the spelling and everything.
Nice.
Yeah, that's when you know you got a big contract, something really important. When like the guild leader calls the clerics over, and you got both gods turn up. That's an important document.
Get your asses over here now.
Yeah, an Asmodean lawyer and an Abaddon broker coming over and double checking the numbers, being like, yes, this is satisfactory. Yeah, you want to talk about lawyers as well. An Abaddon lawyer will always do exactly what the law says. But if you've got an Asmodean lawyer, they will fight for you in court, even if you're guilty.
That's Saul Goodman right there.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They'll find the loophole in the legal system, or they'll find a sub clause in some bylaw, and they'll get you off the hook, no problem. What's this? Apoc says, I do GM when I can. My greatest nemesis seems to be scheduling, to the point where every game I've ever done has simply perished. It's a very common thing.
Dude, you are not alone.
That is unfortunate, brother.
Mm. I mean, life happens, right? If you're playing the same campaign for multiple years, you can't expect everyone's schedules to stay the same. People get new jobs. People have life events that happen that cause them to get pulled away. It is what it is, unfortunately. I had a player from one of my aforementioned two groups who had to step away for schoolwork. But now that his work is done, he's looking to rejoin the groups, and we're just trying to find time in the schedule to get him in. It is what it is. People come and go.
People also sort of, get bored of the hobby.
Yeah, for sure.
It is a shame when people get, they're like, I don't want to do this anymore. But, everybody's got, it's meant to be a fun thing. It's not meant to be like a lifelong thing, right?
Yeah, if the fun stops, stop. Yeah, my advice, at least for the scheduling thing, and this is, I've got these two mega campaigns, but once they're done, I'm pretty much done with APs. My plan of action is to go back to what I used to do, which is short form adventures, 6 to 10 sessions tops. Because if you plan for 10 sessions, I can assure you that people can, at the very least for like a little 6-session thing, they can dedicate 6 weeks to it. No problem. And they'll be enthusiastic every session, knowing that it's getting towards the end. But if you're doing something like a mega campaign, you're going to have weeks where, someone's ill, or you're going to have weeks where like people are bored out of their minds. And whenever that happens with my groups, I would just say, okay, the vibe isn't quite right. I want to have a quality session. So here's what we'll do. Everybody go play video games, go chill out. You plan for this time to be filled. If you want to stick around, if you're feeling like you want to play a game, stick around. Everybody else go do your thing. Have a lovely weekend or what have you. And then whoever sticks around, I'll run a one-shot for. Or we'll do a little side story. Because there's always, the way I play my games, there's always unresolved side quests that we can go and do. And then I'll just take those people, and thanks to Pathfinder being such a fantastic system, you can just balance encounters on the fly, no problem.
I was about to say, I was already looking at it, brother, and I'm like, I can run solo sessions, no fucking problem with this.
Especially at higher levels. And they'll get there in no time, trust me. I mean, we talked about it before, like 4 sessions on average, if you run it like the beginner box.
Probably a little bit longer with my players, because my players are thespians, and I want to give them a lot of opportunities to roleplay, because I feel that's when they get the most immersed in their characters. So I can easily see it being like, all right, guys, what are your exploration activities? And then they set their exploration activities, and they go, okay, the scene is yours. Move about as you wish. And then the party sits in a room, and then they chat for like 45 minutes.
We
and
would
to me, that's
That's fine, Sizzle. It's okay.
We would
You don't
never.
have to deny it. Jesus. It's okay.
So there is a little table in the book. If you feel that they're not leveling up at the speed that you want them to, or if you think, if they're going to spend half the session talking and you want to get a little bit more out of it, there is a table that you can use in the book. It's kind of malleable. You can kind of do what you want with it. It basically says, 1,000 XP is a level up, right? You can change that number. If you want them to level up quicker, or if they're taking longer because of RP reasons, you can just move that number down to 800. If they're still slow, move it down to 600. And then it makes every encounter a really big boost to their level. You don't have to stick it to 1,000. And if they're just grinding it out and they're just getting a new level every 2 sessions, maybe bump it up a little bit.
I was thinking of doing something similar. Like, I was already like, okay, well, for, the parties adventuring, doing whatever they're doing, and then something happens, and let's say they piss off a wizard or whatever, some guy with enough power to basically make their life a problem, and he rolls up. And he's like, a curse upon you. And then I go, all right, guys, to level up now, you need 1,200 experience instead of 1,000.
You could totally do that.
Or until you go, fucking kill the wizard. Like,
one thing I did was I had a fae sort of appear in one of my adventures. And I thought to myself, now this was the first time they'd ever encountered a fae. I was like, how can I explain to them that Fae don't play by the rules in a way that they haven't already seen from 5th edition or something like that? How can I make my Fae explicitly 2nd edition? So I had them take away their hero points and give them new ones. I had the Fae literally manipulate a resource of the game rather than, necessarily having the Fae be Fae-ish in the conventional sense. I showed them that they were otherworldly because they broke the 4th wall, essentially.
Nice.
They didn't communicate to the players necessarily, but they did. The way I described it is that they manipulated the luck of the universe in their favor or against you, whatever. And I just adjusted their hero points. So if they said something nice to the Fae and the Fae liked it, they gained a hero point straight away. But if something went wrong, suddenly it would disappear. And it just became, it was only 1 or 2 hero points by the end of it. But it was like a fun little thing. And the only reason I did that was because the Fae had a fortune ability that allowed them to manipulate luck. So I was like, okay, I can sort of write this into using hero points instead. So
I like that.
Yeah, if you want to have a wizard curse upon ye, and then it's suddenly 1,100 XP to level up, that's fine. But again, give them XP for pretty much everything they do. If they unlock a door, give them 10 XP. If they disable a trap, give them the appropriate amount of XP from the table. You want to be giving them XP constantly. Well, maybe not constantly, but what I typically do is I wait until the end of the session and give it to them in bulk.
That's what I was going to ask. Is it better to do that, or is it better to be like, hey, track this number now, and I fucking throw it at them?
I mean, there's no wrong answer. I mean, for the beginner box, what I've been doing with you guys is telling you after the encounters, here's the amount of XP you get, but that's just so that you can see how it's assigned. Similar with exploration activities, I know we were just talking about those. If you don't have to ask your players, what are your exploration activities? Set your exploration activities. I've only been doing that in the beginner box so you can understand how they work. In actual play, and this is, totally up to you, you can just have it where a player describes what they do in RP. And then you as the GM look at the long list of shit.
Oh.
And then see which one's the closest and make the roll.
Nice.
You don't even have to tell them what activity they're doing. If they just say, hey, GM, I just want to look around and see what's going on. You just roll the perception check behind the screen and double check what Seek does. Or Search.
Really? I like that a lot.
They don't even have to roll the die. Because it's a secret check, it doesn't even matter. You just need to see their sheets. And you have access to all of them. Quickly and easily with the party menu. So they don't even need to know what they're doing. They just ask the questions and then you as the GM do all the hard work. If you want to go that route. If you want to keep it simple on yourself, you can always ask them to set exploration activities. And what I advise doing is asking them what their default activity is. And then when they go back into exploration mode, whenever they're not in an encounter, you can just double check the sheet, see what it is, roll the dice, booyah, you've got it. And then if they change their mind later and do something else, that's fine, but you've still got that basis so that they're always doing something. You never want a situation where they're exploring, but nobody's doing anything.
Or nobody's doing anything.
Yeah, so if they're not doing any exploration activities, you haven't got anything to create plot hooks out of. If nobody's investigating, they're not going to learn anything new about the environment. If no one's tracking, they're not going to gain any new information. If nobody's searching, they're not going to find the hidden doors. So it's good to have somebody like, to touch base with all of those little actions so that you as the GM can then use that as a springboard for explaining the rest of the events that happen to them. If someone's investigating, would you believe it? There's something to investigate. If somebody's searching, would you believe it? You find something.
Nice. That's already how I like doing my games anyway, so that sounds great.
Yeah, and then it kind of it puts the power in the player's hands because it's the players doing the things. But realistically, it's just as much for the GM because the GM gets to see that and go, oh, thank God, I know what I'm doing. And if no one's searching, then you can have something spring up on them from nowhere, or they don't see the trap before it goes off.
Orcs attack.
Orcs attack. You were not prepared. -4 to all of your initiatives. Oh no. Silence says, I wish that were the case for my group. I offered to run a one-shot. People were up for it. And then complete radio silence. Unfortunately, my son, that sounds like a bit of a communication issue on the side of the group. It is what it is.
What if I D&D so hard that I get isekai'd into like modern day? It's a very different game, brother. Could be possible though. I know Sparks, who was a player, she played Sabine and a Shield Day. She's doing an isekai campaign right now. She's having a great time. And Silent, I bet if you went, hey, World of Adis community, I'm running a game, you would be overwhelmed with DMs or with people asking you, hey man, can I play? Hey, what you doing? Running a game? Let me see.
Let me look at that.
What you got in your pocket?
That literally happened to me. Leo messaged me and was like, hey, do you mind running a game for me? Do you mind running the beginner box? I was like, yeah, sure. Do you want me to put up a looking for group to like find the other members? And he was like, don't bother. Ask Crowned. I was like, what? I was like, where? And he was like, yeah, do it. Yeah, and then, wouldn't you believe it? We're doing the beginner box. And then today, I posted that I was thinking about doing a one-shot in Adis, and Legion, within a millisecond, responded with stare symbols. Do you notice that? I literally looked away from my phone back at the work I was doing, and then I peeked back down and I saw that Legion had responded, and I was like, oh
my God.
I hadn't even put up the post yet. I was just looking for ideas.
Yeah, there's I've told people before that if you want to run a game in Adis and stuff like that, you totally can. Let me know where, and if I have maps for it, I'll just give you the maps.
Give me.
What do you want to run a game?
A small village in the Ettenmoor that has no lore tied to it yet. Something I can truly make my own.
Sure. So I've got, once this saves, I have a map. It's pretty old. I was planning on redoing it soon. Namely when the SOT crew starts going to the Aram's River. I've got a place on the other side of the Aram's River called Anders Hill.
I forgot spelling. I need to make notes.
Where is the map? It's one of the like older. Yeah, here we go. So this is Anders Hill. It's a big farming community.
Farming, perfect. That's exactly what I needed. Would you believe it? Farming's important to the one shot.
Nice. I have other versions of this map as well because it was I was doing some quirky stuff. I have it burning because it was going to be raided by Morlings.
It's funny you mentioned that.
And then I have it in its ruined state, so smoldering.
I don't think it'll get ruined, hopefully, but we'll see what I can do.
Yeah, nice.
It's only a one shot, but no, I could definitely use that first one for sure.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Give me.
I plan on doing this. So like, obviously, this is an older version. You can tell by the trees are green.
Hey, that's fine.
All right,
That'll do me fine. So I understand you have aldermans.
Yes.
And wisdoms. Would this be a place that has an alderman and a wisdom?
Correct. It is a town, so it would have a alderman, it would have a wisdom. And I would let you make whatever you want with that. I don't have any NPCs or anything for Anders Hill.
Good. I already know who the NPCs are.
Yeah,
Nice one, show.
The main structures that you need for a town proper in Tyros, you need a...
It will be Pathfinder 2E, yeah.
Grab my dragon marked.
Skullthrone's like, hey, yo, can I play? Classic example. Skullthrone, I would be happy to have you at my table. We can talk more when I put the LFG up.
Jordan.
Oh, is that how you spell it?
Yes.
Oh. Shit. I've been spelling it wrong this whole time.
Yeah, I'm a bit quirky. I misspell everything on to make it mine.
I noticed that with the currency. I was like, what
That
the
American
fuck?
blood.
Is it supposed to be like an alderman there?
Yes, it is a mayor lord.
Okay.
The Kanka has a little blurb in the Kingdom of Tyros tab that tells you what a
That's
Yalderman
exactly
does.
where I am. Yeah, I've already got it open. I've been looking at the Kanka for inspo.
So these are the main roles that every town would have.
Magister. Teach me about the Magister.
Your Magister is your lawyer. They're the one who are going to be representing you should you become a criminal.
Okay, they're the judge.
Correct. The constable is going to be the one who basically levels the crimes against you, and the magister is going to be there. They're not there to get you off. They're there to basically make sure that you plan on being a good person again. So they're going to make sure like, oh, okay, this person can actually be redeemed. This person, like their crime is very minimal. Like what punishments can they do to make sure that they actually pay back their debt to society? Oh, they only stole some food? Okay, well, we'll have them do some labor for the town doing X, Y, and Z to pay back their crime. Oh, they're a murderer? Okay, we need to find out, are they actually the murderer? They actually the murderer? Okay, I'm going to contact the arbiters and we're going to get this guy killed. Like, because murder of your fellow man is heavily frowned upon.
Yeah, it does say. Road wardens.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, we see a lot of road wardens in the games. Is there like a stereotypical default definition of a road warden?
So we've seen one road warden, and that is Aaron Aldane. For example, Durant Spear is a hamlet. It doesn't have its own road warden. It has its sheriff, which acts as its sort of road warden-esque.
Right.
Aram's Ferry will have a road warden, and Elion has a road warden. They are your quintessential protectors. They are going to patrol the roads for like a set period of time. They're going to go to each other road. So like from Elion to Aram's Ferry is the road that Aaron will patrol. He'll go there. He'll make sure that he's taking his time as he patrols through. He's going to camp out in the wilderness. He's going to make sure that there's no crazy things. He's also going to be inspecting the road for damage. He's going to get to Aram's Ferry, and he's going to check in with the road warden that's there in the Aram's Ferry. They're going to exchange information. He's going to start patrolling back, and once he gets back, the road warden for Aram's Ferry is going to begin their patrol.
Okay.
So that way road wardens get an opportunity to relax, be at home. They're not patrolling 24/7 because that would literally kill a person. So you have other people in other towns that do that patrolling as well. So you meet up with them, you share everything that you've learned, and then you go back home, and then they start patrolling.
Like a handover.
Correct.
What if they really like road warden? Like,
You totally could. You totally could patrol back and forth. And at that point, you have a road that has 2 road wardens that are patrolling.
It's a
White
secure
Lion
road.
up in Skull Deer, and you just love crusading.
Well, that's a bit of a different issue. At that point, like I imagine at some point the Drakis or the Yalderman of Skoldir would be like, okay, we're gonna like, I love that you're a road warden, but you really love crusading, so we're going to you're gonna retain your titles as a knight and everything like that, but I'm going to appoint a new road warden until you come back.
I love my job.
So Anders Hill wouldn't necessarily have its own road warden.
It would. It's its own town.
So the road warden would go from Anders Hill to another settlement via one road, and they would send theirs back, and vice versa.
It would actually. Let me pull up. I have it on my hex map because I have my roads there. Second. Log into my D&D game.
Or because I'm already thinking of like what the synopsis, the like intro synopsis would be.
A usual hook that is very common in Tyros is that the road warden hasn't returned yet.
Well, I can beat you there. The road warden has returned and died on the same day.
Ooh, very good. So these, let me pull up my hex map. So the road from Anders Hill connects to the west side of the ferry. The west side of the ferry has its own road warden because they are split sides of the same town. He patrols all the way up to Anders Hill, patrols all the way back. Sometimes he'll patrol all the way down to Irwood, which is the southern one that's closest to Rosewood. Irwood has its own road warden that patrols up, vice versa. So Anders Hill Road Warden will patrol all the way down to the Aram's Ferry and go all the way back. The Rosewood, the Drakis, has his own retinue of road wardens who patrol from Rosewood and patrol all roads, but they take longer to patrol. So they do full sweeps of the roads, and it takes them like a full season to patrol the whole thing, because sometimes they'll get snagged very early on, go into the deep woods, and then they're doing their own mini crusade there.
Clearing it out and making it safe.
Exactly. Not to mention, they'll also be responsible for like bringing out the guilds. So road wardens have the writ of authority, which is a thing that all road wardens have, where they can roll up to a town, and if the town has a guild presence, they can muster the guild to come and repair the road. So like the Anders Hill Road Warden goes to the Aram's Ferry. He finds a break in the road. It's closer to Aram's Ferry than it is to Anders Hill. He goes to Aram's Ferry, shows the writ of authority, musters the guild, and then pulls them back to the road to fix it.
Makes sense. Whoever's closest gets the job.
Correct. And then he can also be like, hey, the guild's out there doing their stuff. Who wants to join me in protecting the guild? And because Tyros is so prideful, a lot of people will be like, me, I shall go with you. And they're wearing like, you know, leather, chainmail, stuff that they can afford, and they roll out with the road warden to start like making sure that no Vigar roll up.
And in comparison to a Morling, a road warden is just such higher level that it wouldn't be a thing.
Well,
I could just do that all day.
In D&D, it's a swingy system. There's, you know, bounded accuracy, all that stuff. For example, Aaron is all of the NPCs of Eliond are around level 7. So they're pretty badass in terms of being able to hold their own. Like Aaron against a gauntlet of or a claw of Morlings is would probably beat the bricks off of them. But Morlings have what Morlings have their own like scary motherfuckers that like to roll out.
The specialist units.
Correct. So you have, for example, you have your slaughter lord who's in charge of your herds, like who's in charge of basically a massacre or a butcher. of Morlings. They're the ones who you go to, and these are the dudes who are leading the raids on places. You have your Gordukes, which are your leaders of warring herds. They've led successful raids, they control territories, and have erected herd stones. And then you have your Barons, and Barons are leaders of single tribes. So, for example, the Blood Axe. The Blood Axe has a Slaughter Lord leader, but if they didn't, they would have a Baron who would be in charge of them. Then you also have the spellcasters. You have the Doom Heralds. Those are the ones who are like as powerful as Slaughter Lords. They're the ones out there manipulating the current. They're the ones summoning Morin's Wrath, all that stuff. You have Harbingers, which are the ones below that. They're the ones who basically are like your shaman types. They're the ones making sure that the warriors are blessed. They're going out with imbued weapons, air quotes. And then you have your shepherds, which are basically serve as advisors and their own rung of spellcasters alongside barons.
Okay.
So if a shepherd rolled out, that would be an actual threat for a road warden.
Oh, really? Okay, so a Doom Herald is...
Doom Herald and Slaughter Lords are the dudes. Like, the only time that a player was able to potentially challenge a Slaughter Lord was a like level 9 barbarian.
And this is in D&D where level 10 is broken, so...
Correct. Like, he was able to stand on his own because he was a particular type of barbarian. He had really good magic items and stuff that basically gave him more opportunities for that. But if a road warden rolled up on a Slaughter Lord, the road warden might do some good stuff, but he's ultimately going to get his shit rocked. Like, Aaron's an exception, I guess. He served as part of the High Lord's retinue, so he was a traveling knight serving alongside what is basically a mini king and has his own stories and accolades. I would say a normal road warden is probably around level 4, level 5, enough to do like extra attack and stuff.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I cannot wait to see the stat blocks on these guys when they get pathfinded.
I am excited to. I want to play with your guys' like monster core, but another part of my brain's like, I really want to homebrew monsters.
Yeah, homebrew away. Like, do a little mix if you like. Spot the difference.
Let's brew like demons.
Yeah, let's brew like demons.
I need to put this up on the Kanka. I'll probably end up doing this later on because I have a bunch of tribes and stuff.
I would love this on the Kanka for sure.
And I also have like
Especially
terminology.
if I'm gonna do more one shots.
Oh hell yeah!
I want to do a bunch of little adventures in Adis. I think that's where my strength lies. So.
Oh yeah, I'll give you the hex maps. I'll give you Anders Hill, and then do you do hex crawling and stuff like that?
I don't, but I want to learn.
Okay,
I'll
cool.
do the Pathfinder way as well.
Yeah, I'll send it over, and then.
Oh yeah.
Actually, it might have to wait because Incarnate is experiencing a bug right now where
the expo bug. Yeah. I've seen it already. I'm not a fan. I'm gonna wait for it. Okay, I'm trying to make 3 maps at the minute. Yeah, for the one shot. So I'm like, oh fuck. But because obviously I export in as high detail as I possibly can.
Indeed, I like my players being able to zoom in and be like, "Is that a pebble on the ground?" And I go, "Yes."
Here's what I'm thinking for the plot hook, right? You can tell me if this is crazy or not. So, Anders Hill, quiet village in the middle of the Ettenwood or what have you. They have their road warden who returns to town after one of their patrols. And the night that they return, there is a mauling attack. Apparently, it's one mauling, and it kills the road warden. And then the PCs are sent there to investigate how the fuck that happened.
That makes complete sense.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, the Yaldermen would be... So you would want the Wayfarers to have been established there in some way, shape, or form already, because if they don't have Wayfarers there already, the Yalderman's going to contact the Dracus. But if he has Wayfarers who have already sort of maybe not have a name for themselves, but have made their presence known, then he'll ask the Wayfarers to do the job.
Okay. Jolly good. All right,
Yeah,
that's all I need.
those people are shitting their pants. They're being like, oh, fucking Morlings got to our front door and killed our road warden. What the fuck?
Yeah, his body was found in a cornfield.
Oh yeah, that would be a huge point of sort of like worry and this sort of like vigilance from the town to be like, what the fuck happened? We need to take care of the family.
A little paranoia.
Yeah, absolutely.
Paranoia.
Because the other thing would be like, okay, do we know it's a dark friend or do we know it's a Morling? Like, was he betrayed by somebody in town or was he betrayed by a Morling, or are they working together? You have you have so much potential there.
Yeah, I think I already know what the gist is going to be. But now I've got the tools and the playthings to use to actually explain what I'm doing. Very good. And just so I'm double checking, the wisdom is never married to the Balderman.
You can. There's nothing explicitly saying you can't. It's just that wisdoms usually don't marry. They're the ones that handle like marital affairs and stuff. So it's good to have them, not be biased in some way, shape, or form.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't want the Walderman like influencing their decisions or anything.
Right, because it's all the wisdom's also meant to serve as the other half of the town. They're both leaders. So if a Yalderman says this is going to happen, a wisdom needs to approve it as well.
Yeah, it's like a ship. You have the captain, and you have the quartermaster.
Correct.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, I can work with that.
Will Pathfinder work well with the silver standard? I was trying to look that up last night.
I don't see why not.
Well, so the silver standard, what he's referring to is like a gold piece costs 100 silver. 1 silver piece costs 100 copper.
Oh, I see. It's not 10, 10, 10, 10.
So in Adis, a health potion is 25 silver pieces or 25 fangs. A piece of plate mail, because D&D, is 1,500 silver pieces or 150 gold.
Yeah.
Now, I hand out silver in pretty hefty chunks, so in hordes usually. So you're going to get 4 hordes of silver.
I mean, I wouldn't be too worried about this. You can do it. Just multiply the cost of everything by 10. And you're sorted, right? And then convert it all to silver if you want. If the only difference is from 10 to 100, surely the solution is just to multiply everything by 10. So instead of having plate mail be 30 gold, have it be 300 gold. Or 300, you know what I mean. Have it be 3 gold. Or something like that.
Nice.
I think that's how I would do it. Might take a little bit of learning the math calculus in your head. But 300 silver 3,000 silver for a suit of plate mail doesn't seem too bad. Or is that too much? How much did you say it was in your game?
Regular plate mail is just it's like 1,500 silver.
Oh, because silver is gold in Aegis.
Correct.
I understand.
Yeah, everything's based out of silver. You will get gold pieces that will be very rare. It'll usually be like, hey, here's you won the tournament. Congratulations. Here is 2 gold pieces.
Dude, it's such a shame we're not using Starfinder. In Starfinder, all we have is silver. Everything's measured in credits, and a credit equals a silver piece. So that's the ideal way of doing it. You could do it. It would just be, you'd have to do a little bit of mental math, but if you want to change the currency, I don't see why you couldn't do that. There might even be modules or even something in the homebrew elements that I haven't spotted yet that helps you change the way coinage works.
Yes, Morlings are based off Myrddraal, or not Myrddraal, they're based off Trollocs, and yes, I do have a Myrddraal equivalent. They're known as Void Wraiths, or Night Wraiths. They are, so a lot of like the Dark Lord stuff and Myrddraal's Dark Friends and all that shit, it originates from, don't tell Rylan, it originates from Thorilir. Because, a lot of the Wheel of Time story originates behind the old one, and a lot of like the the stories that are there. Oh god, I forget what the place is called. Where like the men of the Two River trace their lineage to.
I haven't finished Wheel of Time. I really should. I stopped halfway.
The first book is super good. I've been meaning to start reading this. So here's the other thing you're gonna learn. I haven't read all of Wheel of Time. I read the first book and I was hooked. And I was like, this has a bunch of really cool shit that I could just take from it. And I started doing that. I think I started the second book and I got wrapped up in something and then wasn't able to get further into it.
I did really like that sort of takes on magic and, it's sort of being tied to gender in a kind of weird way. It brought me back to reading the Jack Vance books and I was like, yes, the old ways.
Yeah, I love like the Aes Sedai and stuff like that. It's really cool.
What the fact? Especially since with my setting being diesel punk modern, converting the fantasy system to account for modern weaponry as a slog. My son, why are you using a fantasy system for a diesel punk modern setting?
Yeah, couldn't you just use
May I
Starfinder?
introduce... You could use Starfinder, I guess, but that's more sci-fi.
Oh.
My thought is like Apocalypse World.
Oh.
My son is perfect for that.
Well,
Modern
also
system,
Manetherin, that's right.
Manetherin. I tried Apocalypse, didn't like it. Fair enough. It is very rules light.
Well, is it more of like an RP style?
Kind of. They use a system called threats, where basically everything that isn't a player is a threat. And the threats generate plot hooks, and it's a whole thing. But you could... Realistically, the amount of power that PCs, quote unquote, have is very different from what you might be used to in sort of TTRPG like D&D or 2E. It's like you could start Apocalypse World 2nd Edition with 400 people who rely on you to survive.
Oh.
Yeah, it's that kind of game. Or you could, in the same party, you could be a guy with a van. Or you could be the dude with access to fresh water. Or you could be, some sort of... there's a lot of adult themes in that system, especially around sex. So it's very sex, drugs, and rock and roll in a weird kind of way. Which is kind of strange for me because I don't really use that sort of stuff in my games.
It never really comes up in mine either. So it's never something I really account for.
Yeah, for me it's like, is it appropriate? No. But in Apocalypse World, it's actually like a mechanical thing in the game. So at that point, I'm kind of like, okay, just don't be weird about it. And they've got obviously rules for Fade to Black and all that jazz. But yeah, you could kind of, if you wanted to play like a Mad Max game, they've got rules that you can use for that, for like vehicle combat and things like that. But they've also got quite a lot of room for roleplay. How would I describe the roleplay? I did a couple of scenarios in my head using the threat system, and I think it's a lot looser with the rules than other systems. You kind of only make a roll when you have to, and time's a bit wibbly wobbly. You can kind of do one roll, and then that be for a 6-second increment, and then you do another roll for the next hour, something like that. It's very timey-wimey. But you kind of can't get immersed in a weird way, because the way the game works is it pulls you out of the immersion constantly. I suppose it's how you run it, but it pulls you out of the immersion constantly for addressing all these different threats, and it's very weird and wibbly wobbly. I wouldn't recommend it for a new GM, that's for damn sure. But if you're very used to just telling stories and having the players come up with crazy ad-libs and then bouncing off of each other, I think it's a great system for that. I don't actually know if there's a crunchier system. I mean, there were D20 spin-offs of like 3.5 that were based in a sort of apocalyptic setting. I forget what it was called, but you can find it on Drive-Thru. Mind you, I think they still have Thaco in it, so you might want to avoid them.
Be wary, my son.
Be wary.
The numbers are weird.
You're calculating if your AC equals 0. Bolt action. I've never seen bolt action. Must be good though if you're using it. There's not a lot of good systems for more modern settings. Yeah, typically, what I've noticed, if you want to play a modern game, the TTRPGs that you have available to you almost always lean towards noir or mystery or realism. I'm thinking like Soylent Green, for example, or like Call of Cthulhu, Candela Obscura, all these kind of more modernized games. They don't have gritty combat systems, shall we say. I feel like I've hijacked the stream, actually. I'm gonna quiet down.
Oh man. So you gotta remember, there are times where I just get into the zone with map making, and that's why I like having people in chat, because I can listen to stuff while I'm working on my maps, and I find that it helps me a lot.
Oh, good. Well, luckily I can talk for hours. So
yeah, I haven't had any complaints with anybody coming in here and talking too much, because I usually get my work done.
yeah, you're like, thank God, and then you start making the maps.
Yes, keep yapping.
Yes. Well, action is a war game. Oh, well, there you go. That must be tricky to... I suppose you couldn't really do that on Foundry, right? Because having two systems in the same world is impossible. Yeah, go do
Burn yourself out.
That too. Yeah, this is part of the issue, I bet. The modern age is a civilized age of diplomacy instead of violence. /JK. I disagree. How worth it are the new core versions? Good question. If you have the original books, do you need the new core versions? Well, it depends. The new core rulebooks, obviously, they clarify a lot more of the rules. There's a lot more rebalancing with certain rules that were maybe out of whack. All the OGL terminology has been updated as well. So do you need to know the new terminology? Not necessarily, but it might create confusion at the table when one person refers to an ability as power attack and the other as vicious swing, or off guard and attack, and off guard and flat-footed, or reactive strike and AOP. So I could see there being some sort of issues there. Personally, I think the best reason to buy the new books is that they have separated the GM into one book and the players into two. But more than that, if you're looking for something in the original core rulebook, the original core rulebook did suffer a little bit from 5e syndrome, where if you're looking for something, you're going to be looking for a while. But the new books have a fantastic sidebar. And the way it works is the closer you get to the topic you're looking for, the more detail it shows you in the sidebar. So you can really find things quickly in the new books. And I use that all the time. If you have physical books, it's especially useful. But I don't think they're necessary by any means. You could even use the new stuff from new books being printed with the old rules if you desired. Do I recommend it? No, but I'm biased. So take that with a grain of salt. Modern magics. Ooh, that sounds fun. A modern fantasy saying, yeah, I like the idea of somebody having a heart attack in the street and their partner taking their wedding band off and just cracking the diamond to revivify them.
That
sounds kind of cool. Yeah, it makes for a good roleplay moment. I think you can use these fantasy systems for modern settings. You just have to be creative with the rules. You know, you've got to work together. I think it's harder with 2E because 2E is a more crunchier system. But with a rules light system or something that tries to be rules light, like 5th edition, you could theoretically do it.
Wish I could. I'm gonna try and pull.
I've never read Stormlight. I don't know what that is.
Oh, the Stormlight series. That's another one I need to read by the same author who wrote Wheel of Time.
Is it?
Yeah, one of their the reason I want to read it is because from what little bits I've learned, I want to use it as some big inspiration for Yatagara.
Yeah. Yatagara is your Asian coded, I should say, space, right?
Correct.
Where the orcs are from.
I'm gonna go watch Shogun again.
It's a blend of cultures. It draws a lot from sort of Japanese mythos and everything like that.
Mm.
So, what do we think, chat? I admit.
Did you just tear it out?
Yeah, I did. On theirs, on the right,
That looks familiar.
No shame.
it looks
No
really
shame.
nice. It looks. They got some good color gradient. This, of course, the color gradient will match when the shadows and everything like that are put in into
On Foundry.
Foundry. Thank you.
Mm.
Oh, it looks
I think
great.
it's good.
It looks
Yeah.
very
Very similar.
yeah, deja vu.
Yeah. Uncanny Valley.
Excellent. So this is
Why
gonna be
are you remaking the same exact map?
because it's not going to be the same exact. I want the intro room to be the same,
Oh,
Oh, I see.
but
Okay.
I'm going to be redoing the rest of it to make sense.
I understand. Oh.
okay. I was like, why is this guy? This seems like a lot of just extra work.
Remaking the map completely.
Yeah, like,
little.
Damn. The hubris on this
Nice.
man.
It is a
Looks
good
at
map.
it goes, I should do it better.
Yeah, to be fair, would you need as many temples in your version?
No, I'd put little bits of like maybe there's like something resembling one of the wilderness gods, like an icon shrine or
You should
something like
pick
that.
One or two gods,
I would
and
say,
the rest
like-
should be saints.
Exactly. I think you should. So, I think the way that a good way of approaching this would be assume that you're going to get a lot of new watches from the Pathfinder sort of side of things. So, you might have to use this as an opportunity to really introduce the lore of Adus to new people. So, I think if you maybe keep that in mind and try and like filter feed the little tidbits of lore, that might be a good shout.
I could do that. I could. My initial plan was to basically keep somewhat some of the feel, I guess. So like, I was either gonna have it be icons, which are like my weird nature gods, and these being like hidden shrines type deal, or have it be like old saint shrines and stuff like that.
That could work. I think, yeah, you probably want to paint a picture to people of exactly, if you're going to go the religious route, maybe paint a picture of exactly what religion looks like in Adus. Just so that no one's surprised when you get out of this quote-unquote beginner box and then see that it's a little bit, like, imagine if it was one way in the beginner box and then completely different when you stepped outside.
Walk outside.
Just-
Where the fuck's
Yeah, you get
Abadar?
whiplash. Yeah, where's Abadar gone? Where are the coins? Who mints these?
Will the rest rules remain the same as SOT, or will it change? I'm also unfamiliar really with the resting rules. So, because it used to be you would like in D&D you gain your health back and everything. Like you gain everything back on a long rest. I believe that's not the case in Pathfinder.
Correct.
Like
You get
long
your
resting,
level times your constitution.
yeah, like long resting gives you like no hit points.
Sweet fuck all.
You
Gives you
rest.
spell slots there. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, you long rest and you're like, oh, that wound, that stab I have is still a stab, in fact.
Yeah, it's kind of funny as well because you can do extended downtime rests. So if you rest for a week, you get a little bit more HP. I think it's like double what you would get on a long rest after a week. So you would gain each day, and then at the end of it, you would gain a little bonus. The downside of that is that amount of HP that you could heal could be easily patched up by somebody with a decent training in medicine in a number of hours. Wheel of Time was written by Robert Jordan. After his death, Brandon Sanderson, the author of Stormlight, was chosen to finish the series. That's good to know. Long resting doesn't give much back, but players can cycle medicine checks during any resting time. Correct. Medicine is how you get your health back in Pathfinder, at least outside of combat.
I think that's super cool.
Mm-hmm. This is kind of the thing. Like, I really enjoy Brett's scan mechanic, but in my head, I have recall knowledge. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It kind of makes more sense, maybe just because I played Pathfinder for so long, that I get to use the skills that I picked for my character. In 5e, they might as well make their skill list about 6 skills long. Realistically speaking, it feels that way, at least when I play.
Yeah.
I've done history maybe a handful of times on my Artificer.
Usually ends up being the same skills are chosen.
Mm-hmm. Perception, investigation, insight, the first 3. Then stealth if you need it. Survival if you're doing a wilderness campaign. And yep, that's it. I think that's it.
Fuck all. And that's all you need.
I mean, the problem is, though, you look at the books and what do you do with medicine in 5e? What's his job? The books don't tell you.
It has the potential of killing your friend. That's what it can do.
It stabilize them. That's it. You're telling me that's the entire skill? Somebody's dying and I don't have healing word, so I have to get my hands dirty? That's a shame. That's a real shame. And then you've got the poor intelligence-based skills like nature, or I guess nature's wisdom in 5e. The recall knowledge skills that we have in 2e. In 5e, do sweet FA. Arcana. What the fuck is Arcana used for in 5e?
Anything magic.
Anything magic.
Anything magic. Trust me, there was a moment, I haven't even started playing, or like even looking at Pathfinder in all too much depth. I literally was like, Arcana shouldn't be the only thing. And I was looking at DC 20 and I was like, I'm just going to steal cultism from DC 20. So that way there's an actual fucking difference between Arcana shouldn't be rolled for everything.
Yeah, and then you look at 2e and it's like, nature, occultism, religion, and laws.
It all fits.
Medicine for creatures, crafting for objects. It's all coming together.
Oh, thank God.
I don't know. I don't think if I ran 5e again, I would have to homebrew in recall knowledge. The fact that there's no way that a player can ask me, what is this thing in front of me? And, rules is written. I just have to tell them that, they've never seen a troll before. Doesn't make sense.
I want my players to understand, even if we don't end up moving to Pathfinder, which would be very much a shame. I'm going to do the blind roll for stealth and perception and stuff like that.
Hell yeah.
It's just too good.
Honestly, you've got to tear it apart. Even if you don't use it, take the bits
just
and
can't.
dash the rest of the stones.
He just can't help himself.
Yeah. And it's like I said with like
it's
the
a great
exploration.
rule. Like a rogue shouldn't know if they fucking succeeded on a stealth roll. The wizard shouldn't there's I guess the big thing is I want to avoid the skill dog pile, which is I rolled a perception check. Like what happens in our group sometimes where Logan will roll a perception check and then he nat ones. And then suddenly
GM, I would like to make a check.
Yeah, suddenly everybody's like,
I would also like to make a perception check.
So I don't know if blind rolling will help with that, but it also has to be in conjunction with making shit up. I think
You're
really
gonna be
helps.
good at
Like
lying
failing
against,
your
players.
lore knowledge and giving them just funky information.
dude, I love that though. That
Hilarious.
sounds awesome.
I was bad at it at first, but let me tell you, after a little while, I became a master at gaslighting.
Hilarious.
Sounds terrible, but my players love it. I mean, we saw it in the beginner box. I keep bringing this up, but we had a sarcophagus dedicated to a deity. 2 of the players recalled knowledge. One of them, the one with the higher religion, got a critical fail and misidentified it. And now you've got 2 people who have 2 different answers, one of them highly religious, one of them not so much. who are trying to debate which one's true. Meanwhile, there's undead in the room. I think it just created that great roleplay moment where, I think that's one of those moments where you look at it and you're like, oh, this is Pathfinder, where you've both got these different conflicting pieces of information, and it's cool, it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most important part. Not knowing is fun. But when you get to higher levels, sometimes that can wear off. And at that point, if you've invested in the skill feats appropriate for the build, you can sort of wave them away. Like there's, if you really want to go into recall knowledge, there's a lot of skill feats that you can take that benefit recall knowledge or make it easier.
And the way recall knowledge works is a player goes, it's my turn. I use my action to stride. I use my second action to recall knowledge. And you go, okay, roll me an Arcana check. And they go, okay. And they roll. Is that a blind roll?
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't know if the information they have is accurate.
Understood.
Because if they crit fail, you get to lie to them.
Do they go, DM, I want to recall knowledge, and I want to know what this creature's weakest save is? Or is it recall knowledge, and you just sort of, I'm at the DM's mercy?
It depends on how you want to play. Rules is written. I can get the exact wording if you like, but then I'll put a little bit of a fiat on that. So recall knowledge. And this might sound a little crunchy, so I apologize in advance. It's a big skill.
I'm prepared.
So let's have a look. Recall knowledge. You attempt a skill check to try and remember a bit of knowledge regarding a topic related to that skill. Suggest which skill you'd like to use and ask the GM one question. So the player would say, GM, I would like to roll nature on this creature. So they already are throwing a dartboard. If the creature doesn't have a nature-based recall knowledge check on its stat block, they've wasted the action. The GM determines the DC exactly. So that already disincentivizes you to recall knowledge. The GM decides the DC or determines the DC. Basically, they read the sheet. You might need to collaborate with the GM to narrow down the question or skills, and you can decide not to recall knowledge before committing to the action if you can't or don't like your options. So if the GM's like, okay, here's what you could find out, and you're like, yeah, fuck that. On a critical success, you recall the knowledge accurately, the GM answers your question truthfully and either tells you additional information or context, or answers one follow-up question, so they get two instead of one. On a success, you recall the knowledge accurately, the GM answers your question truthfully. On a failure, there's no category here, so nothing happens. And on a critical failure, you recall incorrect information. The GM answers your question falsely, or decides to give you no information, as on a failure. Now, back in the day, the GM got to tell you what you learned. They've changed it a little bit, so now you have a little discussion with the GM and you figure out exactly what you want to learn, which is, slightly different. But I personally think that that's a great step in the right direction. I don't think it's enough, though. I think, and this is my GM fiat, this is my table, my house rule. I would tell the player what skill to roll, because I don't want them wasting actions in combat. Because in Pathfinder, action economy is everything. If they're wasting actions, they're never going to make the roll. They're never going to risk it unless they're a thaumaturge and can roll on whatever the fuck they want.
Okay.
You want to incentivize your players to ask questions and to get involved in the world and to really learn about the quests that they're on, about the creatures that they're seeing.
100%.
Asking questions is good. It feels good for everybody, including the GM, because they get to spill the secrets or give them hints to the next part of the adventure.
That is the best part. I do enjoy being able to tell people about the lore that I spent 4 days writing.
Exactly.
Please,
exactly
dear God, ask questions about the monster.
Skip.
I'm begging you.
Skip.
No!
Skip.
Sizzle, no.
Yeah. Where's the monster? Skip.
How much XP do I get?
Blah, blah, blah. Don't care. Blah, blah, blah. Kill. Blah, blah.
X.
GM, I loot the bodies.
No! Please, ask
How much XP do I
ask
get?
Oh
about
my
them.
god,
Ask
why does
about
this
them.
guy have so many words? GM, I attack.
GM, I have a question about this creature. What's in
What
his
is the
pockets?
matter? I don't care. I want his money.
Wrong question.
So the cool thing about the basic action macros thing that I showed you is if I do a recall knowledge check, I'll send you a picture of it, and you can tell me if you like it or not. Recall knowledge. Here we go. So I'll take a little screenshot. I've just taken one of my players and done a recall knowledge check using basic action macros. I'll throw it in the text chat. Sizzle, you can see this too. This is a module that I highly recommend. Here you go. So the way it works is they just press a button and it gives you the results for all of their roles and all of their proficiencies. That could be a
That's pretty neat.
So the idea here is that they don't have to ask what skills roll, and you don't have to ask them what skills roll. You can just tell them to press the button, and you'll see if they know it or not. So I do recommend that module quite highly. But yeah, cool little trick for you there.
The person I expect, two people I expect to be asking the most questions, going to be Sizzle and Kieran. Very much looking forward to that.
Me confidently telling the player information I got a crit 1 on.
Little side note as well, if you want to learn about the world, there are classes that specialize in it. Bards get access to a spell called Hypercognition, which lets you recall knowledge 6 times for a single action.
Oh, I remember you telling me about that.
It's one of my favorite spells. I adore it. I would take it on any occult caster I make. Hands down. Easiest decision of my life. There's the Investigator, who gets free information and actually gets mechanical benefits for investigating the world. There's the Thaumaturge, and obviously the Investigator wants to push the plot forward. It's literally part of their class. The Thaumaturge learns about creatures very, very easily and is usually interested in everything esoteric. So if you've got fancy things going on or little bits of memorabilia and tiny little artifacts, they're going to eat that shit up.
Game Master, I am begging you. Give me the weird stuff.
Oh my god. Weird stuff. I do like weird stuff.
Oh.
I like being a weird guy in a weird world.
Inca Curse slides through the corridor. Jump, jump, jump. The Inca Curse, the dude with 4 mouths.
Oh.
3-step process.
Oh god. Time to die.
Used to be an elf, but they couldn't make it into a drow, so they just stopped halfway.
Oh.
Oh.
Good heavens.
Flesh warps. Oh.
Now, how, actually, I probably can just get away with RPing it. One thing I love doing is having the party get introduced to high-level monsters. That it's like, I want you to be incredibly mindful if you attack this thing. You might just very well die. At least in 5th edition, there's some level of swing to it, right? Like a nat 20 is really the only way. I guess as a GM with a lot of experience, what would you say to somebody wanting to be I've introduced this high level creature for the party to interact with, and they okay, what am I trying to say? Fuck.
They kill themselves on it.
What if they made the wrong choice?
What if they just decide to fight the dragon?
Yeah.
Just laugh it off. An adamantine dragon is too busy to deal with your shit if you're level 4. Typically, if there's an adamantine dragon here, he's defending his lair against threats beyond your recognition, beyond your comprehension. You're small fry to that dragon. His world is bigger and vaster and more complicated than yours. And that means that when you attack him and your weapon bounces off, he doesn't care because it's like an ant scratching a wall. It's not going to do a thing. So from that adamantine dragon's perspective, it's not going to just roll initiative and breathe on you because that breath is more valuable than all of your lives put together. It has to be careful with its resources because there are other dragons nearby, or because if it wastes its breath on you, then, maybe later it's going to need that breath. Think of it like that. Or you can go the route of, everybody's equal, and, and I typically do this with more human NPCs. They'll treat you with respect, but if you, say, rolled initiative and attacked somebody, a human who's much higher level than you, role-playing out the difference in skill, or by using, so in the case of like a mage, if you swing at a mage, there's no way you're going to hit the AC. So use that as a roleplay moment where, rather than like, obviously they roll the attack, they see that it's a critical miss. Don't just say you critically missed the mage, because that's, that brings them closer together level-wise. It makes them seem like they're on the same plane. Be extra is my advice. I've had it before where somebody's like swung at a mage and I've said you reach for your weapon and the scabbard is sealed shut with liquid shadow. And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, because you cannot brandish weapons in the presence of darkness. This level, it simply will not allow the reflections of the metal to exist in the same space as it.
How to
and
make
at that moment, the
shit
player
their
goes,
pants.
exactly, you make them shit themselves. And once they go, I am in the wrong house.
Adjust their
they
tie.
This is their house. I understand.
Apologies, sir. Apologies.
Would you like to be allies? And you know what? That's exactly what happened. The person who did that trick became an ally, and they fought the aforementioned Herngar boss fights with them. Yeah, that particular person used a spell called, I think, is Aberrant Form, and it was this lovely lady, goth mummy sort of vibes. She had this big long black dress. She was part of Shadow Absalom's upper nobility. And she rocked with them for a little bit because she was trying to do private research, and the Herngar in the way. She went with them to go deal with the Herngar, and while they were fighting the minions of this Herngar boss fight, she used Aberrant Form and transformed the lower portion of her dress into a huge size category Otiga, or Otiug, as you would call them.
Ooh.
Yeah, so you can imagine what that was like, made of pure shadow and teeth. So at that point, my players were like, we made the correct choice. But that was a level 11 NPC just hanging out with a bunch of level 3s at the time.
Nice.
And that's kind of how I look at it, right? The dragon has its own tier that it's in, right? It's not going to worry about the things 5 levels below it. It's going to worry entirely about the things more than 5 levels above it. But it's going to stay in its lane, right? And it's all about staying in your lane. You can have cool people doing cool shit in the background. You can show off a dragon in the distance, breathing fire on a village and burning it to a crisp. That's okay. But be descriptive enough to inform your players that this is not your fight.
So I had an idea. I might change it because Sizzle's here. And that's usually how I do it, is I'll spitball ideas. And then I'll usually take something from that idea and then change it. So that way people like my players who watch the VODs or anything like that always sort of stay surprised, or hopefully they forget because it's been long enough. I talked about wanting to replace like the kobolds with like the Surtmere, like my I guess it'd actually be super dope to call it like Surtmere is what their species name is, but people refer to them as the Herngar because I think Herngar is a pretty sick name. But they basically roll up and these guys are causing a lot of problems. They're down here basically planning like infiltration to start abducting slaves. And they want to leave. They want to sort of cause some mayhem to better do that. And they've been polluting like a natural aquifer that's down here. And the party has the potential of coming across them, basically controlling a Nucleave.
Nuclave.
Yeah, basically controlling one of those. It appeared, and they've been using like sapping power from it or something. And the party defeats the Herngar, and this entity lingers for a moment and sort of gives its thanks. But it's very obviously this very powerful polluting entity.
So the question is, how would you do that?
Well, you sort of explained it. My worry was, had you done something like that before?
Oh yeah, yeah, bunch of times, especially in Absalom. You can do it. It's pretty easy in Pathfinder because the rules lend themselves. So because you have that, like every level gives you more proficiency. The second a player does a roll against the creature, they're going to have all the information they need. But it's okay to.
What a great way of putting that. That's a great way.
Exactly. They have all the information they need. I critically failed on a 19. I understand. That's a 19 on the die. So, well, no player in their right mind is going to do something after that. Unless they're trying to like benefit themselves, which is always encouraged. I don't think it's a bad thing. Just make sure that the players understand, and maybe do this in a session 0. Just say to them, like you did with Cometh the Fall, just say, hey, there are people out here who you don't want to fight. And when you see them, know that I'm not going to swing at you with them unless you do some dumb shit.
Okay.
And if you play your cards right, they might help you out. I
do love the part, like, one of my favorite moments still of CTF was the party saving Olwen. I know Sizzle dislikes Olwen.
What?
What do you mean, what?
What do you mean I dislike Olwen?
You hate Olwen. You said so yourself.
When did I say I hate Olwen?
Multiple times during CTF's lifespan. Regardless, one of my favorite moments still is the party saving this unicorn who's being hunted by bandits. And that unicorn becoming an ally to the party because they saved him. To the point where the party came back and asked Olwen for help with like a problem that they were having with Siluril and stuff. So I love making powerful creatures and stuff like that potential allies for the party.
Using them as answers to puzzles as well.
Yeah.
If you've got a scenario where it's like, hey, I can't break through this rock that's burying people, but I happen to know that there is a golem nearby that's been inactive for a number of years. If I can figure out how to fix that, that golem will definitely be able to pick the way through the rocks or break through or what have you. So I'm going to go do the easier thing, which is figuring out how to fix the golem. And then when the golem wakes up, I'm going to send it to the rocks.
Excellent. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then you've got obviously the best part, which is when 2 high-level creatures fight in the distance. And you get to describe some awesome shit.
Oh.
What the fuck's happening over there?
Yeah, you just use like one action on either side and just describe what they do to each other. Again, another good thing from 2nd edition. You saw it with the bees. Every creature has actions that are very unique to it that really help you with the roleplay. Everything informs your decision making in terms of roleplay. If you rock up with a bee and somebody puffs smoke on it, the bee gets tired because that's what happens.
I'm a little eepy now.
I'm a little eepy. I'm just gonna, and then that's it. They're gone. But yeah, Nuka-Larvae too. Purity, vulnerability. I don't want to say it out loud in case it comes up in game, but you could really like show, not tell. Like you can show, not tell your players. Like, hey, if we apply this before the combat's ever started, and you can like understand what you're seeing, and that's all roleplay. You can use that as a tool before the combat starts, before anything starts. The idea that one small little elemental of insert type could affect a creature of such high level in that way, or maybe you have a kineticist who's just like doing that element to them. Get creative with it. There's no wrong answers. And here's the thing, we have rules for everything. So whatever random scenario you come up with, if you actually need to figure out how that plays out, you can just check in the book, see if there's an appropriate rule. There probably is. If not, wing it.
I appreciate your vote of confidence.
Yeah, you got it. Right. With that, it's about 4:30 for me. So I'm gonna collapse and lose consciousness.
Please
But thank
rest
you for
well.
having me. I'm sorry
course,
for taking
brother.
up so much airtime, but I'm happy I could help.
You only apologize. Berate you, and spoiler alert, that's not going to happen. So thanks, brother, for helping me out.
Aw.
I appreciate it.
TY, my guy. That's so nice. Sorry, chat, but I'm gonna bounce now. Thank you, everybody, for having me. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Don't forget to donate bits and sub.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. That's not.
Do it.
All right, now you can now get out of here. Go on, get.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye bye.
Bam!
Gamer.
Hey there.
Hey there.
Oh, hi there.
Oh, my game's not relevant anymore.
What? Huh?
That's Winston.
Oh, yeah, true. Work.
Wolf Archer. God damn it, Wolf Archer.
Ha 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 ha.
That wasn't bait. That wasn't like, ooh, I hope somebody donates biddies to me. You don't have to. You can just vibe. You can just hang out. Just relax. Ask any questions you may have. I'm super
Just
excited to
chill.
run Pathfinder.
Seems like a lot of fun. There goes Yuria, the witch, down into the pit to get mugged by kobolds.
Oh, no. Actually, I think I am going to introduce kobolds with the Pathfinder game.
Oh.
But they're going to be there just to hang out with you guys. Like, they're going to be like, bad guys kill us. And the party raising their weapon at the kobold. What?
Get big brother. The jacked up Morling rolls in. Hey.
What are you talking about lunch like that? That's weird. Lord, go to bed. But thank you for the biddies, brother. I appreciate it. And thank you for all of your counsel. It has been very, very fruitful. I appreciate it. The more I listen to Pathfinder stuff, the more I'm like, I really want to run it.
The more I hear it, the more I want to play it. So I suppose we're in the same boat.
Excellent. I think regardless, if we go back to SOT because people don't want to play Pathfinder or whatever like that, we just stay in the D20 system that we have. I think regardless, my next game will be a Pathfinder game. Just because of how much I've already been like, oh, dude, I can homebrew this, and I can homebrew this, and I can do this. And it fits all the little boxes that I need. I don't have to like homogenize the like D&D to be able to do it. They already have rules for it.
Indeed. That is what lore has been saying, is that you have been basically playing your own Pathfinder. You've reinvented the wheel slowly.
I was basically just going to start stealing from DC20, and DC20 is a lighter version of Pathfinder. So
yeah, correct.
This is the little skill check area. This is where you climb safely using a DC 15 athletic skill check. So you climb down the rocks. I might actually open it. We'll make it one more rock. Corruption spreads. Another hand touches the beacon. What's up? Why'd you drop me on the ground, Dragonborn? Why'd you do that?
I'm running.
Where are you going? Come back!
It's not worth it.
Go back! That sounds like an Atom Downs.
Uh-oh, he's coming.
What are you doing here?
We have a game more.
Oh, that's a good question. Just went to bed too. And Leo's at work, I think. We'll find out tomorrow.
All right. There he is. Mr. Lore, are we playing tomorrow?
Oh, excellent. You know what time? 'Cause I may have forgotten. I'll have to move my stream around.
Two a.m. UTC is 8 p.m. my time.
Nice. I could definitely do that then. I'll just probably stream earlier in the day and then end around 8.
Yep.
That works for me. I'll be right back. I'm all out of water.
I should be able to do that. Oh, hi there.
I'm back. Apologies about that. I was talking to Zurich. I was congratulating him on his job interview.
Oh, nice. Yeah, congrats to him. Was she just sitting outside your door waiting?
Nope. I think he was talking to Bui, because they're both applying for the same place.
Oh.
I won't say what, but yeah.
Very nice.
We continue to work in the cavern. Indeed. He's been trying to get a job for a bit. Mostly because, as he said before on stream, he is an immigrant from Venezuela. Recently got his, I guess it'd be called a green card. I'm not too familiar with the terminology. He wants to be able to support his family and stuff that's still down there. So they applied to Buc-ee's. Dude, he'd be fucking loaded if he applied to Buc-ee's. Holy shit. I wish we had a Buc-ee's here so we could go apply to that. Hell, I would go apply at Buc-ee's. Apply part-time.
We're all going to apply.
Work there during the day, stream at night. Well, I can't work full-time, dude. My leg would fucking explode. Most of those jobs are standing.
Yeah, that's true.
They're like, hey, man, we need you to stand for 12 hours. And I go, oh, you want me to die?
See. This place is a hell on earth.
Sorry, I've literally asked you to go, like, refill the toilet paper in the bathroom.
Sicken me. Have you no care for our veterans?
What?
He goes, what did you just say? And I go, I'm sorry, boss. I'll go get it.
Didn't even take me by my service.
That you were a patriot. How big was the spooter lair? Spooter lair? Not that big. We're also not going to be really using a spooter. So it's 25, 40? 25 by 40? I can fuck with that. Oh, I still got plenty of room. Okay.
Oh, so much room.
Oh, so much room for activities.
What?
So much room for activities.
I see.
What's that movie? Like Step Brothers or whatever? You haven't seen that?
No.
You haven't seen Step Brothers? Okay.
Huh.
I watch good movies.
I mean, that's fair. It was just part of the cultural zeitgeist for a while, so everybody was quoting that shit.
I missed a lot of like the dumb movies, like the Will Ferrell kind of shit.
Yep, that was Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
Was it Will Ferrell? Was it Will Ferrell? I don't know actors. Yeah, it was Will Ferrell. That was him. Will Ferrell and somebody else. I don't remember who the other actor was. I'm fucking awful with actor names.
So what's Sebastian gonna do in this town?
I don't know. I mostly said it because you joined the call.
You fucking piece of shit.
You joined the call and I was sharing NPCs and I went, and maybe this guy will join.
I know what will bait this guy.
I don't know what he'd do. Depends on what NPC I end up putting in there. If Carter's there, he's probably working with Carter. Like Carter's teaching him magic like he promised he would. Or, well, that depends. If we were to do a DOA game, would you want to play Sebastian? Because if that's the case, he's nowhere on this plane of existence anymore.
It'd be pretty funny to see him on DOA. Assuming DOA happens.
would like it to happen still. I owe it to
There
the
it is.
players.
It'd just be, he just has a reputation now for just going to different dimensions at level 3.
He is
At level 4.
accident prone. Not
He's
of his
a
own choosing though.
traveling man. Yuria out here made it to Tyros and to Elion at level 3. Sebastian at level 3 made it to a different plane of several different planes of existence. It's kind of crazy.
My failings as a dungeon laid bare.
What? No, it was great, man. It was hilarious. I loved ending up in the Astral Sea. That was fucking amazing. What part of I like weird do you not understand?
Always scared, nervous.
There was a certain part of RTS where I was like, you know what? This is Suicide Squad. Let's fucking go. I don't even know what the plot is anymore, but it's pretty funny. Oh, Xenomorphs? Yeah, fuck it, dude. Let's. Sure, man.
Fucking said it, dog.
Yeah. I just came out of a vault of a god and got told there's a wizard king by an old man who gave me his remote control and then fucking died. So, yeah, I believe Xenomorphs.
Thunderstorm was in fact. Alright, I can't use a spooter. Or rather, I don't want to use a spooter. So we need...
What's the Ettercat? I'm sure it's named something else.
It's got to be named something else. Let's scroll through the monster core real quick, see if we can't find the...
Oh, the Torpedo Cat.
What?
There was a Torpedo Cat on like a cat. It looks like it got caught in a tornado.
I don't think that'd be down here.
I want them to see spider webbings, and then they look up and there's just a cat.
Oh.
It goes meow, and then it torpedoes through Siric's chest.
Cat-shaped xenomorph hole. What is it what Lore is? He's a little arbiter.
Oh my god.
He's a level 1.
There's a little arbiter up there.
Yeah, a little
It says
scythe.
beep boop, and then it
Meet boom, and then he fucking electric bursts you and does 3d6 electricity damage. Exomite. According to
only 3D.
Diomites, their kind rose from raw mathematical underpinnings of the universe.
What? Underpinnings of the universe? What the hell is the underpinning of the universe?
Manifesting as great builders who created the ancient colossal cities of the outer planes. According to Aeons, Axomites, Zeomites, are part of the monad, having both risen from and rebelled against long ago. Since the convergence, most Axiomites... God, what is this? How do you say this? I'm going to say Axomites. Since most Axomites have recognized this as fundamental truth, particularly after the Aeons showed the Axomites how the utopian language has formed as an amalgam of Aeon envisioning and for... what the fuck am I reading? I'm struggling. My brain is too small to comprehend what this is. The perfect city of Axis, which they continually act to improve, thus refining the concept of perfection itself. It is a lot of nouns. Particular axiomite. A particular axiomite may look like any humanoid creature, though the particular form it takes on does not affect its abilities. Beneath this assumed form, all axiomites are the same. Clouds of glowing crystalline dust that constantly swirl and congeal into complex tangles of symbols and equations. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, I'm proving how dumb I am. What is this word?
Events.
Evincing? I don't fucking know.
Reveal the presence of a quality or feeling by evidence of / indicate. Evince. These letters evince the excitement he felt at undertaking this journey. Evincing Axiomite existence as literal creatures of pure mathematical law. They're just giga nerds. Look at this little guy. Look at this little guy.
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
He's a Kana. He's a level 12 creature. What his deal? Are massive eyes formed of cosmic matter that monitor the balance of birth and death. They understand the profound influence the living things have on the cosmos and silently perform their duties of supporting and pruning life. Akana seem utterly unconcerned by the fate of souls after death, often leaving the undead in their wake or attracting daemon scavengers. Psychopomps often despair over Anka's cryptic actions, forced to clear out sudden backlogs of souls or even battle the Aeons directly. Their tail is a twisting column of cosmic energy that can drain vitality from creatures and seal their fate. Oh, even the death dudes dislike this guy. So this guy goes around and he's like, it's your time, kills you, and just leaves you there.
Why? What the fuck? What do you mean it's my time?
What an asshole.
How big is he? He's a medium creature. He's just a human. He's a man-shaped sphere thing that comes out with 4 arms, grips you by the throat, chokes you out, and says, my job is done, and then fucking blips.
Yeah, he reclaims life and sprouts life. So not only can he kill you, he can also just be like, thing grow.
Oh, great. He gives birth to me. Fantastic. Pats you on the head as he gives birth to you in a different planet and disappears.
Pleroma. Among the most powerful of all the true Aeons, Pleromas are the ultimate manifestation of the duality of creation and destruction. Their physical manifestation is a constant state of flux between the two extremes.
It took DM about 5 seconds to get distracted from what he was trying to do to the big, pretty level 20 creatures.
I would never. Anyway.
My man didn't even try to find a level. He's just like, playthrough. Oh, perfect. The creatures from fucking XCOM 2 come to haunt me again.
Ugathol. Faceless Stalker, the Ugathol. Among the subtler of the Algothul creations were the Ugathols, also known as Faceless Stalkers. These twisted beings use shapeshift to infiltrate settlements and assassinate key targets. They sowed discord and replaced leaders, causing unwanted organizations to implode and bothersome people to lose face and eventually disappear. Oh, these guys are like intelligent assholes. Like, oh god.
Intelligent asshole. The worst kind of asshole.
Vidaleth. Look at this guy. He got hands. He got little grippers.
Stop looking at the crate. What are we putting in the cave?
He got grippers.
What are we putting in the cave?
That's a great question. Hessians. Not that one. Oh my god, woman.
Oh, put that in the cave now.
Animated broom. Giant animated statue. Bug. Oh.
Bug.
Level 3. It would be a moderate encounter for you guys.
Horse-sized monster.
One more time?
It's a horse-sized burrowing monster.
Oh, yeah. 25 feet, burrow of 20. Mandibles, plus 13 to hit. Acid. Oh, it does that. Oh, it does additional acid damage. Okay, that makes sense. I think the spider did poison damage. Let me double check.
I can't wait for you to show this to Laura. Be like, what if I put this in? And he looks at you with a face of horror, and he's like, you don't ever want to put these in.
So it is 2 levels higher than the spider that you would fight.
Realizes your true madness, and he's like, what have I unleashed upon this one?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Anyway, the giant spider is a level 1. It has an AC of 17 and 16 hit points. Oh my god, this guy's fucking girthy. This guy's got 40 hit points. I can make him weak. I can make him a weak Ankarev. Well, what's great is that if I hit weak on him, right? So let me pull him up. Ankarev. Support him. So an Ankarev, if I make him weak, he becomes a level 2 creature. He has a 16 AC. He has 25 hit points. His plus to hit now becomes a plus 11 instead of plus 13. And
look up web lurker.
Web lurker.
Go look up a web lurker.
Okay.
Ant. Big ant.
Big ant.
You missed it.
What do you mean? I'm scrolling up.
No, you scroll down a little bit and there's big ant.
Oh, I don't want to look. I'm going to look at the web lurker. I'll come back to the big ant.
Is there a web lurker?
Web lurker. Oh, maybe it's in the other books. It's not in the main core, so.
Okay.
Web lurker. Taking its sweet time. Weasel, winter hag, worm wraith. That sounds cool. That sounds really dope. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick peek at that. Just a little quick peek.
Peek under the hood.
Quick peek. What's that? What's a worm wraith? Oh, it looks awesome.
Oh my god! It's just the
Shadow
fucking
dragon. It's a shadow dragon.
Yeah. My man's fucking gooning over Shadow Dragon. Stop making that noise.
Yeah.
No, we're level 17 yet.
Okay. I'm sorry.
We're not even close.
I'm sorry. I take a screenshot.
If I
Anyway.
can quietly bookmarks it.
All right, it's from the first book before the remaster. Okay, well, according to lore, we can use things from before. 325. Giant wasp. Oh, it's him. It's the boy. It is just an Ettercap.
Look at that.
Excellent.
The level 3 though.
That's fine. I can make him level 2.
As he just takes a big pencil, erases the 3, and puts in a 2.
So-
I fixed it.
This is what. Let me show you. Let me show you how literally easy it is in Pathfinder. I'm about to blow your fucking. This saves so much time, by the way. Web lurker. Oh yeah, here we go. Web lurker. This guy's level 3. Damn, that's pretty scary.
I like how they put like a tarp on him.
Well, yeah, he's modest. He
looks like he's trying to like play it off as like an old lady.
Oh, dearie. What big ears you have, Grandma. So this is a web lurker. He's level 3, which is pretty scary in comparison to my party. That'd be a moderate encounter, I believe. He's 2 levels higher. I just come over here and I go, I hit the weak button. I have now adjusted him 1 level lower to make him a easier encounter for my party, or something more within their range. So in doing so, I've lowered his AC from 19 to 17. I've lowered his hit points from 45 to 30. I've lowered his fortitude, reflex, and will saves, and I've reduced all of his available stats, or DCs as they're called, by 2. So now his +9, or his plus to hit, is now a 9 instead of an 11.
All right.
And then, in vice versa, if I go, ooh, I really want to scare the shit out of the party, I hit the elite button, and that makes him 1 level higher.
Good.
So now his AC goes from 19 to 21.
13 to hit.
Yeah, plus 13 to hit. At level 4, this would be, I think, a severe encounter for you guys. This is like, this dude's gonna kill somebody in the encounter. Because the likelihood that he crits on you is very high.
Yeah, I bet.
Did you install a module to automatically populate art? I believe all of the base monsters are populated. Let's grab a lad, right? Let's grab one of the heroes. Let's grab Sela. Sela's a 17 AC gal. We put her in combat with the web lurker. I love his little picture.
Lurker.
Let's create a light source. That way they can both see.
Ooh, hey, so it kind of defeats the purpose of putting him in here if he just has spiders on his body anyway.
Oh, he does have little spiders on his art. That's fine. I can just use an Ettercap model. I won't use the picture. I'll just use an Ettercap model.
Funny.
Ah, damn it.
What's the matter? I fixed it.
So let's roll initiative.
Why are you crying?
What do you mean? He scratches his body. Spiders fall off. Oh, so he has a +10 already, showing you how big of a difference that is for a level 3. He has a +10 to his initiative. So he critically goes. He rolled a nat 20. She rolled a 7. So he goes. He doesn't need to
Yeah, this seems
ambush
pretty in
her.
line.
He goes. Let's see what his abilities are. He has Spider Sneak. He can speak. He has Web Lurker Venom. Oh God, what applies Web Lurker Venom? Oh, his fangs do. Okay. So he's probably gonna start with the Web Lurker with his fangs. He's gonna hiya. Rolls to hit.
Of course.
He fails. He missed her AC by 2. He rolled a D20 plus 11. So everything's Gucci. Okay. He's now going to take his multi-action penalty or multi-attack penalty. So he's going to swing his claws. That hits. He beats her AC by 4. Now we deal some damage.
All right.
He dealt 9 points of damage. He's got 11 HP left. He will... I guess he could web her. I think he'd want to web her first, honestly. A lesson learned. He's going to swing his claws again. Because he has a higher plus to hit because they are agile. So he only has a +3 this time. Beats it by 2. Deals his damage. She's unconscious. So, if I make him weaker, his plus to hit is now lower, and I believe it lowers his damage by a small amount too. Yes, it lowers his damage plus plus to his damage by 2 as well. So instead of a 1d8 plus 6, it's now a 1d8 plus 4. But yeah. We could rock this guy. Either that or the Onkeg equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I got a few more rooms. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I don't have much in the way of actual modules. At least not yet, but once we get into actual play, I will be downloading some modules proper, probably recommendations from lore. Was it horror?
Is it horror?
Nice. Okay. Does he speak common?
Ooh.
The Ettercap.
Yeah. I just wanted to say he speaks Aklo in Spider Speak. I don't know what Aklo is. Oh, here we go. Web lurkers, also known as Ettercaps. This is probably before the remaster, which is why we haven't seen them yet.
They're just web lurkers. Don't say anything.
Oh, they cultivate spiders. Oh,
That's worse.
That's not his belly. That's an egg sac
Oh,
that he's carrying on his person. I thought that was his belly.
Ooh, that's worse.
I was like, he's a little chunky guy. And I looked again. I went, oh, that's an egg sac that he's carrying on his stomach instead. That's way worse. I hate that, in fact.
I'm a bit of a farmer, you know.
Oh, me?
Wow.
Don't say it. I'm pregnant. No!
Don't worry, sir. We fixed the problem. No spiders.
that you're fighting.
What the fuck is that thing? Oh, don't worry about him.
Oh, he's a farmer.
Aklo is the old horrors language. Go on. Old horrors language. What does that mean? That sounds cool. It's used by a bunch of things like hags, underdark creatures, or even more Lovecraftian creatures.
Oh.
Nice. That's pretty cool.
Hello?
Is that Legion?
Yes.
Hello.
Are you still streaming, boss man?
Yeah.
Oh, I passed out. Emma.
Welcome back. Did you sleep well at least?
I did.
Good.
I went home to Mimi.
Yeah, I want to give enough room for like flanking and stuff. I want you guys to be able to use that. Flanking is super dope. Gives the off like flat-footed or like off guard. What the fuck is it called?
Flat-footed.
Flat-footed?
I don't remember. I knew
It's
until you
off-guard.
said something.
It's off guard.
Well,
Off guard gives you the creature a -2 circumstance penalty to their AC. So as long as they're being flanked, they have a -2 to their AC, which makes it easier for a player to crit them. And that's how rogues get their sneak attack. They need a creature to be off guard.
I could be mistaken, but flat-footed is just the 1E version of off guard. All they did was change the name of it. So if you're ever confused as to which is which, I'm pretty sure they're literally the same thing.
Oh, excellent.
yeah, Path of Exile really is going down the route of you are the good guy only so far as everything around you is worse.
Oh yeah, brother.
Some of the this particular boss was extremely fucked.
Go on.
Well, she's a witch out in basically the Amazon, doing all kinds of really fucked up rituals and shit. Her entire tribe is basically like painted in red and ready to like human sacrifice and shit. Some like bog Aztec crap. Anyway, you fight her. She throws like hellfire and shit at you, and then when you kill her, you get her ghastly spear. It's a quest item. The description reads, the skulls of stolen children adorn carved wood. Yeah.
Oh.
When you pick it up, I'm playing the witch, and her response is, I draw the line at children.
Wow.
I may like. Now, this is the character that I've been playing that has been just screaming about how she loves power and murder. And even she picked up this woman's spear. I was like, whoa, dude.
Dude, what you sick fuck?
What is this shit? Damn. Even called her sister since she was a fellow witch. And she was like, yeah, you fucked up.
No sister of mine.
Yeah.
Not just the 1E version for flat-footed, also the legacy version before the remaster. They also used flat-footed. Interesting. Look at that dumb rat sleeping up there. Refuses to go to bed. Falls asleep at his computer.
Sleep on the job.
That's true dedication to their work.
Take care of yourself, goddammit. I'm not big enough yet to be able to pay my mods. Please take care of yourself.
Willing to get sick for the job.
Do not. My God. I don't need your girlfriend yelling at me because you got sick modding the fucking stream.
Nah, it's okay. Hale's there. Hale's doing the modding. In that right, Mr. Hale. Oh no.
Oh, I'm present. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I thought Mr. Hale also fell asleep.
A sentinel.
Imagine he was like, yeah, it's also off. That's fine. You could also use off guard or flat footed.
If I was going to fall asleep, I'd make sure I exit the call first.
But why do you have to, Mr. Hale? It's okay. Look, it needs push the talk.
Lightness.
You want politeness?
Yeah, it's like if, you're the last person to leave the room, you turn the lights off. If you're going to fall asleep, you leave the call. It's just, something you do.
No. I'm sorry. Kidding.
This cave design is working out in my favor.
Oh, yeah?
Now I have to ask, is there a reason that you painted the ground grass when you were just going to make it cave dirt anyway?
Nope. That's just the natural brush color. Or like when you apply land, it just does that automatically. That's the default. If I could change it to be like the white stone that I prefer my base being, I would, but I can't. So I have to just brush over it. And I would hit apply all, so that way it fills it in entirely, but I already have a defined ground over here already. Plus, I'm a psycho. I don't mind pushing my brushes together.
Plus, I'm crazy.
That's why you're boss.
I'm crazy. You don't know what I'll do next.
So when are you gonna plan the kobold lore? Probably when when I finish like this dungeon and we start populating the dungeon with encounters. We need to figure out. We already have little bits of kobold lore, but it'd be good to have it solid in stone.
Well, so you know all the features and traits that you've made for 5e, right? Will all of that transfer over to the when you're Pathfinder creation? Or
I would like it to. The chance that it does is probably pretty low. Just because they already have so much stuff. And with 5e, my game wasn't even really 5e to begin with, so I could get away with making weirdly, grossly overpowered abilities. Because, the math was so swingy. But in Pathfinder, the math's very tight. So what I'll do is, if I'm going to make like a feature or whatever, we'll try and like work it into like your ancestry feats that you get at certain levels. Or try to work it into like the base class, or the base ancestry and go from there. Because like, I don't want humans to have to pick between, like low light vision and like being able to smell magic. So all humans in my setting, regardless of what fucking thing we're gonna play, you're gonna be able to smell magic. Kobold Momo win? I'm sure if I tell her, hey, you can play as a kobold, she'll want to play as a kobold.
this is it. This campaign, right here.
Or she might break the mold. She might be like,
The minute you actually offer it, much like a cat, she's like, I don't want it.
Pining for it. Fine, here you go. Drops down on the ground. I go, what
It's
the
about
fuck?
the year. It's about yearning. It's about the yearning that's about something that they can't have.
It's to send a message. Clans, houses, tribes, do chromatic metallics and crystals hate each other? Can a red kobold join a pack of silver kobolds? So many questions. Yeah, we'll get into that. We'll figure out their workings. I still like MCDM's version of them being very organized. I do like them having some weird like fixation with like organization and everything like that. So I can see it being a better play on the meme of like, now what are you doing? I'm sorting the moss. But how? By taste. I sorted by color. I can see it being something similar to that, but perhaps not as well, I guess if they're Vigar, then pretty chaotic.
The pull towards order.
Similar.
In 1E, Flat-Footed fully denied your Dex mod to AC, which was significantly more or less damning depending on the creature. Nothing quite like watching some fake creatures AC drop from 27 to 12.
Yeah, I loved Flat-Footed.
Was that you loved it
The good old
because
days.
you were a player, or you loved it because you were a game master terrorizing your players?
Oh, I was a game master terrorizing my players.
Nice.
Nothing makes an overconfident PC shit themselves more than when the knight they challenge to a duel renders them flat-footed.
Fucking brings a tear to my eye.
I love it. I know you were planning on talking about this later, so ignore me if you want to. But are your kobolds the dog-like ones or the little dragon-worshipping ones? I think the dog-like ones, the actual interpretation of the kobold that comes from like sort of Asian mythos or like Eastern mythos, is actually in Yadagara. But I like the little flat-headed fucks being little like lizard guys. So probably gonna make them little lizard guys, especially because the Pathfinder art is so damn cute. Here, hold on. I'll
Is
show
it the
you.
one with the big salamander head?
Yeah, they got a big flat head.
Yeah.
You know what I think would be a pretty cool take on kobolds?
Hmm.
Make the different types of lizards. So a red kobold would be like a fire gecko, and then a green kobold might be like some type of skink.
Oh, interesting.
And then the weird Yalagara ones were like dogs.
These are some of the kobolds.
Just Loban.
There's little guys.
Tried to teach one what stealing meant. He was so close.
He went, how to steal it back? No.
I love their big dumb heads.
I know they just have just big, like flat fucking heads. Look at those things. Look at them big old fucking like heads right there. God damn! Me slapping the top of the kobold's head. This guy can fit so many traps in him.
That's literally an egg.
Wamp. Wamp.
It's a bit sad that we never got to see Guinevere's cadre of kobolds before the season ended.
That's fine. I mean, the game SOT's coming back, so the
Yeah, that's true, but
likelihood. Well, now we'll have actual lore and like stats for them and shit.
But funny little kobold interactions with Big Dragon.
One more time.
Funny little interactions with kobolds and Big Dragon.
She's not
big, small.
She's disguised as an elven woman.
Yeah.
That's not interaction with Big Dragon.
But we know that she's Big Dragon, and that's what matters. Maybe kobolds have this, special Dragul ability, right? They can sense dragons. They can smell dragons. They can smell it in their blood. And that's one of their special little features and traits. Dragon sniffer.
Ooh. Maybe. I wouldn't want to give that to a player because that's very strong.
I don't know if Gerald would appreciate a bunch of little dudes showing up and sniffing his wife.
Well, they wouldn't be sniffing the wife. It'll be like sniffing the air. It's like a bunch of bloodhounds. Maybe it's just like what do you call that? It's not directly pinging, Guinevere, but it's like pinging that the singing tier has a dragon in it. Maybe they confuse Gerald being the big guy as the dragon disguised.
Well, if it's her cadre of kobolds, then they already know who she is.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they wouldn't be wandering around being like, I wonder where the dragon is.
Oh, that guy looks pretty big. And he's on fire.
Let's see. This fight uses the same rules as the first fight against the rat, but also incorporates skill checks when dealing with webs and including a new kind of check, a saving throw to resist the spider's poisonous bite. This chamber is home to a very big spider, waiting to ambush anything that wanders through its web. The web wasn't sticky enough to make anyone the webs aren't sticky enough to make anyone who touches them unable to move, but they do move. They do slow down characters. Each square has its webbing, is difficult terrain that's particularly hard to move through. Moving into a square of difficult terrain costs an extra 5 feet of movement, and a creature can't step into a square of difficult terrain. Oh, okay. So stepping's he didn't go over stepping. I think stepping's something that you can do as part of like a free movement.
Oh, is that like move 5 feet?
Oh, yeah, I think it is.
Can you only like step once per turn?
I think so. But
So you can make slight adjustments. That's nice.
Let's see. Step.
The act of stepping on someone.
You carefully move 5 feet. Unlike most types of movement, stepping doesn't trigger reactions such as reactive strike. Oh, okay. It is an action. Sorry. That can be triggered by moves or actions. You can't step into difficult terrain, but you can't step using a speed other than your land speed. Okay. So if you wanted to step away from a creature, like move 5 feet back so that way your champion can move in on their turn, that can stride in, you would step, because you still want to be able to get into melee or stay within range or something. So I could see like a ranger using step, so that way they don't get their penalty from their bow. And you don't incur reactive strike. So if you stride, you get reactive like struck against. But if you step back, you're Gucci. But if it's difficult terrain, you can't step into it.
Ooh.
When the players enter the chamber, the spider is in its lair in the northeast corner of the room. It does not emerge to attack until someone touches one of its webs. Anyone trying to cross the room without touching the webs must attempt a DC 15 acrobatic skill check to carefully balance on rocks and narrow ledges. If anyone fails the check, the spider senses them in the room and emerges to attack. The fight with the spider plays out very much like the combat with the rats. As soon as anyone touches one of the webs or fails an acrobatic check to balance themselves while crossing the room, call for everyone to roll for initiative, usually using perception or stealth for anyone who is hiding at the time. The spider rolls perception for its initiative. After you have everyone's initiative result, you start the first round of combat with the characters who rolled the highest initiative result. Each character gets to use 3 actions on their turn. Yep, we're going to go over that. Same thing with the rats. The heroes might try to avoid this fight by carefully moving around the webs. They might also flee from the spider. The spider refuses to leave this area, retreating to its webbed den in the northeast if all heroes flee. If the heroes are very careful when moving around this room, they might avoid the spider fight entirely. This might also flee from the spider, moving past the encounter into the area without defeating it. In that case, the spider remains a threat every time the heroes pass through this chamber. In some adventures, the situation changes. If the players take too long or rest too often, but this adventure and its encounters remain the same no matter how long the players take in exploring the dungeon. Any creatures the heroes defeat remain dead or destroyed, and any creatures they avoid remain in the same place, potentially posing a danger if the heroes pass through the area again later on. Oh, so in other APs, other adventure paths, if you take too long in dungeon, sometimes the dungeon just gets deadlier.
Uh-oh.
Yes, most players don't get AOPs. I do remember that. It's only if you have reactive strike or other abilities that give you a reaction that does something. But reactive strike is the key one. And fighters are the ones that start with that. You can, I think it's a level 4 feat. So, like barbarians later on could potentially spec into reactive strike.
Wait, AOPs are dependent on the feat?
Yes. So not everybody has AOPs.
Oh.
So like a combat would go, Yuria walks up to the bad guy. She swings her sword. She does some damage. And then on her turn, on her same turn, she strides away. So she moves. And because the creature doesn't have reactive strike, it can't make an attack of opportunity against her. On its turn, it's now required to spend an action to stride to get up to her.
So does that mean is that better or worse? I think I'm too used to AOPs being a free thing.
I wouldn't say it's worse. Why would you think it's worse?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I just got too used to 5e. You know, if you hit something, or if you stride forward to hit something, you're basically locked in it already. Unless you're like a rogue.
That's sort of what they want to prevent. They don't want you to they sort of want you to move around the battlefield. In 5th edition, you're like sort of, once you get into melee, you're stuck in melee.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want to avoid that. They want you moving around the battlefield. And you can't really do that if every time you move, you provoke an AOP.
Okay, that's fair. Oh, no, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm too, like, what do you call that thing? Like, once you locked in, you're locked in. It feels like there's no, like, follow through. Like, it's like you hit something, you're like, oh, okay, I'm free to go again. Free to leave.
Well, you don't know if a creature has reactive strike or not. You're running that risk.
That's fair.
But even then, I think it's fine. I think it's cool that a fighter is the actual threat. Like, they should be the one to be able to lock down a guy. And then the wizard's back there like, and now I've restrained the creature. So not only did I beat the shit out of this guy by knocking him prone, and the wizard like makes it hard for him to get up. The fighter is standing there. The moment this dude stands up, he takes a reaction and beats the shit out of him for standing up.
Oh wait, even just standing up
Yeah.
from going prone? Oh,
Yeah. So if you stand up from prone, that provokes a person with a reactor strike to make an AOP against you because you're doing a manipulate action. Even if you open a door, if a person's on the other side of a door and you open the door and they have like a spear or something, they can take a reactor strike because you manipulated the door.
Mm. Okay.
It's really cool. I like it more than everybody gets a reaction because then that also means all monsters are like the same way, right? It lets the wizard who the troll ran up on get to run away without being like their back fucking exploded.
Except we all know that the troll is currently grappling the wizard.
He rolls
by
up.
that I mean is currently holding him by the head.
He rolls up. He makes a grapple attempt. He grapples the wizard. He raises his fist and bops it down on top of his head like a comically large Acme anvil.
It does feel a bit more forgiving. Like a little bit more forgiving. Like,
See, you got to remember though, it's more scary for the players. So if a creature does have reactive strike and he beats the shit out of you, he's making his reactive strike without his multi-attack penalty. So he gets to roll his plus 13 against you. He hits you. He rolls a 19 plus 13. Your AC is 18. He fucking giga crits you.
Yeah.
Now he does a billion points of damage.
I mean, that's just how the cookie crumbles, my boy.
Oh, correct. But not every creature has that capability. So it makes those creatures more scary and more meaningful.
Oh, okay. I'm starting to get it a bit. You want it to matter.
Correct.
Okay.
At least that's my want. I want it to matter. I want the players to be able to be like, I want the players to be able to recall knowledge and stuff like that and be like, hey, DM, how scary is this guy? And I go, that's a great question. Roll me an Arcana check.
Rolls a 1. Yeah, he's fine.
Dude, this guy? No, it's even better. This guy's got reactive strike. This guy will fuck your shit up. The party goes, oh, fuck. Now they're playing around the idea that this guy's got reactive strike. And then the moment he doesn't do a reactive strike, the party goes, wait a minute. They lock themselves into the roll.
Awful. Downright scummy. A scoundrel.
Also, boss man. So, I know this is a bit of a mute point at this point already, since I'm basically just restating what's already been denied. But gunslingers, right?
What about them?
No, not guns. It's the small hand crossbows, right? Like that. What do you call this? You've played Shadow of War, right?
One more time?
You've played Shadow of War, right?
Yeah, what about it?
The Uruks, I forgot which clan it was. It's the one that has many golds.
I don't remember all the clans.
It's that one clan that can basically dual wield crossbows as their special move.
Uh-huh.
I mean, wouldn't it be so cool? Wouldn't it be so awesome, even, if the party or an enemy has that capability?
Oh, like
it's always so funny to me. Like, how Giga Chad the orcs are in the game. What, like the actual books and movie, they're just like they're just little pieces of shit.
Please give me some bread, my lord.
They're essentially like they should have been called goblins. And then you roll up into like the game and you're like, hello, my special technique is that I never die and I have Overwatch.
Invincible.
Yes, fucking.
Yeah, they have
Like,
fucking death
good God.
defying.
Fucking the unstoppable tank, my level 99 fucking orc chieftain. Who's personally slaughtered entire armies.
I'm the only one who gets to kill you.
Oh,
Rolls
isn't
up,
the-
bodies the fucking other orc you were fighting.
Yep.
Is there like a trait in Atis in one of the creatures you've made so far that has like that feature that the one of the orcs sometimes has in Shadow of War, the death defying one, where you're about to execute them and they can't be executed?
Can't be executed.
Yeah, it's like one of those finisher moves in Shadow of War.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't remember the ones that can't be executed. I always thought you
Yeah,
killed
there's
them and
some
then they
that-
come back.
No, there's some that you can't do a finisher on them.
Ah.
Yep. Or even like the ones where you try to brand them and they're like, no,
Some have.
I abjure."
Yes, some of them have basically things where you can't like convert them or you can't finish them or whatever.
Oh yeah, I mean sure. I mean we already wrote some of the orc racials that have some stuff like that, so it's not too far fetched.
I forgot. It's been a while.
Okay, I've only had one orc player, and she wanted her own clan.
Oh. Oh, was that Bari?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I was like, orc player. I don't remember an orc player.
A role player? In this game?
In this, my Dungeons and Dragons?
I don't think so. You must be mistaken.
How long reaching are the Alvains, Mr. Bossman?
Huh?
Is the Alvain clan all found in the Etenmore?
Oh no, they're pretty spread out.
Will we get to see an Alvain all the way up in Katarina?
No, because they're currently out visiting their family.
Is this happening at the same time?
Yeah.
Is this game happening?
We're going to be picking up during Fall's Reaping.
Dang, okay. So it's false reaping everywhere, even in the other game.
Yeah.
In the new game. Okay.
Just for my own sanity.
Like somewhere at the same time, in a different place in Adus, in T-Verse.
Correct. We're going to create little pockets. Already has to avoid of spooder webs.
Oh wait, spooters. Is Syrup gonna be alright with spooder?
Well, spooder webs. We're using this guy. He's a web lurker.
He doesn't have to know.
That sounds like a very, what do you call this? Roundabout way to call something a spider.
Well, he's a spider farmer, is what he is. Do you remember the Eder caps? That's what this version's. That's what Pathfinder's version is called, the web lurker. I'm going to use an Eder cap.
Okay, because I'm like, wait a minute, this looks too humanoid to be an Eder cap.
Eder caps are humanoid.
They are? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe I've just been remembering all this time. Okay.
Yeah, they're the only difference is that the web lurker has an egg sac on its stomach. The Eder cap is just a fat little guy.
Oh.
My boy.
Cosmic Rem, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it.
Will we get to see Yuria and Katarina?
Probably not, no.
It seems unlikely.
Why not?
Well, at least, well, not, this isn't, you gotta remember, like, we're on one of the islands. We're not on Katarina proper.
Oh, okay.
We're in the Fanghold of Katarina, but we are not in the actual capital of Mastil. Mastil is the capital of Katarina.
Is there a chance for the party to go there?
In this game? Probably not, no. This game's
okay. Isolated in there.
Yeah, I've made a hex map for Kalidor specific, or for the county of Kalidor, not for the whole of Katarina, for my own sanity.
Okay. Gotcha. One moment.
Take your time, King.
Oh, that's good.
Ooh, spider. That's right. Katarina improper. Yeah, they're literally known as Ettercaps. That's right. These creatures haven't been put into the remaster yet, so. Legally distinct. They're just little guys. They're little spider farmers.
Rawr.
I wonder if I could teach about cover here too. I wonder if this would be a good place to teach cover.
Possibly.
Teach cover. Does 5e not have cover, or is it just that different?
You get a different value. So there's also various ranges of cover, if I remember correctly. So you have your exposed, right? You're out in the open. And then if Yuria was behind a rock and she's got a bad guy, like grab a token. You got the big ass, this fat fucking beetle right here. It's like, how do I do this? God, how would I actually show? Gotta be right here. So she's got a beetle like right here. A portion of the rock is in the way. So if you were to draw a line between the two of them, the rock collides, right? So she would gain a +2 bonus to her AC from like natural cover. She could take an action to cover herself further to give herself like a +4 to her AC and reflex save.
Yeah.
Well, how big's the rock? Because wouldn't that just be lesser cover? Unless it's big enough for her to hide behind, because then it'd be standard cover.
Oh, I don't know. That's why I was doing little rocks, trying to figure what would work best. Because this would also be me learning cover as well. How many legally distinct Ettercaps? I'm going to be throwing one, and it's going to be a weak Ettercap. So, from a level 2 Ettercap. sure I read this. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Cover. You have lesser, standard, and greater. Picture. This is what I'm referencing. So we have Valeros in the front, the warrior, or the fighter, and the ogre don't have any cover from one another. The line from the center of Valeros' square space to the center of the ogre's doesn't pass through or blocking terrain. Then you have Sione. The ogre and Sione have lesser cover from one another. The line between the centers of their space don't pass through any blocking terrain, but does pass through Valeros. Oh, so that's right. If you stand behind a guy, you gain the lesser cover. You get a +1, I think it's +1 circumstance bonus to your AC. Yeah, the circumstance bonus. Nice. You have Maricel or Mariciel or whatever. The ogre and Mariciel have cover from one another. The line between the center of their spaces crosses blocking terrain. So she would gain standard cover, which is a +2 to her AC. +2 circumstance bonus to her AC. And if she wants, she can hide. She can attempt to make a hide roll here. And then Kyra and the ogre can barely see one another, but have cover from one another because the lines between the center of their spaces goes through blocking terrain. Because there's so much blocking terrain in the way, the GM will likely roll this as greater cover, which is a +4 circumstance bonus to both of their ACs if they're targeting each other. And with the ruler function on Foundry, I'll be able to better show that off with an actual like line to draw. I believe there is a kobold stuck in here.
Indeed, there was.
I don't know if that's. I think he. Let me double check.
That bastard added. He made it up.
Oh, no, there is. Okay. Searching the spider's lair. Once the heroes defeat the spider, the players might think to check the spider's lair to see if anything of value is hidden in the webs. Anyone who explores the area to attempt a DC 15 perception check. If they succeed, they spot a wrapped up bundle of bones and dried skin that looks like it's some sort of small reptilian creature. In fact, it's a kobold, one of the creatures responsible for breaking into the basement of the fishery. The bundles also contain a few items of value, a healing potion and a short sword that has a small emerald in the pommel. While the sword isn't magical, the fine craftsman and precious gem make it worth 5 GP if sold. Oh, you basically get like a little relic sword.
Oh.
Like something you'd see on like a mantle.
Hmm. Wait, how did you get that? I don't think we got that.
Actually, I wonder if we got that. I don't remember if we... I think we found an emerald is what we found.
Oh.
I think he just gave us straight up money. Because gems are like super, super good. They're like really Kino and fucking Pathfinder.
We love.
That's right. Treasure sells for full price. Items sell for half. Which is also something I like. I like that if you get your hands on some money, some emeralds, some rubies, you bring those to the merchant. The merchant's like, hell yeah! Full price. You bring them a short sword and they go, I look like a fucking
What am I
joke
supposed
to
to
you?
do with this?
I look like a fucking joke to you? Get out of my house.
What? What the fuck?
Get out of here now. Yeah. I'm liking this little cave.
Yeah, you like that cave?
I'm liking it.
You like that cave?
Yeah, kind of cooking, honestly. Look at that. That place looks scary as fuck. I wouldn't want to be in there.
I've been in there. You're right. Don't look up.
I really like the natural stone steps.
Yeah, they're like little pockets that have like holes in them. So I was like, ooh, what if it's raising it's harvesting its eggs and stuff in there?
You should make sure not to tell Cyric that it's just the beginner box, so that when he comes into this like cave for the first, like he enters the beginner box lair, he gets like uncanny valley feelings.
Oh, everything begins sort of floating on top of each other. Where am I?
It really looks familiar and yet different.
What's that thing? The web lurker pulling off the cloak.
Oh. So rude.
Allow me to introduce myself. Fucking drops the robe. It's yoked.
Oh my god. Oh no, I'm not surprised. This is Terrace.
What's good? Adventurers, huh? It's been a while.
What?
Run them paws.
The cobalt rips itself out of the fucking web. Iron gun. It's fucking jacked.
You think you're gonna keep me down, huh?
Oh my god. Why's he got anchor arms?
Hurls a spear, punches a hole through fucking the sound barrier.
The Idle Drake is mine. Fucking flings a rock.
Where the fuck is Magnus?
It's kind of funny to me that the Ettercap is like a trial master for new adventurers. You kick the shit out of him and he's like, you are worthy.
You may proceed, but know the dangers that await you are far and many.
You can talk?
Falls over, dies.
Oh fuck.
You can talk? Blit.
What the?
Give me back the web, you little shithead. Give me the web! Give me the web! Just looking at Paizo's website, and they are playtesting 2 new classes. Correct. The Necromancer and the Runesmith. Oh, Whoops is live. I saw his little blurb out, and I went, oh, I wonder what Whoops is doing. Motherfucker's playing goddamn Marvel Rivals.
Would you look at that?
I will eventually try out that game. If only for Squirrel Girl.
Fucking beating his meat. This game looks pretty good.
I don't even need art for it. This is just a base game. I'm just a consumer. The real freaks are the people who drew her.
I had a buddy earlier today be like, man, I liked Squirrel Girl before Rivals came out, but now everyone thinks I'm just a gooner.
Oh, dude, terrible fate, actually.
Unfortunate.
Be one of the few people who knows who, like, Psylocke is. And then all the art starts coming out, and you're like, well, actually, I'm a big fan of Psylocke's comics. And they're like, yeah, whatever, you fucking coomer. No, please. I know the lore.
No, you don't understand.
Okay. Lore was suggesting making like the shrines and stuff that you find relevant to like the sort of faith and everything.
Yes.
Actually, if you look at the catacombs, there's no way in aside from the break-in.
Does make you wonder how they snuck in here, huh?
No, it makes me wonder, like, I guess maybe like the plate, like it just shifted, like it just fell into the earth. Because this is obviously not meant to be the way in. You basically toppled over a fucking coffin to get in here. Like,
yeah,
there are remains on the ground, so there had to have been a way in here. Unless this was like an open place beforehand that then got like sunk beneath the earth.
Obviously, your way in is through the fucking stone tomb. Just open it up.
I was gonna say, there's God rays. Is it like a mausoleum where it's sitting underneath a surface?
So, that's from this light source. This is from the Ever Crystal that's here.
We didn't actually open the tomb, did we? The stone crypt. We just walked in, went.
We did.
But did we?
Yeah, we got we got the shield that came out of it.
Oh, that's right, we did. I was about to say, it would have been so based of us to go in and be like, I'm fighting the skeleton, stab a skeleton, kill them, take nothing, leave.
Beyond the barricade, an old cavern corridor winds down into the earth, ending in an ancient burial vault. Oh, burial vault. Lit by a strange glowing crystal emitting a blue flame. Alcoves line the walls, each one containing a rotten wooden coffin. Center of the room is a raised platform holding a stone sarcophagus. So a burial vault. I can fuck with that. Okay. We can do the same thing. It can be a burial vault that basically somebody broke into. We'll just have the entrance like completely barred, so that way players can't get out. I mean, they could get out. They'd just probably find. They'd probably end out in like the. Where would they end up? Let me look at Summer Hall. Where would they end up if they were to pop out? Yeah, we can have you like pop out in between the trees and shit. You basically pop out. You go, what the fuck is this? I go, well, this was obviously built over. So you have found something ancient and old.
Again, end up in some dude's prison.
Yeah, end up in the constable's jail cell.
Yeah. Smash open push like a stone out. We peek in. There's a fucking dude in like a cell. He's looking at us. He's like, oh.
Hey, Barrett?
I think I'm being kidnapped.
A graveyard that leads to a prison, huh?
Very telling
God.
story.
Of course it'd be Barrett. Barrett fucking walked in. Adventurers.
I knew it. Grabs the fucking rogue through the wall, rips them out. Puts manacles on them. Yeah, I can still do.
You think I'm gonna believe you accidentally broke someone out of prison?
Oh, yeah.
You can.
Well, that's the funny part. Breaking into prison is a crime too.
Fuck. Abandoned storeroom. Okay, so these are obviously it's a different place tied to each other. Oh no, we got it from Abadar's vault. Okay, yeah, we haven't sold the sword yet, I don't think. Interesting.
All right, it's my bedtime. I'm leaving.
All right. Actually, I think I'm probably gonna wrap up stream because I'm fucking starving.
Nice.
EP.
Keeper. All right, goodbye, chat. Goodbye, Crown. Goodbye.
Bye bye. Rest well.
Good night,
Other
Mr.
bean.
Sazel. Good night, Mr. Bake. By the way, boss man.
I'm just gonna plan out just a little bit more. I'm thinking just rough ideas. We'll do the tomb over here.
Mr. Crown.
What's up, handsome?
So now that you have a little desk, right? Maybe it's time for the beat to be its own self.
Okay. Where do you want me to
Text
put
to
it?
speech. Freedom.
Yeah, I'll look. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll look into it. Okay, I'll look into it.
Yes. Finally.
Don't be surprised if people don't use it though.
No.
Because the text to speech stuff, it costs money. Like,
Wait, it does? I thought it,
yeah, it's used. It
I thought
uses
it just
bits.
needed. It uses bits. I
Yeah.
thought it just uses it. No. Really?
Yeah.
It's basically Twitch's super chat system.
No.
Yeah.
I thought it was just. What do you call this? It was just points, channel points.
No. I'm sure you could.
No, it is channel points. Because Stella's little guy, Ame, I forgot. They're just bits, really expensive bits. Bits, really expensive points, but it's still just points.
Okay. Well, then I'll ask Stella how she set it up and go from there.
This kindness, much appreciated. I shall remember this. Will this kindness repay tenfold?
Jesus.
Thank you, my lady.
Stop it. Stop it. Hmm.
Oh, also for the sub counter, where would you prefer it to be? Placed at?
I think I'll only put it on stream once like a new month or whatever begins.
Really? Not
Yeah.
not like there forever.
Well, we already beat the sub goal this month by like an excessive amount. So like I can put it right there.
Wait, slow down. Because I'm trying to. Because I'll also try to fit it with the. Would you want it to be? Would you want it to have its own little place?
I don't mind either way. It mostly serves as a follower count for like the follower goal. But the follower goal hasn't changed. The follower goal is still 10,000 followers.
Okay.
It's the sub goal that changes, but the sub goal is not going to show up right now because we've beaten it by, I'm pretty sure, 50 subs. So it's not going to show up until the subs fall off.
All right.
Okay. I think I am gonna wrap it up. Go get some food because am I famished? And go from there.
Num num time.
Yeah, I literally woke up, did D&D, didn't eat anything. Oh, that's a lie. I did have some delicious, I think it was Korean style fried chicken that my roommate made.
Oh,
it was really good, but that was 10 hours ago. So I'm very hungry.
Nice. I too have not eaten. Time to grab snacks.
Hell yeah. Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
Goodbye, chat.
Pretty well.
Excellent. I will not be returning, so I hope both of you gentlemen have a lovely night.
Thank you. You as well.
Of course, my friend.
All right, bye-bye. Okay. Friends, gamers, companions, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. I hope you all have a fantastic night. Oh my god, look at that. The little desk stayed. My god, I'm not just sitting in the darkness. It's so nice to have like a place to sit. My god. So yeah. I hope that you all have a fantastic night. The next time you will see me will be tomorrow. We are continuing our Pathfinder building in earnest. We're building encounters, we're building maps, we're redoing the beginner box to make it fit my setting. And all that other fun stuff. So yeah. I don't know when I plan on streaming. I think what's going to happen is as soon as I wake up is when I'll start streaming again. So same thing as I did on Tuesday. So I hope you all have a lovely night. Take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I'm sure they'd love to hear you. And I will see you guys later. Goodbye, chat.